Good morning. Mór ver maidin. Tá fáilte roimh ar fad. Ag an iarsanniuh. You're all very welcome this morning. It's great to see so many people here for this small symposium titled Perspectives on the Gaelic Caribbean, Irish, Scottish and Caribbean Connections. The project, or the symposium I should say, arises from a project that has been going on for the last 2 years on a Scottish Gaelic poet of the early 19th century, active here in Barbados and throughout the Caribbean at the very start of the 19th century. And as part of that conference, the purpose of this symposium is to bring two sets of people and two different areas of research that don't necessarily interact or get to interact all that very much, despite the fact that there are long and ongoing connections between the two. And so today is about that, so you're all very welcome. My name is Padra Murchirthy. I'm not going to speak for very long, but we have, over the next day and a half, a number of really good sessions on the full, almost full chronological range of those connections between Ireland, Scotland and the Caribbean, from the period of indentured servitude in the 17th century to Irish and Scottish implicitness in the slave trade in the 17th, 18th, and into the 19th century. And so you're all very welcome. And before we start, though, I'd like to offer a particular word of thanks to the museum for hosting us so graciously and having been so helpful over the last number of weeks and months in organising this. You'll notice we're starting a little bit late. That is, I'm calling that Irish time rather than Caribbean time. So I'm happy to take the rap for that one. So our first session deals with the 17th century, and it's going to be chaired by Dr. Jason Siegel. So Jason, if you want to come up and introduce our speakers, Brenda Kane and Jenny Shaw. So thank you all, and you're all again very welcome, and thank you. It's great to see so many of you here today.
Hi, greetings everyone. My name is Dr. Jason Siegel. I'm very happy to welcome you to our first panel. I'm a linguist at Cave Hill, where I run the Richard and Jeanette Alsop Center for Caribbean Lexicography. And since I'm a linguist, it should come as no surprise that I think it's proper for us to start with language when trying to get a sense of history. And it's my hope today that our presenters demonstrate in their own way how language and history fit together naturally to expose the influence of Gaelic populations on the history of our region. So our first presenter is Professor Jenny Shaw, Professor of History at the University of Alabama. Her publications on early modern Caribbean history include Everyday Life in the Early English Caribbean, Irish Africans and the Construction of Difference. That's from University of Georgia Press. And The Women of Rendezvous, a transatlantic story of family and slavery. That's from UNC Press. And she will be presenting her paper, "'Twasn't Irish, So He Understood It Not, Language as Resistance in Early Modern Barbados." Please welcome Professor Shaw.
Okay. Hello, everybody. You did. Okay, I'm going to try and get stuck in just because I know we've started a little bit late. Thank you to Pader and Nigel for the invitation, and to everyone here. It's lovely to be back at the Barbados Museum and Historical Society. This is the very first place I came almost 25 years ago now, when I first came to Barbados to do research, and it's nice to be back in such a familiar and friendly space. I also want to say that the opportunity here was to revisit something that I haven't thought about for a while. And so I hoped that on the cutting room floor and in all the various folders of documents, I was going to find so much stuff that I had not used or thought through, and confession or spoiler alert, I kind of didn't. So this is not so much new material as a very small attempt to try and put old stuff in a new kind of clothing. I also want to say that I am not a linguist, so I hope that the use of language in my title in their own language, not English. At the centre of the investigation were those who attended secret masses held on the ringleaders' estates. The presence of so large an Irish group of, quote, the poorer sort and many of them servants at a mass, especially one held at a private house, troubled English Protestants who had long since connected Irish religious practices with rebellious scheming. Rather than blame elite English Catholics, who after all were the ones corresponding with the French and with sympathetic allies in the metropole, island authorities shifted the blame for the conspiracy firmly onto Irish soldiers in the accounts they sent back to London. Irish Catholics were, in this version of the plot, the solid backbone responsible for holding the entire enterprise together. The Protestant English authorities would find it easy to see Irish Catholics in Barbados as perfidious, untrustworthy, and rebellious is unsurprising. For over 100 years, English officials have been developing antipathy toward the Irish in Ireland as they forced their way into the country and renewed their colonisation efforts under Elizabeth I, James I, and perhaps most infamously Oliver Cromwell. English writers, politicians, soldiers, and settler colonisers railed against what they viewed as evidence of Irish savagery and barbarism, including Irish gender politics, religious practices, and language. Anti-Irish sentiment crossed the Atlantic Ocean, especially in the years following Cromwell's expulsion of those Irish he deemed the most irredeemable to Barbados in the 1650s, when somewhere in the region of around 10,000 Irish were forcibly shipped to the Caribbean islands. Those same Irish brought plenty of opposition to English colonial authorities with them. 1688 was just the latest in a long line of clashes between English and Irish at home and abroad. I don't think it'll be news to anyone sitting here today that the power dynamics of archival construction shape the kinds of narratives that can be told, and this is no less true of the 1688 event. All of the source material that I'm using today was either collected here in Barbados or in London at the UK National Archives. I looked in Ireland and I didn't find anything, which doesn't mean it doesn't exist. I just didn't find it. All of the records that I have were written in English, and as far as I've been able to ascertain, were collected by English Protestants. Colonial officials who noted the use of Irish language in the 1688 plot did not try and write down what they heard phonetically, at least not in any of the documents I have seen. So what we have are English-speaking English officials recording what Irish men, and they were all men, said about their participation in various disruptive incidents. This paper is therefore less concerned about whether the English events or the English records of these events are accurate than it is with the ways that Irish individuals chose to explain their alleged schemes to English officials. Irish Catholics may not necessarily have told their interrogators the truth, but whether they did or they did not, these conversations were opportunities to craft a narrative and present evidence in ways they wanted, including framing events to be especially anxiety-producing for English officials. Irish servants and labourers knew better than anyone what the English thought of them, and they repeatedly embraced English stereotypes about Irish behaviour to exacerbate their threat to the colonial regime. Doing so turned anti-Irish rhetoric intended to diminish Irish people into an anti-colonial strategy. 1688 was far from the first time that Irish colonists in Barbados deployed these tactics. From the 1650s on, they invoked English ideas about Irish savagery by leaning into tropes about Irish cannibalism, highlighting their fervent animosity towards Protestant religious beliefs, emphasising their perfidy and predilection for allying with England's enemies, and communicating in the Irish language as a way to signal their difference. This paper, therefore, is going to put the 1688 moment in the longer context of Irish-English antagonism in Barbados and, to a lesser extent, in Ireland. I hope it will show how Irish Catholics appropriated discourses intended to marginalise them in Caribbean society and instead turned English ideas about their supposed depravity into resistance to colonial rule. So, in the 1650s, the sheer volume of Irish servants flooding into Barbados on the heels of Cromwell's expulsion policy meant that the island was a site of tension and unease. Those recent arrivals had fresh memories of the violence and subjugation that had characterised the interregnum period at home. In the Caribbean, English officials were increasingly worried about the numbers of possible rebels in their midst, a fact reflected in that decade's Barbados Council minutes, which heard reports on illegal and disruptive behaviour in the colony and then meted out punishments accordingly. One of the most infamous cases of Irish rebelliousness in this period, one that some of you may be familiar with, occurred in January 1656, when Irish musician Cornelius Bryan fell afoul of English authorities for declaring while eating, quote, that if there was as much English blood in the tray as there was meat, he would eat it. Under the 1652 order passed by the council that allowed authorities to, quote, inflict corporal punishment on such persons that give out mutinous language, Bryan was sentenced to 21 lashes, quote, on the bare back. On the same day that Bryan was sentenced, Irishman Daniel Halsey was, quote, placed in the pillory for the space of 2 hours for scandalising the inhabitants of the island, while his compatriot Anthony Clark received the same punishment as Bryan for, quote, endeavouring to raise mutiny and sedition contrary to the peace and quiet of this land. 2 years later, Irish servants Tig Dunshaw and Walter Welsh were said to have, quote, rebelliously and mutinously behaved themselves and were sentenced to, quote, 31 lashes each, soundly on their bare backs. Among these threats to the security of English people on Barbados, Bryan's transgression stands out. He clearly had a flair for the dramatic. Others accused of slanderous language or scandalising the inhabitants of the island, others were accused of those things, but only Bryan's words were recorded. His specific invocation of cannibalism suggests that Bryan was interested in more than simply offending the English around him. In his view of the present state of Ireland, written at the close of the 16th century, Englishman Edmund Spenser had discussed what he saw as the Irish proclivity for cannibalism, his allegations focusing on an Irish woman drinking the blood of her son. The, quote, notable traitor Murragh O'Brien had been hanged, drawn, and quartered, and in the aftermath, the distraught woman, Spenser described as O'Brien's foster mother, lifted up O'Brien's head and, quote, and I apologise, this is a little bit gross, as are all of these discussions, quote, sucked up all the blood that run thereout, saying that the earth was not worthy to drink it. Spenser's disgust at, and by implication English disdain for, this behaviour is clear. By the 1640s, the alleged Irish love of human blood had morphed into something more sinister for the English, largely as a result of propaganda efforts in the aftermath of the 1641 Ulster Uprising. In October of that year, Irish Catholics in the northeast of the island clashed with Protestant settler colonists in one of the first conflicts of the Wars of the Three Kingdoms that rocked the British archipelago in the 1640s. Thousands died in a matter of months, and the English waged an intense pamphlet campaign in its aftermath to mark the Irish Catholics as especially savage and depraved. John Temple's 1646 tract, The Irish Rebellion, noted in great detail the glee with which Irish Catholics had supposedly cannibalised their Protestant victims. One informant alleged that on 2 separate occasions, quote, diverse barbarous Irish women ate English men, noting that it was, quote, a very common and ordinary thing for the Irish to murder and devour and eat the persons of such English as they could alight upon. This shift from eating Irish flesh to consuming English bodies made accusations of the Irish propensity for cannibalism all the more disturbing. Bryan's bold assertion that he would eat English blood was made in the knowledge that those English within earshot would understand the full context of his threat. But his words did not only have power in the moment he first uttered them. The elite Englishmen sitting in the Barbados Council would also hear those words in the retelling of the incidents before they decided his fate. Moreover, his words were literally placed in the record, written down by the secretary and noted for posterity. In the months that followed, they would cross the Atlantic Ocean as part of the regular reporting of the Council to the Board of Trade in the Metropole. Upon arrival, colonial office officials in London would also be made fully aware of Brian's words and therefore the threat that he and other Irish on the island posed to English rule. I would suggest that in conjuring the image of flesh-eating, Brian was specifically invoking a stereotype he understood and knew to have power. He was not making a literal threat. He was actively performing savage Irishness to provoke English anxieties that bubbled just below the surface, ensuring that English people would not rest easy in his presence. The specific reference to English blood implied that some would have to be spilled. Moreover, by ingesting English corporal remains, Brian would be transgressing another boundary, desecrating an English body and corrupting it by making it part of his own. Heightening the tensions caused by Brian's evocation of cannibalism was the link between the Catholic belief in transubstantiation and the consuming of flesh and blood in the form of the body of Christ. This reminder of Brian's Catholic faith intensified his threat. From the late Elizabethan era, the English crown had viewed Irish adherence to Catholicism in Ireland as a deliberately provocative act and synonymous with resistance to English colonial rule. Irish lords had repeatedly proved themselves to be willing to ally with their co-religionists in Spain or France, and Ireland itself was a potential launching pad for enemy attacks on England. In a Caribbean where the possibility of war with Spain or France was ever present, the Irish seemed even more like a potential fifth column in the midst of this colony. Brian's slander referenced the multiple horrors of close contact with perfidious papists. Brian was far from the only Irish man to invoke an aggressive version of his faith. In the 1688 plot, alleged Irish co-conspirators frequently raised the prospect of violence towards Protestants in the colony. To persuade London of their threat, Barbados authorities collected a range of testimony. Witnesses agreed that Irish servants specifically articulated their wish to harm Protestants. An English servant accused his Irish counterpart, James Jordan, of coming into his room, seeing his Bible, and then cursing him, saying, "Damn you, English dog." Jordan went on to ask, quote, "Why do you read the devil's prayers?" referencing the King James Bible specifically, before threatening the man that he had, quote, "a good mind to cut off your head." Jordan appeared willing to follow through on his threat, brandishing a sword and slicing open the Englishman's cheek, crying out that he hoped to see, quote, "all the Bibles burnt and all the Protestants hanged or killed." Cork Farley, one of the other men listed in attendance at a secret mass, also threatened violence toward Protestants. He was not subtle, stating, quote, he hoped to see the blood of Protestants swim on the ground, should the English in earshot not acquiesce to his demands. Insisting, quote, that the Romish religion was the first religion that was upon the earth and that it would be the last, Farley railed against reading the Bible and cursed the English servants around him, men and women, for not converting to the true faith. Visions of burning Bibles and Protestant blood being spilled both evoked memories of the 1641 Ulster Uprising and also events closer to home when Irish Catholics like Brian provoked authorities in Barbados. And I'm conscious of time, so I was going to, in a longer version of this. Oh, totally go? Okay. But attacking Protestants was not the only threat the Irish posed to English authorities. They also hit at the heart of the emerging racial hierarchy. Whoa, it's fine, I've read it. They also hit at the heart of the emerging racial hierarchy on Barbados. Indeed, James Jordan had allegedly gestured to such an attack when he declared as part of his diatribe, quote, "I hope to have 100 such English dogs to be my slaves ere long be." By threatening that he intended to make slaves of Englishmen, Jordan implied a turning of hierarchies on their head, something that his English master, a man who enslaved Africans, would have found especially challenging. And if the English were to be enslaved, would that not make those already in that position free? This suggestion gestured to Irish-African collusion, another long-held English fear, and in fact one that dates back also to the 1650s. In the winter of 1655, the Barbados Council recorded that the militia had found, quote, several Irish servants and Negroes out in the rebellion and thickets and thereabouts. The militia was ordered to, quote, raise any of the companies of Colonel Henry Hawley's regiment to bring the rebels to justice, and if they refused to peacefully come in, then the soldiers were to, quote, suppress or destroy them. 30 years later, in 1686, Irish and Africans were again accused of working in concert. Steed announced that, quote, some Irish servants have been sent to jail, while others were under surveillance because of suspicions that they were, quote, privy to the late intended rising of the Negroes to destroy all masters and mistresses. In both instances, island authorities placed the island as collaborators in plots to overthrow the English colonial regime. This collusion between Irish and Africans continued more explicitly in the 1688 plot. Among the suspects the English rounded up were 3 men described in the records as, quote, Portuguese Negroes. These formerly enslaved men had attended the same secret masses frequented by Irish servants and labourers. One of their key sins, according to Steed, was that they, quote, do openly profess themselves Roman Catholic. A second mark against the Africans was their call for help from the French. As punishment for their alleged role in the conspiracy, the men were, quote, sent off the island to be sold accordingly, right back into slavery. This part of the conspiracy did not only tie Irish and Africans together, it also brought the Catholic conspiracy back to the fore with repeated references to French allyship and collusion. Now, by the time these depositions are being taken in Barbados, in March of 1689, William and Mary were safely installed on the English throne, but the threat to their regime had not passed. James II was attempting to mount a challenge from Ireland, and the English believed that the French would soon provide him with support on both sides of the Atlantic. Steed noticed the desire among those he described as, quote, Irish papists, that, quote, the French would come to invade this island, and how those Irish were doing, quote, the best they could to deliver Barbados into their hands. The Barbados Council issued arrest warrants for a number of prominent Irish men, including Pierce Lynch, a merchant accused of, quote, high misdemeanours against the English, who fled to Martinique. Other Irish men also escaped to the neighbouring French island with him, including Nicholas Welsh, whose precise crime remains unclear, Patrick Henley, who, quote, spoke his contempt of the government, and John Connor, accused of, quote, treasonable words spoken. Their vocal anti-English sentiment made their politics clear. So too did the fact that they fled to a French island, all ultimately evaded capture. Not so fortunate were other lower-order Irish on Barbados, who expressed similar pro-French sentiments. James Hanley, an Irish sugar boiler, allegedly suggested to some English servants that if the French attacked Barbados, the Irish would, quote, quickly make way for the French to come in. Meanwhile, Darby Larry, an Irish indenture, acknowledged rumours that, quote, the French are coming hither, and stated not only that he hoped they were, but that if they did, quote, they shall have 500 or 1,000 Irish to side with them. In signalling their personal fealty to the French, these Irish men were also asserting they had significant support among their compatriots for overthrowing English rule, the use of large numbers making their threats more alarming to those who heard their claims. But Irish Catholics pushed English Protestants further still. Not content with reminding their interrogators that they would be willing to assist fellow Catholics, they deployed another strategy to exacerbate English fears. According to the depositions, when James Hanley spoke to his master in English about his desire to assist the French, he talked to fellow Irishman Edward McCulloch in Irish. Hanley claimed he made the linguistic switch so the English around him, quote, understood it not, indicating that he communicated something to McCulloch that was not meant for English ears. When he was interrogated, however, McCulloch claimed that Hanley had articulated the same message in both languages. Of course, McCulloch could lie freely and no English speaker would know the difference. Unlike the other forms of speech, this one was intended to be impenetrable to English ears. A lack of understanding made it more threatening, and this too was no random choice by Hanley. Rather, it fell into a long tradition of Irish men and women deploying their native language to subvert English authority. Again, this will not be news to most people here, but the sort of English attacks or outlawing of the Irish language has a really long history. The English first banned it, in my understanding, for use by English officials in Ireland as early as the 14th century. After Henry VIII declared himself King of Ireland in the 1540s, Irish was positioned as explicitly anti-English, its use banned in Parliament, in legal statutes, and in public life. But it's fair to say that this ban was honoured more in the breach, especially in areas beyond the Pale around Dublin. In the north, west and south of the island, Irish remained as the primary form of communication among Gaelic lords and ordinary people alike. But as English attacks on the Irish language intensified towards the end of the 16th century, the Irish-speaking elites were ultimately forced into using English to negotiate with Anglo authorities. By the end of the 9 Years' War in 1603 and the subsequent flight of the Earls in 1606, the Irish language was, in the words of one scholar, quote, finally excluded from political and economic power. But this did not mean it was not still in widespread use. For every attempt to eradicate the Irish language, Irish speakers created an opportunity to challenge English imperialism and undermine English control. Because of those anti-Irish language policies, English observers became increasingly incapable of understanding the content of conversations among Irish speakers as the 17th century progressed. New English arrivals in Ireland replaced those who were more likely to be bilingual, or at least have some facility with the language. This meant that whether the subject was mundane and ordinary, or plotting revolt and rebellion, the effect on the English in earshot was the same. They were frightened by and Irish about the use of Irish speech precisely because they could not understand its contents. The bilingualism that had been something both English and Irish enjoyed in the early Stuart era was increasingly a skill now only the Irish could enjoy. Fears about modes of communication appeared justified in the aftermath of the 1641 Ulster Uprising, when many of the English and Scots settlers deposed about their experiences noted how language itself became a battleground. Several interrogees explained how Irish rebels planned to, quote, make laws against speaking English and change place names, quote, into the old Irish denominations in a reversal of the last 100 years of English policies. Others described how some Protestants in Ulster who could speak Irish were able to avoid violence by persuading Catholics that they were their fellow co-religionists. And still others explained how they were taken by surprise or lured into traps by Catholic neighbours who at first offered protection in the English language and then turned on them with violence following a signal in Irish. The English in Barbados had even less comprehension of the Irish language than their counterparts in Ireland, meaning that Irish women and men on the island could communicate with one another in private. Although there is very little specific extant evidence of Irish language use in Barbados, and I believe Brendan will have more on this is what I know, some sources gesture to the presence of significant numbers of Irish speakers on the island. In the 1650s, several Jesuit priests specifically requested assignment to English Caribbean colonies, including Barbados, because of their facility with Irish. They claimed that the large numbers of Irish in the islands required the sending of those who could communicate successfully with their co-religionists. That these priests understood the language needs of the constituency they presumed to serve indicates that there were enough Irish speakers in Barbados to justify such a request. And it is more than likely that recent arrivals in Barbados, whether in the 1650s or the 1680s, were bilingual as Irish language use, especially among the lower orders, persisted throughout the century. They no doubt appreciated the opportunity to be proselytized to in Irish when a priest was available, as well as the ability to communicate with one another in their mother tongue. In Barbados, the very fact of speaking Irish instead of English created an exclusively Irish space free from English surveillance. This practice also made English colonists uncomfortable at worst and terrified at best, always suspicious that the Irish around them were plotting some nefarious scheme to turn the island Catholic. So when Hanley spoke in Irish to McCulloch in 1688, he was drawing on a long tradition of using language to mask his meaning. The actual words he uttered were immaterial. It was the significance of speaking Irish that mattered most. Hanley's bilingualism was dangerous precisely because he used words the English could understand to make his initial threat, and then words they could not to exacerbate their fears about what he would do next. In a world where he and his co-religionists and compatriots were in the minority and in a subordinate position within Barbados society, this kind of resistance was perhaps the best he could hope for. His presence in the records begins and ends with this moment of Irish speech, the only direct reference to the use of the language on the island in official colonial records, at least that I have found. He fades away after this moment, his fate, like so many others, unclear, although he was probably one of the many Irish men shipped to Jamaica in the aftermath of the plot. But his words, both understood and not, made it into the testimony taken by the English, and so, like Brian's, also travelled back to London. That Brian spoke in English in 1656 does not mean that he was not also bilingual. As a musician, it is possible that he was a keeper of Irish language poems and songs. Musicians were often bards, the poets of Ireland who turned histories into verse and who kept the memories of Irish victories and losses alive across the generations. Whether he worked in this tradition or not, Brian ensured that his own moment of rebelliousness was recorded for posterity, a small victory or loss that also survived across the generations, although very much couched in how English authorities received his threat, not perhaps how he intended it. But maybe Brian had the last laugh. Punished with those, quote, 21 lashes on the bare back and ordered to leave Barbados within 6 months, Brian instead quietly petitioned to be allowed to remain in the colony. He appears then to have turned to another strategy employed by Irish Catholics in the English Caribbean, one of assimilation. By the time he died, 30 years after the rebellious outburst so carefully recorded in the Barbados Council minutes, Brian had become a husband, father, landowner, and enslaver. The English colonial system he had once shown such antipathy towards, he now helped uphold. This fact about Brian may be part of the explanation for the lack of deep and rich sources about Irish language use in Barbados. Although some Irish would again be accused of collusion with Africans in a 1692 revolt, they were, in yet another stereotype, supposed to get the soldiers in Needham's fort, just across the street, drunk. By the start of the 18th century, they appear rarely in the records. A good number appear to have acted like Brian, acquiring small plots of land, enslaving some Africans, and making the sugar rush work for them. Invoking stereotypes and raising resistance to English rule faded, and as fewer Irish arrived in the islands, so too did the bilingualism that had once been so central to this population diminish too. The Irish in Barbados were no less marginalised than they had been before, but now that marginalisation was characterised by absence, not presence. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Professor Shaw. Those of you who have questions, I encourage you to write them down now while you're thinking of them, as we'll do questions at the end of the session rather than after each talk. Yeah. While you're writing your questions down, I will introduce our next panelist. Professor Brendan Kane is Professor of History and of Literatures, Cultures, and Languages at the University of Connecticut, and as a native of Connecticut, I'm obligated by law to say go Huskies. Professor Kane has published extensively on modern Gaelic political thought and directs the digital humanities project lave.org. Today he will be presenting his paper, The Caribbean in Early Modern Irish Language Political Discourse. Welcome, Professor Kane.
Thank you so much, Jason. And first of all, my great thanks to Patter for the invitation to be here, and to Nigel for his role in organizing this, and to Janet Black back in Edinburgh for looking after arrangements. I also wish to thank the Leverhulme Trust for the opportunity to spend a year working with Patter and colleagues and students at Edinburgh. For a year as a visiting professor, it's been a great experience, and I also wish to thank Patter for all the suggestions and input to this paper. And just coming out of a conversation that was at our table, I want to say a couple things before I get into the paper. First of all, as I work on the, as I talk for a little bit about where the Caribbean shows up in Irish political thought, it might strike one as being a kind of a quite niche undertaking. But I think there are a couple of reasons why this might be perhaps less niche than one might assume. One is simply, and Jenny has already nodded to this, which is, like, this is where the Irish go in the 17th century, right? So, they're not going off to New England in these numbers, they're not going off to the Chesapeake in these numbers. Like, this is where most of the Irish are going, so it's in the consciousness. Secondly, the vast majority of Irish in the 17th century are Irish speakers. They are monolingual Irish Gaelic speakers. And even though literacy rates, they aren't great, they're not great anywhere in Europe, but there is a very rich manuscript and increasingly print tradition in the Irish language over the course of the 17th century, right? So this allows some of this information to move back and forth. Just as a quick heads up, there aren't many references to the Caribbean in Irish language manuscripts, printed sources of the 17th and 18th centuries, but one can look at it in absolute terms, but you can also look at it in comparative terms. There are no mentions, as far as I know, of the colonies in, say, New England, right? So you aren't seeing people reflecting upon Virginia and Massachusetts or Pennsylvania, what have you, and then bits and pieces of the Caribbean. there are references to the Caribbean and individual islands within the region versus nothing. So from a comparative standpoint, it's actually quite extraordinary and interesting. And then just following on the last thing that Jenny said, in the ongoing counter-Reformation battle of the 16th and 17th century, right? How do you win people over for your particular confession and understanding of the faith? That's playing out, as we all know, in a sort of trans-oceanic space, but it is very richly being played out in the Irish language, right? That's where people are fighting out these counter-Reformation battles, in Latin as well, in English, but Irish is one of them. All right, so I've taken some of my time, so let me set my timer and get on with the paper proper. So in my remaining time today, I wish to think about the Caribbean as it appears in Irish language writings of the early modern period, specifically the 17th century up to about 1740. Again, there's not a great number of instances in the archive of direct reference to the region or specific places or islands within it, but there are some, and while they are interesting in their own right, they are, as I hope to suggest, all the more so once we start to piece them together and then to look at them in the context of other Irish language texts circulating in the Caribbean in the early modern period. So as the talk title suggests, I'm interested in political thought from the Irish-speaking perspective. We have a very limited sense for the political development or politicization of Irish speakers over this period, and given the importance of the Caribbean in the history of the Cromwellian conquest of Ireland and the well-known reality of the transporting of Irish to the Caribbean as labor, it seems that this is a place to look for signs of the sort of political awareness and agency that would so define the Irish experience as the early modern gave way to the modern. To that end, I want to walk through some of the first recorded references to the Caribbean in Gaelic texts and set them in three contexts. The first is the obvious one, that of an imperial and colonial politics begun under the Tudors, as we've already heard from Jenny, but made transatlantic under Cromwell in the mid-17th century. Within that discussion, I wish to take one little detour to speculate on how goods and products from the Caribbean, specifically tobacco, may have played some role in debates in Ireland itself about culture and society. Not all mention of the Caribbean was so obviously coded in the language of imperial oppression, however, and thus my second context is that of simple geographic knowledge and curiosity. The third context, then, is of religion. In particular, here I'm interested in efforts by Irish ecclesiastics writing in Gaelic to catechize the Irish of the Atlantic diaspora in the tenets of what they believe to be the true faith. I'll end then by briefly highlighting one 19th century writer's engagement with those themes and the early modern texts in which they were enunciated. In doing so, I want to suggest that in spite of the paucity of mentions of the Caribbean in early modern Irish language texts, the regions and its particular dynamics may have a more central role to understanding the political development of Ireland itself than would seem readily apparent. So let's begin at the beginning, with the appearance of the Caribbean in Irish language texts. So the first instances I know of, and these are well known to many scholars and non-scholars, come in the political ballads of the 17th century. Oh, sorry, there was my slide about the breakdown, so you can take a quick look there. All right. So the Caribbean shows up first in these mid-17th century political ballads. They were written to be accessible, memorizable, and easily transmitted from person to person. So unlike the famous bardic poetry of an earlier period, which was obtuse and obscure about real events, be they contemporary or historical, these poems were explicit about the politics of the day. They named names and made accusations as they lamented Cromwell, the army of Parliament, Protestantism, and the destruction of Irish, Gaelic, and Catholic culture. So a collection of some of the most popular and interesting examples of these was edited long ago by Cecilia Rahaley. Indeed, included in her foundational volume is the most famous and favored by Irish readers, something not entitled by the author, but known from there forward as Turf na HÉireann, something like Ireland's Dirge or something to that effect, written by one Sean O'Connell from Kerry. So here are the first few lines of the poem just to set the scene. So I'll leave you just to read it from the slides because there's a little bit of a distance. But from that beginning, you know that this is not going to be an uplifting read. But I think what is key for us is the intersecting and compounding elements of the oppression described. Victimized by Cromwellian forces and heretics are traditional elites and good families, the land itself, clergy and the church, and the general population and commonweal. It's all right there from the beginning. And within that complex of oppressive forces in time in the poem appears, if we can, there we go, appears Jamaica. And it appears with no warning. O'Connell goes from talking about the execution of secular and ecclesiastical leaders at home to the transplantation and transportation of others overseas. So that alliterative coupling of dangerously transitive verbs is then followed by return to the domestic setting. Famous noble courts of old now lie empty and quiet. Transatlantic exile, then, is to be seen within the context of broader patterns of oppression, persecution, and destruction. So there is the English for this. Right, so transplant, transport to Jamaica, without wine, without music, without poetry being there. Less famous Éamon Aduna's poem beginning Malá Leon Gato Grenada, written circa 1658. All right. But as O'Rahilly notes, this is not the most famous of the poem, but it is the more empirically explicit and valuable composition of the two. So the opening, and this is her line on this, it is to be regretted that no earlier and better copies of the poem exist, for it is of outstanding interest. It offers us no vague lament for the misfortunes of Ireland, but rather a detailed and vivid picture of the actual conditions of life in Ireland during the period 1652 to 58. The press-gang methods of obtaining men, women, and children for the transportation slavery to the West Indies and the American colonies are mentioned. I'm not sure what is intended by American colonies. There's no mention of American colonies, at least explicitly in the poem, unless we think about the Americas broadly construed. So here's the Irish. The opening lines are of a piece with those of Turf na HÉireann. So there they are in the English. So my calamity forever until I die, and until I go alone to lie under the stone, and until I rise on the last day, which I think is important as we think about this sort of apocalyptic and eschatological aspects of this poetry, is the rout of this race that befell you in Ireland, and so on. So I'll leave it for you to take a look at. So anyway, this, like Turf na HÉireann, is a full-throated lament. In due course, we get, again, that pairing of transport and transplant. So there's the Irish. And you can see some English. So if we can go forward, there we are. So there's a translation. So interestingly here, transport and transplant are linked with utterances from those doing the rounding up and shipping off. In this, we see the intermixing of secular and religious and the criminalization of culture. But we also see the insertion of political language. The objects of these threats and curses aren't the wild or savage Irish of 16th century English political discourse, say of an Edmund Spenser as mentioned by Jenny, but rather they are the rebels and Tories of the 17th century's own wars of religion. More interesting still is that forced exile in this telling is to Spain, to Catholic Europe. Irish transportation west across the Atlantic was seen within a contemporaneous southern movement as well. Indeed, the hemispheres were linked in the poet's mind and worldview. He comes back to the Caribbean soon after, mentioning here what I imagine is Statia. His lead into this particular vector of forced migration focuses on the treacheries of a colonial state. The qualifying line that follows, however, is extraordinary for its charge of Irish being penned in a ship's hold and of slavery. So here to get the English. Okay, there we go. But slavery here is cast in Old Testament context, and terrestrial comparison is to cattle trading rather than to the horrors of the Middle Passage. As for the reference to tobacco, it is, of course, as it seems, an example of the empirical attention and accuracy of the poet. But I think that it's more still than that, for tobacco had already entered Irish language culture as an object of suspicion and condemnation. Earlier in the 17th century, one Brian McGilliforic penned a short poem of devastating critique of Irish upstarts who are aligning themselves with the English state and adopting its attendant cultural forms to move themselves up in society. Here are the first two quatrains. And if I don't mention the translator, it's I'm the one to blame for it, as in this case. So here are the first two quatrains. The first condemns commoners dressing above their station, indeed, like ancient Irish kings. The second adds the further fashion artifact of pipe smoking. This New World good, then, had its central place in the poet's lament over the introduction of luxury goods, their democratization, and their subsequent role in the collapse of social hierarchy. Moving further into the 17th century, beyond the time of Eamon Aduna's writing, we encounter another tobacco. We again encounter tobacco showing up in socio-political critique, but with something of a capital city inflection. Egan O'Rahil's famous poem, The Assembly of Irishmen, is a rousing call to resist English Protestant rule and influence. He's merciless in his assault on the English state, its agents and apologists, and the general cultural malaise of the empire. This description of one particularly odious apparatchik turns the luxury critique on its head. Yes, tobacco is a thing imported and fashionable in English society, but like that society, it is foul in both its accidents and substance. Leaving tobacco aside, let's return once more to Eamon Aduna, for he is not done with the Caribbean. Like his contemporary O'Connell, author of Turf na HÉireann, Eamon Aduna draws attention to Jamaica. The verb used here is convey. Irish prisoners are shuttled about from port to port before eventually finding themselves unloaded overseas. Fascinating here is the claim that there was a way out. Right. So here we see they get moved about from place to place, starting in Ireland, eventually find themselves in Jamaica. But these last two lines, this crowd offered them a solution to join with them on condition that they deny Christ. All right. So this is really interesting. The claim here is that there's a way out. Convert, and you could escape this fate, and presumably join the tobacco-smoking fashionistas of anglicized Ireland. Imperial conveyance, then, was not an unavoidable fate, a natural corollary of anti-Irish hatred. Rather, it was a tactic in a long-running and ongoing post-Reformation struggle over religion generally and confession particularly. In spite of the dirge-like character of the poem, it demonstrates that in the dynamics of Irish forced migration to the Caribbean, choices were being offered and choices were being made. One last example from Eamon Aduna's great work. Let us consider these lines. Right. So here's the English. So in these, they impose as a law on us the banishment of clergy, every holy order of friars and Jesuits, and so on. So there's no mention here of the Caribbean. But the reference to the law in the first line is to a policy by which Irish Catholic priests were shipped to Barbados. We don't see this in the text. This is one place wherein the power of the poet's empirically explicit commentary relied in part on audience knowledge. His readers and hearers presumably knew the reference, which is probably then suggestive of the extent and depth of the intrusion of the Caribbean into the collective mentality of Irish-speaking Ireland. Its place in an iterative tale of oppression and disruption was central enough that it did not always have to be called out by name explicitly to resonate. Not all political poetry of the period was in the register of lament, however. Dermot Macquarie's composition, A Hundred Thanks to God, was penned during the brief reign of the Catholic James II and the return of a Catholic state in Ireland under the vice-regal governorship of the Earl of Tyrconnell. The opening lines celebrate this reversal of fortune, the close connection between confession and the notion's just rule, and the inevitability of God's providence. So there it is. James is in Whitehall, so he's in the Imperial Center. And then we are introduced to this figure Tig. So Tig, introduced in the second quatrain, is, a sort of stand-in for the true Irishman, Catholic and loyal to the Stuarts, and fanatic is a catch-all for those religious and political revolutionaries who emerged when the world had been turned upside down in the mid-17th century. So Macquarie, too, mentions transplant and transport, and in doing so describes succinctly the geographic range and seeming randomness of the destinations of forced exile. So you can see they go to they're France, they're Spain, Jamaica, or wherever they happen to go to. Right. And in keeping with the theme seen above, regarding social inversion, he takes his shot at those who accept that offer to abandon their traditional faith and place in the hierarchy. Right. So here we see sort of this example of the ways in which we see the social inversion. Now, come the 18th century, Barbados itself appears in the Irish language archive. Reflecting on geopolitics of the day, the prolific author, scholar Tig O'Nacton mentions the island in the course of reporting on the War of Jenkins' Ear, a regional conflict connected to the War of Austrian Succession. At some level, this example is quite interesting to me anyway, because it seems to reveal the naturalization of awareness of the Caribbean, its constituent parts, and their place in transoceanic high politics, and it bears nothing of the cultural and confessional baggage of the text discussed above from the 17th century, right? This is a series of ships moving from here to there and being seized in the course of the war. That impression, and sorry, that should be 1725, that impression would reasonably be supported by a further reference to the island in another prose work of O'Nacton's, Olas Ar an Domhain, or Knowledge of the World. Now, this is a curious text providing information about the globe, its environmental features, countries, peoples, etc. It draws from English language models and proceeds in the following fashion. There are 4 main sections, and you see them there. Right? So it's Europe first, then Asia, then Africa, then America. And then they all have subsections, and I've given you the subsections for America, and they're wonderful, so just take a look. And duly, we learn some information about the Caribbean in various places there outside of the frame of imperial politics and of anti-colonial, anti-Protestant polemic. So here, Barbados. Let's see if we can get that up here. So here, Barbados takes its place among the most famous Tuath Ilanov, found in America, celebrated for its congenial climate. In spite of its apparent fame, it does not, however, make the list of goods producers. So here's Cuba, Jamaica, Hispania, but you can see that sort of et cetera. Like, yeah, they're all sort of producing these various things, cinnamon and sugar, or, ginger, tobacco, pepper, and the like. But anyway, so Barbados is not on here, but it's it is to be seen within this kind of collection of goods-producing islands. Anyway, nevertheless, the island and its neighbors have emerged as subjects of standard geographical explication. But then there's a twist. There's a twist. As noted, O'Nacton took some of its information from printed English geographies, but he made this project his own, in part by structuring the text as a dialogue. This knowledge of the world would be revealed through a question and answer exchange between the author and his father, Sean. The son queries, the father instructs. We've already seen an example of this in the question, you saw this above, right? When it was asked, what are the most famous islands of the Americas? And they are as follows, da-da-da. But here, after he gives this information about the islands and their climate and the kinds of products, he asks, Cred as credziv dov, right? Meaning, what faith are they? So the geographer O'Nacton may not be fulminating about oppression and heresy, as were Sean O'Connell and Eamon O'Doone in the 17th century, but he's just as interested in identifying where followers of the true faith are to be found. And in the Caribbean, that equates to those places originally seized by Spain and France. And he is keen to condemn the English as both heretics in their own right and as impediments to the spreading of the gospel more generally. Whatever the religious legacies of Spanish and French imperialism, the spreading of the gospel to Catholics in a British imperial system was a very serious business to those Irish embedded in the institution of the universal church. Numerous catechisms were produced in Irish in the 17th century for the benefit of the faithful and those whose faith might be tested. For present purposes, Sean O'Doone, his entry into this genre is extraordinary, for in his preface to the reader, he states that he has in mind his audience those Irish in Ireland, given that they were kept from religious instruction by English-British heretics, but also those Gaels in Scotland, and most remarkably, those very many Irish who are in the islands off the coast of America, who, for want of officers of the church, are not able to receive spiritual instruction. Here, then, is direct evidence of people writing in Gaelic for a Gaelic-speaking population living in the Caribbean, and a reminder of the transnational and transoceanic political outlook of those writing in Irish. And I thank Pater for calling this reference to my attention. So with O'Doole's catechism, we can make further headway on a more difficult aspect of the reconstruction of Irish political thought in the Atlantic context. Namely, what were the sorts of and range of political ideas and assumptions of Irish speakers resident in Barbados and elsewhere in the Caribbean? And Jenny, I think, has already really mapped out much of this nicely for us. So hopefully I can add to this. So that reconstruction, of course, really is impossible, given that the target audience left very little written record of their views on these matters. But with the catechism, we can at least build out further our sense for the kinds of ideas and directives to which these people would have been subject. And thus we can start to imagine, if not individual worldviews, then at least elements and contours of the political norms and assumptions through which people lived their lives and thought. To that end, we are immensely fortunate to have access to another text of O'Doole's composition, namely a sermon given for Good Friday. So this text was quite popular in the period. There are many extant copies of it, as Pater has informed me, scattered across public and private collections in Europe and America. So the picture that I have here is from a commonplace book held in private hands in Massachusetts. A commonplace book being a collection of bits and pieces that the individual compiler decided to copy out for their own personal use and edification. And to this person, William Healy, and evidently to many others besides, this was a text worth copying out over roughly 250 years later. Now, I haven't gone through to translate the text. That's for another day. But when we get to it, the intention is to draw upon the political poems, the catechism, and the sermon to start recreating something of the political worldview of the Irish Atlantic diaspora in the early modern period. In doing so, Healy's book becomes particularly useful. For interestingly, here's this guy in Cork in the late 1820s copying out this, this sermon on Easter, for Friday, Easter Friday. And the text that immediately precedes it in his book is none other than the text with which this talk began, Sean O'Connell's Turf na Heron. The Caribbean then has a longue durée role in Irish conceptions of the unfolding of imperial politics and ideas and approaches for their resistance. Now, intriguingly, right, so this comes right before the sermon, right, on Good Friday. So intriguingly still is the text that comes next in Healy's book, a prose work, the first line of which is Tac le an Vrethnish, or the coming of the day of judgment. I don't know the author or the date of the composition, but it seems likely an early modern creation, given the fact that all but one of the items copied out by Healy are historic texts. I've done a rough transcription, but have not started into the translation. Again, that's for the coming summer and semester. But at least let me share with you why I'm particularly intrigued by the piece. On the one hand, there is the matter of its own intrinsic interest. On the other, however, there is a historiographical reason, i.e., like, how does this help, historians sort of figure out how they periodize and explain things? So there is a long-standing truism that English-speaking colonial imperial ventures were less occupied with religion the further south one goes. So from the Puritan separatist utopia of New England to the all-business, all-the-time operations of the Caribbean. While that's overstated, it seems to me to hold a significant grain of truth. And certainly Tygo Nocton thought that. We may recall his comment on the very limited levels of religiosity found in British claimed territories and of the very limited efforts at religious mission. The evidence discussed here, above, particularly Duvlig's catechism, tell a radically different story. Far from being a place where religion was set aside in the interest of commerce, the Caribbean for Irish speakers was an intensely confessionalized place. Indeed, if it is the case that the text Chachlé and Bretnish was available to the diasporic Irish-speaking community, then it adds a further element to the mental world of these men and women, namely the importance of millennial apocalyptic thinking. Now, I don't want to make too much of the connection at this point as I'm speculating, but I want to at least leave the suggestion and suggest a comparison. The most famous, or at least most popular text of Puritan New England was Michael Wigglesworth's long poem on Judgment Day, The Day of Doom, a thoroughly dour and finger-wagging exercise in terrifying people to piety. So perhaps colonial New England and the colonial Caribbean might have some stronger points of religious and thus social and political comparison. We just have to move between vernaculars to realize and reconstruct them. Whatever the dating of the text, Chachlé and Bretnish, the coming of the Day of Judgment, the material I've highlighted here speaks in aggregate to the providential context in which Gaelic writers understand the Irish presence in the Caribbean. And it speaks to the concerted efforts of Irish churchmen to educate their far-flung flock in the tenets of Counter-Reformation Tridentine Catholicism. Catholicization, i.e. making people Orthodox Catholic, of the Irish then was something played out on a transoceanic stage. Now, historiographically, this might be important, for there was a long-running debate about whether and when the Reformation failed in Ireland. Famously, this question has been argued over by Nicholas Canny in his article, Why the Reformation Failed in Ireland, Une question mal posée, in which he argued that Protestantism still had opportunity to succeed as the majority faith in Ireland well into the 18th century. As such, we must consider the fate of state-based reform over a much longer chronological period. Here, too, we can see a screenshot of Karl Botteheimer's rejoinder in which he argued that why the Reformation failed in Ireland was une question bien posée. The basis for this being based on a sense of identity, even if orthodoxy was wanting. Similar to Canny, Emmett Larkin has written of a devotional revolution in Ireland in the 19th century, demonstrating that practice of the faith could only be seen as operating in any properly orthodox fashion come the second half of the 19th century. Here again, the basic claim is that the modern phenomenon of a Catholic Ireland must be understood as taking shape over a broader expanse of time. The story of the Irish Gaelic experience of the Caribbean may suggest that we should also consider it playing out over a much broader geographic expanse. Again, there were numerous books of religious instruction written in Irish in the 17th century, and we know from the European context that they were popular among those of humble as well as elite station. So this is Bonaventure Hosa's 1611 Catechism in Teagasc Christi. And Fergal McRannell claims that there was immediate demand for the text by Irish soldiers fighting on the continent. Whether in the Low Countries or the Caribbean, then, the effort was on to ensure that the Irish knew their faith and practiced it accordingly. As such, we should expand our approach from asking why the Reformation failed or why Tridentine Catholicism succeeded in Ireland to asking why and how those dynamics played out among the Irish, wherever they were in the early modern world. A national territorial focus on this question may obscure some of the key elements of what is a complex tale and some of the important developments that may have happened outside of Ireland first. In the search for Gaelic political thought, then, the Caribbean might not be as peripheral as its geographic distance suggests. For a visual impression of this, I'll leave you with William Healy, our commonplacer from Cork. His book is highly political. Everything in it is concerned with Ireland's experience with oppression. Thus, in succession, we see Turf na HÉireann, the Sermon, and the text on the Day of Judgment. History, politics, faith, and millennialism. It's all there. And while it's all drawn from the early modern period, the resonance was contemporary. They were all completed within roughly a calendar year, and what a calendar year that was. The heyday of Daniel O'Connell's push and mass mobilization toward Catholic emancipation, which would finally come in 1829. In our telling of the long journey to that point, asking what role was played by a Gaelic diaspora generally, and the Gaelic Caribbean specifically, might just be une question bien posée. Thanks so much. Okay, is this working?
All right, so Jenny will be happy to take questions.
Here to take the questions. Oh, you're asking each other questions?
Oh, no, like.
Oh, there's a second mic? Okay, great. Okay, good?
We good?
Right, so we can start taking questions. I don't know, are we going to stick to the full half hour, or are we, because we started 20 minutes late? 15, 20 minutes. Okay. Right. So we've got a microphone here to pass around if people have questions.
Is that working? Can you hear me? Yeah. Thank you very much. Two fascinating papers. Lots of questions for rise for both talks, but I just wanted to start by asking Jenny about you talked a bit about the trope of cannibalism in relation to transubstantiation, and I wondered if you could say a bit more about that. I mean, obviously that's a broader trope than just the Caribbean context, but I'm interested in it because it pops up again in the 1790s during the abolition debate when Coleridge, for example, in his lecture on the slave trade, uses this concept of blood sugar, and he actually claims that if you're consuming sugar, you're actually consuming the flesh of enslaved Africans in the plantations.
Thank you. I don't know if I've got a really strong line on this. Obviously, the cannibalism trope is not one that just applies to the Irish. It applies to basically, I think, anyone that Western Europeans encounter anywhere that they don't know, they immediately assume that they're, about to be consumed. But the link to transubstantiation, I think, is very much about, in this particular instance, is a real, again, like broad, sweeping, really anti-Catholic kind of rhetoric, right? And it's a way of othering people who are not only those being encountered elsewhere, but the English is, I read a lot about this a long time ago, but my memory of it is that you see them sort of also looking at the Spanish in this way. I mean, obviously there's the Black Legend stuff, but looking at the Spanish in this way, even looking at the French in this way, but not with the same levels of supposed full barbarism and savagery. It's a little more allegorical in the way, or metaphorical, when they do it with those other groups than it is with the Irish. But yes, then the idea that, I mean, I don't know if there's a direct through line. In fact, I suspect there's not exactly a direct through line to the slave trade debates in the 1790s. But yes, that notion that that sugar is literally consuming bodies, and that by being invested in sugar that you are essentially consuming human beings is something that has a long trajectory there. And actually it goes back a little bit before that in some of the earliest sort of understandings of what it meant to, in terms, particularly in Jamaica, in terms of death rates there, and then follows the whole way through, and is actually, I believe, part of the debate about full abolition later on, when what becomes clear is that there is no way to do this that does not involve consuming. So I'm sorry, that's kind of all over the place and
No,
not
I
very
think
direct.
I think what Coleridge is attacking there is actually attacking the Anglican doctrine of on consubstantiation and the Anglican clergy.
Okay.
He's lecturing as a Unitarian, a dissenter. So he's really got he's attacking the clergy, the state church, the Anglican church, for its collusion and enslavement. So it takes on a different kind of inflection. It's quite a different context. But I was fascinated by
transubstantiation, always cannibalism, I guess,
Exactly.
if you don't like it.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you very much.
Wait, another question.
Good morning. Jenny, you spoke about the antipathy. It's not working? It's working? Right. Jenny, you were speaking about the antipathy of the settlers in Barbados to the use of the Irish language. And I just wonder, was it outlawed in Barbados, or what was the effect of the penal laws that were passed in Ireland? Did they apply to Barbados and the other colonies, and were they enforced?
The short answer is no, or at least I should say there's no evidence of anyone in the English hierarchy and authority in Barbados caring enough about the Irish language to say anything about it, at least in any of the records that are extant. I mean, it's possible that something was written down and not, but I think that in the grand scheme of things, those were laws that passed in England. Those were laws passed in England about Ireland that were supposed to sort of stay on the island, as best I understand it, but nothing specific here.
Hi, good morning. Both to Brendan and Jenny. Quick question with regards to percentages of Irish language speakers and English language speakers in Ireland in the 17th century and literacy. What portion, or is it known, what part of Ireland's population is literate? They can actually read Gaelic, read Irish, and what portion can actually read and understand English? And I ask that very specifically as it relates to the laws that later come in Barbados in the last third of the 17th century that attempt to ameliorate indentured servitude.
In terms of the literacy rates in Ireland in the 17th century, there are others around the room who might know better, certainly much better than I do. They are low, as you might imagine. There's an ongoing discourse about education, the requirement of education. Just to take an example, those who take lands in the Ulster Plantation are supposed to provide schools and the like, but obviously that's to be literacy in English. Irish literacy becomes obviously sort of problematic when you have attempts at a sort of colonial educational system coming in. So what they are, I have no idea. I don't even know how you would reconstruct it, but it's very low. But that said, there are people, and so the traditional sort of elite schools, say Bardic schools or schools of schools of law, schools of medicine, those were broken by the early 17th century. But there are people who are continuing to get their education on the continent. So the guy who wrote that catechism, right, and then the sort of later catechism that I showed, that image, they're off to these Irish colleges on the continent, and they're desperate to educate people. But again, there's an incredibly rich written in manuscript culture, right? And so, I mean, I didn't show any manuscripts of the 17th century, but there are many of them, which is why the last poem, the last pictures I have of a 19th century book is copying out all these 17th century texts. They continue to move forward, right? So, and especially those political ballads and sermons are meant to, I mean, obviously, right, we all know this, are meant to resonate with people sort of across the educational spectrum, right? And so they're memorizable, they're the kinds of things that, again, these poems are written in this kind of song meter, so you can transmit them from person to person. And again, we have the evidence of all that. But just in terms of the sheer numbers, don't know what
don't know about the literacy, but the vast majority of people in Ireland are monolingual Irish speakers. Somebody could tell, somebody could tell me otherwise, but I'd be keen to learn. Thank you.
I'll just say really quickly, so I'm a social historian through and through, which means lots of just like sitting looking at records. And at least for people I've identified as Irish in the 17th century here who left wills or any other way show up in the record, they leave their mark. They don't write their names. They're not literate. And that's just across the board. But in terms of what those people also understand, particularly, I don't think there's anyone better than somebody who is working in a subordinate position to completely understand what the rules and regulations are about what controls their life. So I don't think you need to be literate to be in any shape, way, or form fully across what is happening and what changes in laws and legal statutes might mean for you. That's more of a sort of an oral thing.
Did I see a question over here? Yeah, over at this front table.
Hello, both. Thank you. Just first one for Jenny. I was really interested in this that idea that we hear about quite a lot about the Irish as we've got this particular reputation for rebelliousness, and then these kind of African-Irish collusions that we're seeing in the official record. Do you have any sense of, in reality, is that a realistic threat, or is it something which is there in the kind of the fears and nightmares of the rulers? And for Brendan, just on tobacco, I was really intrigued about this idea about the kind of tobacco being used either as this kind of luxury good, which is you're getting above your station, you're getting kind of you're too good for yourself. I'm interested because King James writes polemics against tobacco coming in, so is that part of that political thought as well? Does it, and then also I'm just wondering about something like sugar as well. Can you trace that through in terms of colonial products which are used in Irish political thought in different ways?
Really quickly, there is evidence. The evidence that is in the records mostly tells us about what English people were anxious about. And obviously all of those stereotypes exist for a reason, because the English are creating them. I do think that there is enough, a preponderance of material that demonstrates that there was definitely something going on here and there. But the real truth is that at least by the time you get to the back end of the 17th century, vast majority of Irish people do what Cornelius Bryan did. If they survive through indenture, if they make it out the other side, if they stay in Barbados or in any of the other islands, they get some land. If they can afford it, they purchase enslaved people, and they behave just as much as the English. It's the Donald Harmon Atkinson thing, if the Irish ran the world. They do the same thing. So yes, the underlying thing of my entire paper is, were they doing this at all? And yeah, a little bit, but I think the way that those discourses are deployed tells us as much about what they thought they might be doing than it does about, I'm not really interested so much in what actually happened as opposed to what they said was happening.
Yeah, thanks for the question about that. I'm super intrigued by this, I have to say, but and started to try to track instances of mention of various quote-unquote luxury goods, and also think about them in relation to the kinds of goods that would come in from the continent, primarily wine, right? So is there a conversation about these sorts of elite goods, right? And the way in which they become these kinds of sort of metaphorical or metonymical sort of stand-ins for sort of cultural assumptions. And there's just not much there. I haven't found sugar to show up, but I just need to look a bit more. And there's not much mention, and maybe maybe Pat would know better than I if there are some further instances of this. But it seems they're less concerned about the item itself, rather that it just becomes one more thing in these kinds of cultural critiques. So the cultural critiques, like in that one that I showed, starts out about look at the way they dress, and this foppery, and this is outrageous, and and it's all this world turned upside down stuff by traditional Irish elites who look at those who traditionally would have been their inferiors and looked up to them are now aligning themselves in various ways with the state and sort of wearing all the kinds of things and sort of associating themselves with all the cultural forms of a kind of cosmopolitan or metropolitan civility. And so you just throw tobacco in there, right? I think so. I'm not sure how far I can go with it, but I did think what was really interesting is that, at least in the two examples I gave, you have one that seems, in a way, the kind of threat is coming. I suppose they're both kind of coming from the metropole, right? They're wearing these rings and cuffs and ruffs and this kind of stuff and smoking tobacco. And the second one is very clearly a sort of metropolitan critique. So in a way, it's kind of triangulated. It's taking a product of the imperial economy as then an artifact or sort of stand-in for imperial culture. Both of these things align to demonstrate the way in which sort of traditional, good, legitimate Irish culture, and then increasingly Catholic culture, is being undermined. So it's a thread. I don't know how hard I can pull on that thread.
Thank you so much. We've got about 5 minutes left for questions. So if you've got something on your mind, this might be your last chance. Then I'm going to use the opportunity to ask one of my questions. Professor Kane, I noticed that all of the place names that you showed us were not adapted to Gaelic spelling, and I was wondering, is that a common thing? I noticed Spain was spelled a little differently, and later on America gets spelled a little differently, but the earliest references, they generally seem to kind of match the English spellings, and I was wondering if that was common at the time to not adapt them, or if it reflects something else about their place in the imagination.
That is a linguist question. Well spotted, Jason. I like it. Well done. That's my sense that that's the standard. I haven't thought about it, but we got to wonder what their sources are for that information, and certainly not coming from. It might be coming from the kinds of things that Jenny was talking about, right? And it is interesting that they have a very clear sense, and this is back to one of the earlier questions, they have a very clear sense that people are writing the things I was talking about, of the legal structure of colonialism, imperialism, in the ways in which you can disaggregate them. So, and you can see that in some of the examples that I showed, right? They mention bits of English that they hear, but in other parts of those poems, they mention legal forms, right? So, and they mention offices of the state, so like the exchequer and like Easy Prius and these kinds of legal forms, and so those are all kind of kept in English. And I imagine, I'm not sure what the sources they're drawing from, but those kinds of I think the names for the places are primarily pulled from. And once you get to the 18th century, though, Nocton, he's pulling from an English English language forms, but the continental ones have sort of long-standing kind of Gaelic versions. Yeah, okay. Yeah. But great question. Yeah.
Thank you. Anyone else? Well, if not, I imagine we can just thank our two presenters for two very interesting talks, and we can take our break. Yes. Thank you so much.
Hi, good morning, everyone. As you're going on break, those persons who have signed up for the tour, just one small minor announcement. Can you please come to the booth and let me get your food orders, one, and also if you have outstanding payments for your spot on the tour, you're able to pay via the shop as well.
the 18th century session, and as such, it's going to be. I think this is going to be my favorite one. So our first speaker is. I'm sorry, I'm Desha Osborne. I should have said that earlier. Our first speaker is Jeffrey Ward, Dr. Jeffrey Ward, who holds a degree in history from the University of Western Ontario and a PhD in Barbadian and naval history from the University of the West Indies, Cave Hill. His current research is concerned with the role of rum in the Barbados plantation economy, and the title of his talk today is Gaelic Maritime Interactions in the Atlantic World During the Age of Sail.
All right. Good morning, everybody. I may have flown a bit of a false flag there. As often happens with these things, when you start thinking, your topic changes, but the pamphlet's already gone out. So, as I said, we're going to do a bit on the potential avenues of investigation of future studies. I wanted to flip this around a little bit and start macro, go micro, and focus on rum and the plantation economy, because that's what I do right now. It is honestly my fervent hope that doctoral or postdoctoral students, if they see this, can really pick it up and run with it. So what we're going to do is start a little bit broad. We're going to focus on some aspects of the plantation economy that were really unique to Barbados, especially when the plantation economy started to fail. And then we'll bring in the Scottish and Irish connections at the end. So what we're going to do here is first look at why was Barbados omitted from a lot of these studies. And there are a couple of reasons for this. Obviously, Jamaica was the economic powerhouse of the British Caribbean plantation economy. There's no getting around that. And by the second decade of the 18th century, they really were far and ahead of the rest of the islands put together, right? And that's fair enough. It also happens that Jamaica had an advantage of size, which was very, very important, not only for the production of sugar and the byproducts and producing all of the things needed by the plantation economy for sustenance, but it also had the size to allow it to be defended. And as you'll see in a slide or two, it will make sense. And Jamaican records are relatively easy to access compared to Barbadian records. There's a lot of Barbadian records that have been lost to history. I know some people, Alessandra, don't like John Poyer too much, but when you look at his historiography, he published his History of Barbados in 1808, for better or worse. And in his historiography, he talks about the difficulty of getting records, Barbadian records. This is from a person who was part of the plantocracy. Mount Poyer in St. Lucie is still there and is still named after his family. He had to ask the leader of the House of Assembly and the Attorney General to help him get records, and even they had difficulties with this. So this notion of Barbadian records are much more scarce is one that has traveled the last 200 plus years. And you know, it's one of these things where I take it as a challenge that we need to really dive deep, see what we can find, and then really be surgical on the investigations that we do. We'll start broad, and I talked about defense. And I like to put this up with military actions in the Caribbean. I like to tell people, you know, these islands were disease-ridden hell spots. They were really worth what they produced. People didn't want to be here, but they liked the money that came from these islands. And because they were so economically important, there were many wars fought in the Caribbean. It was a Caribbean battle space that saw tremendous action. And I've put down not all the wars that the English later British fought in, but wars that actually had action in the Caribbean itself. And if you see there, 77 years of conflict and 88 years of peace, that's incredibly destabilizing. But why, again, the question is, why were people fighting in the Caribbean? Let me check time to make sure we're good. And this is Admiral Vernon. Many people will know about grog. Vernon's nickname was Old Grogram from his quote, and when he cut the rum ration, the sailors started calling it grog. They were very, very unhappy with him after Admiral Vernon, who became a member of Parliament, speaking to another member of Parliament, Francis Dashwood. And he was talking about defense of the Caribbean. This is in the 1740s. It's 1747 this was noted. What I would like to draw your attention to is that last paragraph. And then what must become of a nation with 80 million in debt and deprived of those branches of commerce that principally produce the revenues to pay the interest on those debts is a melancholy consideration. If you think that, I'll just say British from now on, we're charging 2.5% and 4.5% tax on the wealth being generated in the Caribbean and taken back to Britain. And those revenues principally paid for the interest on the entire British national debt. That gives you some kind of scale and underlies the economic and then military importance of the Caribbean. What I would like to do, we have talked a lot as historians about sugar. But when you really look into it, you really should look at rum as well as sugar. Now, rum essentially was the currency that paid for all of the goods needed to run the British Caribbean plantation economy. And most of those goods, until the advent of the American Revolutionary War, came from North America. Both the British colonies in Canada after the war, but basically the entire eastern seaboard. And there was a vast and decentralized trading network. But because there was no money, rum was used as the currency. As you'll see in the next slide, Barbados produced phenomenal amounts of rum. And then it stopped producing phenomenal amounts of rum, and that's where it gets interesting. But I just have it highlighted there. This is the West India Commonplace Book of 1807. The export, that's of rum, especially to America, is indispensable to planters, rum being the medium of payment for the necessaries of American provisions and labor. And you can see when they talk about puncheons there, it's roughly 100 to 120 gallons. So you're looking at 14 million gallons of rum shown there. Now, in Henderson Carter's work, which I'm told is going to be published at some point in time, he very clearly breaks down from primary source material the amount of rum exported from Barbados in the 18th century until just before the American War. If you look at these figures, they represent an incredible amount of rum being produced. And you have to understand that rum is a byproduct of the sugar industry. It was made at this time from cane juice, from the skimmings, from boiling the sugar. And as the season went on and the sugar was clayed, they used some molasses as well. So the actual proportions changed over the course of the crop, but all of the rum was made during crop time, very much like they do in the French islands now with their agricole. History being history, it's never easy. And I like to bring up this quote from Father Labat, who visited the island. And most people know about Father Labat. He was a French priest, primarily known as an intelligence officer who came to Barbados and wrote a very informative work. And although they worked hard by day, they worked harder by night. And without doing any injustice to Spaniards, the English understand the contraband business as well as any other nation in the world. And this was made easier that her merchant had anchored the bark in the harbour and not in the port. Now, this actually was, I found a second source, again, the 1807 book. And if you look at the bottom there, the British estimated that the smuggling from Barbados was approximately 30%. There are the government estimates that 30% of all the goods out of Barbados were smuggled. So what we can do is throw them up, and you're looking for the majority of the period at over 2 million gallons of rum per year off of an island that's 166 square miles. I don't know if anybody knows what Scotch whiskey production was at this time, but I understand it is a fraction of this for the entire, for Scotland. But this then changed very, very quickly with the advent of the American Revolutionary War. I'll put these two quotes up here. I won't read the first one in full, but needless to say, this is Joseph Senhouse. He owned Grove Plantation at the time of the American War. There was a horrendous drought at the beginning of the conflict in America in 1775 to 1777 that coincided with the lack of provisions coming from North America because of embargoes. And essentially, there he's saying the island has not been in more deplorable condition. The young canes are stunted. Wells in certain areas have lost their water, which I work in water. That's quite something to happen. And the island is in a terrible, terrible position. By 1780, Gilbert Blaine, who was the Surgeon General in Admiral Rodney's fleet, was saying, except in the island of Barbados, there is no port in which fresh meat and vegetables can be purchased in any quantity. The question then is, what happened between 1777, apart from the rains falling, which kicked in late August of 1777, to 1780, to turn what was a largely monocrop culture dependent on North American supplies into an island where the British could find provisions for their large fleets, which numbered up to 50,000, 60,000 men during the American Revolutionary War. And yes, I include the Army and the Navy in those numbers. Well, we can find the answer here in William Belgrove's treaty of the 1750s. In it, Belgrove had determined that the right way to go about this multi-crop approach to make Barbados somewhat more self-sufficient was to divest in crops. Have essentially a third of the crop in cane, in first and second crop cane. That's the canes to be cut this year and the canes to be cut next year. It is to have a third in vegetables and provisions, and then a third in pasture and infrastructure. This was taken up during the American Revolutionary War, and by 1780 it was paying dividends. We can see here, with a breakdown of the agricultural plantations in 1808, 1809, when we're in the depths of the Napoleonic Wars, that this holds true. If you look at Lancaster Plantation has 100 acres in cane, 113 acres in pasture, and 75.5 acres in guinea corn. So what I'm trying to say is that this was not, this shift to this multicultural approach in Barbados was not just in the American War. It was followed through, and there is continuity. But if you have less cane, you have less rum. So the island then, the planters who use the rum to pay for the provisions, obviously did not have the cash crop that they needed to send to North America. Not only did they not have the crop to send to North America, let me see if I can do this here. Right. It wasn't only environmental or local decisions that affected Barbados' ability to export rum to the eastern seaboard of what is now the United States. There were geopolitical factors as well. And what we're looking at here is an absolute scoundrel named Victor Hughes. He was the governor of Martinique, and he decided that he would raise a privateer fleet of over 200 boats. How the normal shipping routes went is the Southern Islands and Barbados, they would gather around St. Vincent or St. Lucia. Remember, the French Revolutionary War is on, so they're being convoyed. Then they would go to North America. Victor Hughes put a stop to that. For 2 years, his crews were essentially piratical in nature. He was the only person that was in charge of the Admiralty Court that decided if ships were worthy of capture or not, and everyone was. But what happened is it starved the American markets of Barbadian and Grenadian rum. And at that time, the US markets were then flooded by Jamaican rum and rum from St. Croix, which was of a much higher strength. We're not dealing with quality at all, we're dealing with strength. Barbados rum was single distilled to get the volume, which meant you're dealing with low 50%. Jamaican rum was traditionally double distilled, so we're looking at low to mid 60%. And that made a big difference. So it was considered a superior product. And while people had the taste for Barbadian rum before Victor Hughes, when the Barbadian rum market or rum trade was interrupted with North America, then you had serious issues, and they got used to the stronger rum. To counter this, as we all know, acts are just a response to a social or economic situation that people are trying to remedy. The Barbadian Assembly actually passed an act to set the minimum proof for rum. And in this, I would just like to say, one part, the cargoes of American produce will not receive rum on this island in payment for them. And other vessels that would have loaded with rum at this island for the Irish markets had the strength been sufficient. It's the first time that we really see in a government document they talk about the Irish markets. And what they do there, let me just try and go there. What they do is they set the rum, and this was a lot of fun to find out about, the hydrostatical bubble number 25 on the Sykes hydrometer. Don't worry, it's geeky stuff. It's about 57% as we know it today. What people call Navy rum is not really Navy rum. It is based on the minimum strength that the British military would accept. And the Barbadian Assembly made this decision that we've lost the American market. We are going to try to reclaim some of our Irish market, but really and truly, what we're looking at now is we're looking to provide rum to the British military. The garrison was built at that time. Barbados was a forward operating base for British transatlantic power projection. Most British vessels passed through here. Barbadian rum was still some of the cheapest rum around, and once it met the minimum standards, the British military were happy to buy it. But what does this all mean? Sorry, I didn't realize the screens would be so small. What I have here is an amalgam of the Turner's Hall records, which can be found in the Derbyshire Records Office, and the Mount Gay records, which are held under lock and key by Mount Gay Distilleries and Remy, and I'm very appreciative, I have to say, for them to let me use them in these contexts. If you look at the orange lines, that is the percentage value of rum in the operational expenses of the two Barbadian plantations from the low 1770s, 1774 to 1823. If you look at the blue line, that is total revenue. And what you can see, there are a couple of spikes, the major one being the hurricane, the Great Hurricane of 1780, war, peace, they'll have their parts in it. But the real trend is that while the value of Barbadian rum, not only as a percentage of total revenues, but as a percentage of the OPEX of a plantation was significant, it was falling. And that is because Barbadian rum was seen as inferior. It sold for roughly the same price across this entire period, but all of the goods became more expensive. And that's where where I want to get to now. And these are the questions I want to pose to scholars. What we're going to look at here, there we go. So, 1787, this is, all this information is taken off of the outbound logs from the Barbados shipping records at the National Archives at Kew. They're readily available if you want to go there. They're not digitized as yet. But the United States as a country is 44%. British North America is 41%. What I'd like you to look at in particular, the British colonies are 4%, and the British Isles, I included Ireland, Scotland, and Britain in that, are 11%. Fast forward to 1809 to 1811. The British colonies have jumped to 30%. The United States has dropped to less than half. And Ireland, England, and Scotland have doubled in value. So the real question then is, given that the American markets have been closed and no longer want the Barbadian product, how did this affect the trade with Scottish and Irish ports? See the next one here? So if you look at the breakdown of the ports in the British Isles that are mentioned, Greenock is obviously the highest by far in 1787. Belfast is surprisingly large. Cork is minuscule. Dublin and Liverpool. When we give the same treatment to the second set of information, well, we can see Cork has become much more impressive. And I'd ask you not to look at the volumes, but look at the percentages, because remember, Barbados was producing a whole lot less at this point in time. St. Lana, funnily enough, Liverpool, obviously, and Portsmouth with the Navy. But my question is this in the last few seconds, and the question I want to pose here is, work has not been done on this move from the Scottish to the Irish ports, and the shipping and the actual relationships between the Barbadian plantation economy and the produce sent from Scottish and Irish ports to the Caribbean. I do think that if it's studied in depth, you'll find that this is a significant portion of the increase in cost is having to ship it across the Atlantic rather than just down the eastern seaboard of the US. So I'd like to leave everyone with that. It's a bit of a different talk, but I want to pose questions to the Gaelic historical community on the shipping and maritime trade. And I think it could lead to some very, very interesting areas of investigation. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Our second speaker is Dr. John Angus Martin, who is a historian, archivist, and researcher specializing in the history of Grenada. Dr. Martin holds a PhD in archaeology and from Leiden University, and was previously director of the Grenada National Museum. His published books include A to Z of Grenada Heritage and Island Caribs and French Settlers in Grenada, 1498 to 1763. And Dr. Martin's going to speak to us about, well, his topic is, Who's Your Daddy? Identifying Scottish Ancestry in Grenada and Carriacou.
Hello, good morning, or is it afternoon? I'm not sure. Morning still. Thanks again for having me here. It's an interesting conference, very different from many of the conferences that I go to when you look at the different type of topics that are being discussed, so I appreciate being here. So when I guess I did something in Glasgow, looking at the title of it was You, because the Scots always say it's not them, always blaming the English for all the bad stuff. So the idea was looking at place names in Carriacou and family names and saying it was you because here's the receipts. We have them. So when I was approached to do something at the conference, I thought I would expand it a bit, but look at Grenada as well, and also include, look specifically at the many Scots who came to Grenada and Carriacou during the colonial period and kind of left pieces of themselves behind. We have a genealogy page on Facebook, thousands, tens of thousands, I think it's about 14,000 people are now part of it. But one of the issues, people kept looking for the names that they have among the slave owners. And it occurred to me after spending a lot of time with the slave registers and things like that, that a lot of our family names are not derived from slave owners or plantation managers and so on. That actually Grenadians derive their names, the majority of them, from the names of the enslaved people. So somebody who was named William, his family became Williams. Somebody who was named Peter became Peters. Lots of Alexanders, and if you look at the slave registers, you would actually see the correlation. There were hundreds of people named Alexander, and that shows up with the number of Alexanders there are today in Grenada. Not related at all. So that was one of the things that I put out there, that our names, a lot of our names come from the last enslaved people, and we do have evidence of it. Actually, if you look at the African names that were prevalent during slavery, those all were first names and they end up as last names, like Kofi, Kwamina, Kojo. So you see those names, they're only in Grenada and Carriacou now as last names. So, and there is some evidence on the slave registers that point directly to that process of how the last name was created. But if you do have a name that's closely linked to British or Scot or French plantation owners, you most likely share blood with them. So I think that was one of the things that we were able to figure out. In Grenada, when the conversation of genealogy and ancestry comes up, everybody makes a comment and pointing to Scottish males. There's probably more people with Scottish ancestry, presumed Scottish ancestry, because everybody will hear, it's like, oh yeah, I heard my grandmother said that there was a Scottish guy somewhere. So definitely, even if the Scots may not did it, they got the blame for it. Because they were pretty prevalent. Interestingly, there is no identifiable African ancestry in the sense that you cannot point to an individual, but you can point to all of these Scottish individuals. And of course, there's lots of things tied up in that. People probably have a preference. They want to share the fact that they might have European ancestry as opposed to the obvious African ancestry that people might share. After Grenada was a French colony. It was settled by the French in 1649. It was taken by the British, the 7 Years' War in 1762. And there was a huge influx of British people from the Caribbean as well as from the UK. There was a high propensity of Scots that came in, and they basically are the ones that changed the economy from a more diversified under the French with various crops to almost a monoculture sugarcane, as they had done in the other islands. The Scots accounted for a plurality of British subjects in the islands in the early years and owned many estates and various businesses. According to Gonzalez, the Scots came to rival and excel the English in the accumulation of wealth, property, and political influence. The Scots also contributed large numbers of estate managers and clerks and medical doctors who accounted for over half of all doctors. Carriacou was particularly shaped by the presence, establishing a strong connection with Scottish ports in the late 1700s. It was considered a colony of Scotland rather than England because so much of its trade was geared towards North Britain. And that crop was cotton. In Grenada today, the idea of Scottishness pervades the genealogical and cultural landscape, especially in Carriacou. The boat building industry on Carriacou seemed to owe much to shipwrights who arrived from Scotland and may have passed on boat building skills to their descendants who possessed Scottish family names, with noted shipwrights like Anthony McLawrence, Nero McLawrence, Zephyrin McLaurin, and Ellis McLaurin. Several customs associated with the Scots are common in Carriacou, including sea shanties and the ceremony of breaking the barrel. The St. George's Presbyterian Church is probably the most visible piece of Scottish legacy, but many place names like Dumfries, Craigston, Meldrum, and Argyll in Carriacou, and Orta's Seat, Dunfermline, and Annandale in Grenada are only a few examples of their lasting presence. These are some numbers from 1790, the census, and you look at the names. Again, all of these were producing cotton on Carriacou. And many of the planters are Scots. The French had left on many of the French left in 1762-63. Many of them would leave later on again after Ferron's rebellion in 1795, but it was a constant outflow of French going to either St. Lucia, and would eventually go and help make Trinidad a French colony that was never ever colonized by the French per se. In 1776, the population had grown significantly, rising to 3,239 enslaved people, total, with the majority enslaved. When the French left Grenada, there were only 300 and something enslaved people on the island. When the British came in, they totally changed the landscape. This is a map from 1784, and it actually shows the ownership of these plantations. Many of them were owned by Scots. Angus Mackay, Robinson Brothers, John Urquhart, Hugh Monroe, Robert Bogle, John Reed, David Mill, and John Boyce among the new owners. Scots across the Atlantic, Sierra Leone and Carriacou. Back in 2016, well, some years ago, I think it was back in 2011, several of us went to Carriacou. We were looking to see what the connections. I was a Peace Corps volunteer in Sierra Leone, and I lived among the Timni. And when I started studying history, in Carriacou, there are a group of people that call themselves Timine. So I kind of said, well, there must be some connection. And when we actually looked into it, we found out the Scots were responsible for that connection, because the Scots owned one of the slave islands in Sierra Leone, Banks Island, and they also owned plantations on Carriacou, specifically John Mill, who owned plantation in Carriacou and owned part of Banks Island with Oswald. So we were able to make the connection, this direct connection, that such a small nation, tribal group in West Africa would still be represented in Carriacou 200 years later, and it's because the Scots were sending a large number of these people from West Africa, Sierra Leone, to the Caribbean, and specifically Grenada and Carriacou on their own plantations. And the Scots had a very well-organized network So it remained on these Scottish plantations. So you can go to Carriacou today, and in the big drum dance, there are 9 nations that are represented, but it's probably more nations than the 9, maybe as many as 25, but they fall under these larger groupings. And one of them is the Timneh, and there's a Timneh dance and a Timneh song that connects the people of Carriacou to Sierra Leone because of this connection. And these are the connections, just looking at Oswald and his company. They had specific boats, and we could trace all of that using the slave trade database. All the ships that came from Bunce Island that came to Grenada. In doing research, I visited Edinburgh some years ago, and I went to a cemetery, and there was a headstone for a lady, her name Malvina Wells, and she was an enslaved person on Carriacou in the early 1800s. She was described as mulatto, and we can trace her back to a plantation, Grand Bay. She was the daughter of a guy that John Wells, who ends up being the Speaker of the House of Representatives, very prominent. He had at least 2 enslaved daughters. Malvina Wells, at the age of about, I guess, 13 or 14, she's sent to Edinburgh to continue taking care of these 2 girls in the MacLean family, that their father had just died in Carriacou, so the mother with the kids decided to go back to Edinburgh. There was a brother on the island, and he managed the plantations. So this is an image of a painting that was done with the 2 girls and Malvina Wells. I think Malvina Wells is supposedly the only former enslaved that is buried in Edinburgh. When I visited, I had no idea of the connection with her, but somebody wrote an article and mentioned her sister, her half-sister. We're not quite sure if it's a full sister or half-sister, but and that sister is one of my direct ancestors. So for the first time, I was able to place myself in the history that I was studying. And I find it quite interesting in that if we had the wherewithal, if we had the records, we would be able to find quite a few more of these kind of connections. That this just happened. Caribbean, as we mentioned earlier on, records, you have to be lucky for the records to even survive. If they weren't eaten at some point, if the ink wasn't bad, if the handwriting wasn't horrible, and you might be able to find something, except on the page that you really want, that one's not there. It's not good. So it's really hard doing genealogical research, because a lot of our civil records actually only go back to 1866. So you have to rely on church records. It's really hard to work with the slave registers because they only list one name. So it's really, to make the connection to current population, it's really difficult. But we have been able to do that because we have the different ways that we interpret how this data was put together and things like that. Carriacou still survives. Boat building is still a part of Carriacou. It's not as much as before, but recently in 2023, UNESCO inscribed wooden boat building in Carriacou and Petite Martinique on the intangible the intangible heritage of humanity. Before, in the 80s, the 90s, you would go in Carriacou, and in most backyards, you would see some form of boat building taking place. There's still a lot of contention as to what role the Scots may have played. We know that boats were being built because I think the issue is that boats that were built in Europe and brought to the Caribbean rotted really quickly. So that's why they started building boats locally. And also, these were smaller boats that were able to go between the islands in the Grenadines and the other Eastern Caribbean, and then doing a lot of trading. So there were no slave ships that went to Carriacou. They all docked in Grenada, but they would be put on these smaller schooners and taken over to Carriacou. And all of the trade between these islands would be in these little schooners that would come to Grenada and bring all their produce as well. So, and if you look, the names of a lot of these boat builders are Scottish, even though many of them are mixed, but it still has that connection. The place names, Carriacou has many place names that connect to Scotland. It's interesting, I think when I went to, the first time I went to the UK and I was traveling up to Scotland, and I was on a train and I'm passing these stations, these stops, and Gretna Green and Dumfries, and I was like, wow, this is interesting. I'd never realized that the extent that these guys came from Europe, from Scotland, and basically brought a piece of them with them by renaming places. I don't know if any of these places have any connections, any physical or other connections, that just people wanted to recreate some aspect of their place identity in places like Carriacou and Grenada. It's interesting to know that there are 0 place names, maybe 1, that connect to Africa, which of course is understandable considering who had the power to name. We have a place called Monquaqua, which is possibly connected to either the Kwakwa tribe from West Africa or some other, the name Kwaku. We're not quite sure, but that's the only official name on a map that connects to West Africa, as opposed to the many French and British and Scottish and English names. So this is a map of Grenada looking at where English-derived names during the English colonial period. And here are just some of the names that connect to Scottish plantation ownership or specific Scottish place names. This is a list of possibly derived from Scottish names, and this is only some of them. We have quite a bit more, and it just shows you the connections. So you could imagine the amount of people that would have had to come for these names to survive today. Here's a specific example looking at one plantation. It's Meldrum, one of the Scottish plantations. There's correspondence between John Urquhart and the owner of Craigston and Meldrum in Carriacou and the manager William Robertson, another Scottish name, revealing the story of paternity. George Mitchell, he was the overseer, and he had at least 2 mixed-race children with an enslaved, and he advocated for his mulatto son to be freed, which the manager agreed. And this is a piece from the letter that the manager sent off to the owner. Mary, a mulatto girl, a daughter of Mr. Mitchell's, attached to Meldrum Estate, seems to feel much that her brother is made free and that she is left a slave. She is of little use on the property, and if you will have the goodness to dispose of her, I will give you credit for what she may be appraised for, or put a female slave in her place. I have had others, also several applications from the fathers of Jean, Mary, and Peggy, twins and children of Betsy, mulatress, and of William, a son of Bess, a mulatto at Meldrum. They are all infants and are too white to be ever of any use to the properties, or very little. And if you will have the goodness to dispose of them, I shall take care that their full value is paid. This is a very specific reference, but you actually do see similar things in wills when these fathers go to purchase their children. In the case of Malvina Wells, the father actually purchased Betsy, who was my direct ancestor. When she was about 23 years old, he purchased her. And the family was a prominent family. When she died, information on her was in the newspapers. In 1809, again, this is on the same plantation, despite George Mitchell's death, Robinson had kept his promise. I communicated to the mulatto girl Mary, daughter of the late Mr. Mitchell, your humanity and generosity to her in giving her her freedom. She is overjoyed, poor creature, and begs I will send you her blessings and permit me to add mine for the friendship you have shown to the memory of the deceased. I shall inform the fathers of the other children that I have now your permission to dispose of them. In looking at place names across Grenada, there is a current movement to change some of these names. I am an advocate for changing names because I do believe that the place we live should reflect who we are, and some things need to go to the museum. We have one of the oldest maces in the Caribbean, maybe even in the world. It goes back to 1780, but on it is the motto, is slaves working on a sugar mill. And we keep that as our parliamentary freedom, basically. And that is carried into the chamber every time. I don't think people notice what's on it, interestingly, but I do think that we need to upgrade and make these conscious efforts to remove certain things that have not the best representation of who we are today. So place names are important in our identity. I think it's the next. Okay. And I do think that there should be an effort to honor people who are now in Grenada as opposed to the people who have left. Many of them were slave owners or British figures who had no connection to Grenada. They were just the prime minister and other colonial office and things like that. So I do think that we should remove some of these individuals, and I do think it should be pretty transparent in why we're removing them and who we're replacing them with. And I think Grenadians would actually learn the names. If you ask young people the names of streets, they have no idea these streets. And I think if we add new ones, they might be more interested in actually connecting to the landscape in that way. There's one family in St. Andrews where 3 siblings from Scotland came out, and that family can look to these ancestors and actually make a direct connection, whereas most of the Alexanders in Grenada do not have that connection because their names were derived very differently. There's a connection to Barbados. So in the 1870s, actually it begins in the 1850s, a governor of Barbados wanted to help a segment of the society, known as the redlegs or poor whites, by moving them to places where they might have access to land. So this policy was pursued, and in St. Vincent, a community developed right above Kingstown, the Dorsetshire Hill Bajans, they were called. And the scheme was not followed up officially in Grenada, but by the 1870s and 1880s, we had these Barbadians were coming to Grenada. It seems like the church was part of it and helping them because they wanted to relieve some of their poverty. And Grenada thought it would be good because the white population would help. I don't think the word civilizing was used, but I think that was the implication. because they used that same language when they were bringing in some of the indentured people from Malta, Madeira, and other places. So in the 1870s, we have Bajans coming to Grenada, and they all settled in a specific area. We actually have had two sets of Barbadians come to Grenada. They actually were black Barbadians who have blended into the society now, so it's hard to identify them, but we can by names. And there's the people that went to, the village was called Montmoritz. Well, we pronounce it Montmaris, and the people who live there, they call them Mong. So somebody like me, my father is from that village, so somebody like me, they would call me a Mong, and I don't think it's a nice name. I say it's slightly derogatory. I say I have to make a t-shirt, Mong, proud of it on the back. But there is, the community is still there, but it's mixed, of course. Over the years, it integrated. Many of them went off to Australia, interestingly. Grenadians, for some reason, believe that they actually came from Australia. So if you ask a Grenadian about the Montmoritz Bajans, they would tell you they're from Australia. In the 70s, many of them went there because Australia had policies that were more open to people of fairer skin than darker skin. So there's actually a pretty large descendant community in Australia of these Montmoritz Bajans. And even today, some of the names, Chandler, I was visiting Barbados some years ago, and I ended up on we had lunch at a plantation and run by Chandler, and I'm like, we're probably related, because actually I need to look, can you get a passport by your great-grandfather now? Huh? Okay, so I need to get my Bajan passport because my great-grandfather came from here, so. So here's some images of Montmoritz Bajans over the years. And I just had a paper published the end of last year, the Montmoritz Bajans, Origins and Establishment of Grenada's White Tribe. It's, like I said, it's a very unique community in Grenada. The only other unique communities we might have that's comparable would be the indentured Africans, who came to Grenada in the 1850s, 60s, and where you would be able to find some African practices that are still, in some way, still performed. Very few African names have survived, i.e. Aki, Kofi, Kojo, Kwame, Nakwashi. Some French names have survived, many connected to French ancestry. I think the French population were a little more open with their relationships. They would marry the Code Noir, I guess, promoted marriage even though they didn't support progeny, but they were able to enforce that. When you look at people as Julian Fedon in Fedon's Rebellion, he was one of those many families, and those names derive from ancestry. Some British surnames that derive directly from British families are quite evident as well. As Grenadians explore ancestry with the availability of records, many will discover some of these connections. Though many celebrate these connections, others scorn them, having to reckon with how they may have gotten these names in the first place. This is a video that we did years ago when we were thinking of studying the connections between Scotland and Grenada.
My name is Wilma Alexander, and I'm one of the descendants of Hall Alexander, from the owner of Ebenezer, which is located in Montreal, St. Patrick's. I am the great-granddaughter of Hall Alexander.
My ancestor who came from Scotland, his name was Alexander Bain. He was born on the island of Harris. He migrated to Aberdeen, and from Aberdeen came to Grenada. I suspect that he may have sort of become interested in Grenada because Aberdeen was the home of the Pattersea family, who owned numberless plantations here, and their children used to go back home to school. He was a blacksmith. He settled in St. Andrews at a place called Harford's Village, and he spent most of his life there. My name is Arthur Wells Bain. I'm Grenadian. I was born in Grenada in the northeast of the island in St. Andrews. And we are now in St. David's at Wester Hall Estate.
My father's side, my grandparents came from Alloa. I have at least one picture with that, the husband and wife that came from Alloa, and at the back of it there is a date and the name of a street in Alloa where the picture was taken. He was born in Grenada in Hermitage on this estate. I think it was a small estate called Arthur's Seat. He was the first of many children that was born to Mary William Otway and her husband, D. Ferguson. I'm not sure if the D is Donald, but it could be because we have a lot of Donalds in the family.
Thank you.
Okay, so we've got about 25 minutes for questions. Does anyone like to start?
Thanks very much to you both. A question for you, Jeff, pertaining to records around Rum. You mentioned, if I understood you correctly, that Mount Gay's archives are still owned by the company. And just a question as to how many other situations like that are there where you have large archives like that with as much information going back as far as that, still in private hands, sort of those corporate archives? Do you have any sense of how common that is?
Well, thanks for that. To be honest, it's the only instance I've seen with it, and with some background, it was one of the items that was on the list when Remy bought over from the wards, you know. But all the other archives are fairly readily available. I mean, you have to travel around to see them, but they are available if you want to see them. Turner's Hall and the like up in Derbyshire are mainly microfilm and microfiche rather than the originals. But this is the only instance that I know that they are held in a private collection.
Anyone else? Jenny?
Thank you both. So this is also a question about archives, but I'm wondering if you can both think a little bit about, and I may be mischaracterizing this, but thinking about sort of the ways in which what people tell you in Grenada really helps understand how you sort of come to understand that history, and then and of course the written, as you point out, it's because of who was in charge. That's why the names look the way they do. And so I'm wondering how helpful for you at all, sort of like the actual sort of physical written documents are versus what people say. And then on the other side, looking so much at the physical, what about what people say, what the stories that they tell, the histories that they hold within their families and so on, that might shed some light on kind of what's going on, even if, you know, the rum production that you're looking at is a couple of hundred years ago.
I think we say that Caribbean people are great storytellers, and if they don't have the paper, they will tell you a story. We will not say we don't know. You will get a story, and we see that for cultural things. I deal with a lot of cultural stuff, our traditional masquerades and things like that, and the stories just run wild. They just go all over the place. And when you try to show where you might actually have some evidence, people will question, who do you think you are? Come in here and tell us, that what my grandmother told me is wrong, that kind of thing. And Grenada does not have a national archives. We don't have a national library, but yeah, so anyway. So we don't have really good stuff. If you need to study Grenada, you go somewhere else. We are working on it, and hopefully it will happen, but a lot of our documents are everywhere else but Grenada. So a lot of things, like we learn about Maroons in Jamaica, but we don't learn about Maroons in Grenada. Nobody believes that there were Maroons in Grenada because all we learn about is Jamaica. Because that's where the universities are, where the studies are happening. So there is a big void, I think, in learning the details of Grenada, Grenada's history. So yeah, I have always championed archives. I do think it's where we need to start, and including oral archives and things like that, which we have them around the world, they're just not in Grenada. So I see that as a way of bringing that to Grenada and having Grenadians exposed to it, so that they could learn and actually hear conversations, that people had back in the 50s and 40s and things like that, and they can actually take another look, at their history. One of the things we're looking at, we have a place called Leapers Hill in Grenada, where supposedly all of the Caribs jumped to their death because they didn't want to be enslaved by Europeans, all of them that were left there, and they ran from the southern part, and then they got to the top of the island, there was nowhere to go, so they all just jumped. Of course, that name comes from the French Le Monde des Sauteurs. We have accepted it, but if you start looking at it, you realize there's something wrong with it. Considering we have census data for indigenous people on Grenada all the way to 1735, almost 100 years after. So something is wrong with the story, and we need to look at it again, because we have data that contradicts the basic premise of it.
I'd like to add to that. We do have information here, but again, as you said, it's the story that the people at the time in power wanted told versus the story that we're trying to look at now. And again, our oral history can be really quite interesting, and it needs serious interrogation before you can really, you have to validate it at some point, or take a leap of faith and say you're doing that. I personally like to look in the Barbadian context at laws and the negative space surrounding the laws. So as I said earlier, the laws are a reaction to something that's happening that the people in power don't want to happen. So if I look at a law like the one I showed, well, that's easy on rum, but Barbados, we have a mass of lawyers on the island, and this is a historical thing. When you go back to the 1690s, they're talking about laws to make the laws, to integrate them and make them smaller and make them more cohesive, because they're just too many to take count of and they're all contradictory. But within all of those individual laws are some sort of social or economic situation that they want remedied. And it's in that negative space behind the law, and you start thinking about what caused it, that's where I think you can really start to investigate what was actually happening on the island.
Hello, I wanted to ask a question, probably should have asked before, but is there any mention in any of your research about how our Caribbean accents are so close to the Scottish accents? Is there anything, any information?
What I'll say is, by the end of these 2 days, you'll understand exactly where our accents come from listening to all the speakers, an amalgam, but I'll pass off to.
I think in Grenada there's a slight difference because we had French and French patois up until the 1930s, a large portion of the Grenadian population spoke patois. Today, nobody speaks patois, but we actually have quite a few words that remain. Like I tell, when we answer someone, we say, yes, we. Most Grenadians are not even aware of it anymore. But the way we speak of body parts and things like that, a lot of our plants and animals have French or a French and a British name part of it. So I think we have combined both, so we are slightly different in that compared to Barbados or Antigua, which has the specific one population that may have influenced a particular speech. Yeah.
I'll say, if you, the Scottish, Irish, Welsh, the amalgam, but also West Country, listen to Shakespeare performed in the dialect of the day, and you'll get a real sense of Barbadian language and where it comes, syntax and where it comes from as well.
Thank you, Harriet. Again, thanks. Two great papers. Really a question for Geoffrey about spirits, Joch Lacher in Gaelic. You talked about the extraordinary imports of rum, of Bajan rum, into Greenock in 1787. I think it was 52%, so over half is going to Greenock. But in the figure you showed in 1812, it's down to 3%. It's a massive decline. One question was why that, if you had any explanation as to why that happened. And you also mentioned the comparison with the whiskey industry, and that, I think that's really interesting too. I mean, clearly whiskey wasn't commodified in the same way as rum in Scotland. It was produced locally. It was distilled usually illegally well, actually not illegally, but in small quantities. You could distill it for legally, as it were. But it wasn't marketed in the same way as rum was, and it didn't have the military or the export value of rum. And when I was working on Robbie Burns, our national poet, it surprised me that his drink of choice was not a glass of whiskey, but a rum punch. And we've still, in Alloway, you can see Robbie Burns's punch bowl with, where they would have the rum punch. And that was a standard drink. And okay, that's in lowland Scotland and Ayrshire, but in the Highlands, whiskey would have been drunk much more. But clearly rum is still the drink of choice, even in Scotland. But I wonder if that is changing, and if that's reflected in the statistic of Greenock's imports declining down to 3% in the later date.
This is a question that I'm posing to people. We know that things are declining. We know from the law, the 1798 law, they specifically mention Irish ports. They don't mention Scottish ports. We know the Scottish ports were more prevalent before, the Irish came later. But it's to really dig into that overburden and get the information out of it. That's the real reason why I gave the talk, is to provide some context for historians who might be interested in the trade, the economics, the maritime side, to understand why this shift from Scotland to Ireland, why Belfast dropped out, why Cork picked up, why Greenock dropped. It's fascinating, but I think it's probably better investigated by people who are well immersed in Scottish economic, maritime, social history than myself or other people in Barbados, people that have a real understanding of the nuance of the place. So yeah, your question is exactly the reason for my talk.
Thank you.
We've got about 10 minutes left. Any more questions?
Hi, thank you for a really interesting session. Mine is really just an observation. I've noticed that it was very informative for me to hear about the Scottish influence in our presence in Grenada. I am more familiar with the situation in Guyana. And what was surprising to me is that there is a significant historical information on the number of Scottish families that own plantations in British Guyana at the time. And the oldest church in Georgetown is called St. Andrew's Kirk, which suggests to me that there must have been a significant Scottish presence there as well. There are also names as well, but mainly my question is, has any study been done on the number of Scottish immigrants or plantation owners in the English-speaking Caribbean? Because it seems from what you've mentioned, there are a lot in Grenada, but I know for sure that there are also a significant amount in what was then British Guyana. So has there been any study done on the number of Scottish, I'm going to say migrants, but Scottish persons who came to the English-speaking Caribbean?
Yes, there have been quite a few people that have looked at Guyana especially. A lot of people left places like Grenada and Trinidad and went off to Guyana because they had access to larger plantations and things like that. So you do see people leaving some of the other places to go to Guyana because they were a little later. But as several, I can't think of them right now, but there actually have been a few books within the last 5 years that actually look at these families and stuff that went to Guyana and the connections back to Scotland. So.
I'd just like to probably feed into the information that the last speaker is interested in. And it also speaks into Angus's contribution today. There are several things that have come to me this morning, and it's quite apparent that the general history of people from Ireland and Scotland in the society in Barbados tries to link them solely to indentured labor or prisoners of war, etc. Today we are being moved now to the position where we are seeing Irishmen wealthy and wealthy Scotsmen as plantation owners. We've reached that point this morning, I think. And I would recommend that if people are interested in the acquisition of plantations and therefore enslaved people, whether originating in Africa or born in the relevant country, that people read Slaves and Highlanders, Silent Histories of Scotland and the Caribbean by David Alston. And he actually touches on Grenada as well. So that might be of interest. And one of the reasons that the imports might have changed the way the rum and so forth is simply because wealthy Scotsmen and wealthy Irishmen are now running the plantations in the West, as opposed to the English, the wealthy English have long gone. The people left who are English, who own plantations, who rose up in the local societies from being an overseer to a manager to a plantation owner, are now the so-called elite in, say, Barbados, but they're not wealthy people. The real wealthy people have long gone. And in Barbados, with the rise of Jamaica, clearly Barbados is just like a dumping ground, so to speak. It's not the premier place to be anymore. The replacement for the plantation owner who was born in England is now born in Scotland and born in Ireland. And therefore the rum will go to those particular ports. And as the shifts occur in Dublin, that the wealthy person now is in another area, Cork, or the wealthy person is now in Glasgow, means that the shift of the rum imports will happen in that particular area. To me, that seems plausible. I don't know if Dr. Ward thinks that's plausible, that because the ownership of the plantation in the West is now under the merchant houses being funded out of Cork instead of Dublin, that clearly the rum imports will increase in that particular city. I think that follows through. Thank you.
Thank you. I would say it's worth investigating. and leave it at that. Normally what would happen, Barbadian trade tended to be more decentralized, so the rum would go where you would buy the provisions rather than to a place where the wealth was. But all avenues are worth exploring, and it's something might come out of it, so it's definitely worth exploring.
Maybe one more question?
Hi, thanks very much to you both. A quick question for Angus. You, when you were speaking of your ancestor, Malvina Wells, you also shared a portrait. I wondered if you had any more context on that. And so you may know of the Glassford portrait, and that was in Glasgow's People's Palace, and it became quite symbolic for the erasure of an enslaved person in its background. And I wondered if you'd done any more kind of work around that, your ancestor's portrait, and situating it within that kind of wider context of portraiture in relation to that history.
I think in studying Grenadian history, I always wanted to find that portrait that connected Grenada to the UK, I guess. So there actually was there's another portrait on the internet that it was taken on Carriacou, and there is a mixed race person with the same two kids, much younger. It turns out that people thought that was Malvina Wells, but it turns out that that's actually, I'm not quite sure how you would put it, but she was the mother of the children of the other brother. So we found that out because the family, the family has put out some of that information. I think the family is actually, this painting is actually in Canada, where the family has ended up. There is another painting that supposedly was done by Malvina Wells that she may have painted as well. But again, this is just the information that we get from the family based on letters and things that they may have had. So we probably need to do more research in terms of trying to see if we could actually create a better biography of this lady. Supposedly she even traveled back to Grenada one time because she wanted to go see her family. And when she died, she had a will, and she left money for her niece and nephew in Grenada and her sister. So yeah, I'm fascinated by it, not just my connection to it, but in terms of it being able to trace somebody from Grenada to Europe, because we know many people went to Europe, but we have so little information on what happened to them after. But this one, we actually have quite a bit of information that we could go find, a grave. So yeah.
Thank you. So is the portrait still in a private?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like I published it in my A to Z of Grenada Heritage, and I did not put the people, they didn't want their name to be in it. So I'm just happy that I can access it. So.
Thanks.
Just one more question in the back.
All right. I want to say thank you to Drs. Ward and Martin. But Angus, I want to frame Moritz in a wider issue. There are some papers in the Barbados archives where the Barbados governor is writing to other governors in the Caribbean, basically saying, I have a poor white problem in Barbados. Would you take some of these people? Many islands say no. Grenada, St. Lucia, St. Vincent say yes. So there is a systematic attempt to migrate these persons out of Barbados into these various communities. And the same way that there's Mount Morat in Grenada, there's a similar one in St. Vincent and in St. Lucia. They end up forming their own enclaves. And then, of course, when the whaling industry moves from Spikestown, they go to St. Vincent, back way, and they go to Grenada as well as another migration. So I just think it's fascinating to actually tie that all together so that we get a better sense of really what's going on. And to speak to Linda's comment, it's only in the last few years that we now substitute British and begin to differentiate what that means. And I want to add in there as well that you've got to remember people coming from the Netherlands who are Flemish, who are also seen as being British in this expansion into the British West Indies. So I think there's a need also to have that European outlook when we speak to what's happening in the growth of plantation and rum production. Because in some cases, and Jeff will say this better than me, you've got families with plantations in Barbados who've got brothers and cousins having sugar distilling and rum blending facilities in Nantes and Liverpool or wherever else. So we need to understand how truly international this is, and sometimes how parochial it is just to say British. I leave that there.
When they wrote off to Jamaica, Jamaica referred to the poor whites as Waka Nyam Bakra. And they said, we don't want them if you don't want them, but could you send us some of the Negroes instead? That was the communication from Jamaica. Like I said, because I'm a descendant of that population, I've always had an interest. And I definitely would like to see more. We found some newspaper articles talking about these overloaded boats coming from Barbados to Grenada in the 1870s. And even somebody fell off. The boat was so crowded that somebody actually fell off and drowned. So it would be interesting to look at, of course, why people wanted to get out of Barbados at that time, because we know Barbadians in the 1870s, 80s and stuff were moving to Trinidad and all the other, Guyana, all the other places. Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, I think it would be interesting to look at some of those. I've been to St. Vincent. Actually, I was there not too long ago, and we drove up there, and we had some people from Windward Carriacou who are descendant as well, and I was making fun, look, some family, you know. There's actually somebody doing a PhD, a Canadian, whose grandmother, I think it was, left the Dorsetshire Bajans and went off to Canada, and he's looking into that population there as well.
Well, say to that, Kevin, I'll be very brief, I promise. You need to understand Bequia as well with the wooding. A significant portion of poor whites very early on went to Bequia to cut wood to feed the sugar factories here, because we obviously deforested, or I should say the English deforested the island. Yeah. And the second thing that you mentioned, and it's that interconnection, and I wanted to really touch on that. Gedney Clark was generally considered the first transatlantic super merchant, married into the Lascelles family. That's Harewood House, and Harewood House has floors made of Bajan mahogany cut at the pine plantation and then aged there for a decade before going up. When the metropole and the British government really had a problem with this, and they said, you know, we're at war with France, we're at war with Spain, we're at war with Holland, but all of these scurrilous people in the Caribbean are still trading with the enemy. No, they were trading with their friends, and familial connections and business connections made over sometimes centuries. And what England or France or Holland wanted to do in Europe, and who they wanted to fight and when they wanted to fight, was by the by. They were still dealing with a very intricate, very personal trading network, not only in the Caribbean, but in the Americas and in Europe.
Okay, thanks. Let's just show some appreciation to that wonderful panel. Thank you.
Just a couple of housekeeping. Lunch is served at the back. For those of you with special dietary requirements, your name
So we're just waiting for our other panelists, but just so you know, there's a slight change in the program. We're going to go with what's listed second as first, just to allow for a better and seamless transition, right? So we're starting, we're good? All right, so we're starting this afternoon session, which is under the title, if I could find it here. Sorry, this afternoon session with two panelists who are going to be presenting. We're going to start with Miss Amanda Cumberbatch. Amanda Cumberbatch is a lecturer in theatre arts at the University of the West Indies, Cave Hill campus, educated at the University of the West Indies and the University of Warwick, where she received her master's. She's an actor, director, and playwright. Her play, Cry Water, Then Blood, was first staged in March 2024. So what you're going to see this afternoon is an excerpt, a stage reading of scene 2 of Cry Water, Then Blood. I want to introduce the players, who are all students of the Faculty of Culture, Creative and Performing Arts. We have with us, yes indeed, we have with us 2 filmmakers and 2 theater arts specialists. To the immediate left of Amanda is, I'm hoping this is Shane, right? Yeah, Shane Headley. And next to Shane Headley is Franchero Ellis, right? And then we have Asia Shepherd, and the rear will be Alex Wilkinson. So if you could give them all a welcome. So I'm going to turn over to Amanda now so she could take you through her intervention this afternoon.
Thank you so much, Yannick. So you guys have your mics on? Yes?
Yes, please.
All right. Thank you all for having us here. It's a real pleasure. What we're going to do is read scene 2 of Cry Water, Then Blood, my play which was staged in March 2024 at the University of the West Indies. And then I will talk a bit about it and the ways in which hopefully you find that it relates to your world or to the topics in this symposium. So I've got my players here. Yes, hello. Yours is on, and yours. And tap, tap, tap. Yeah. All right. So as Yannick said, it's scene 2 of the piece. Cry Water, Then Blood is a rendering of centuries of rebellious activity in Barbados, which sort of focuses on a planned revolt in the 1810s, but not the Bassa or the Easter Rebellion. It's a fictionalized account because, you know, the Bassa topic is right there for anybody to look into. I wanted to show, in a sense, the wider scope of this kind of revolutionary activity across the centuries, and to show also the variety or the diversity of folks who were involved in trying to oust the colonial regime. And that's pretty much what this scene, the discussion in the gully by the gully revolutionaries planning, the cabinet planning, cabinet in waiting planning, tries to do. So guys, let's get going. So I'll start with just the introduction, the opening stage direction remarks, and then we'll read just as we rehearsed, yeah?
Yes, please.
Scene 2, the gully. Richard, 23 years old, a well-spoken free black. Sally Amber, 18 years old, an enslaved colored domestic. John Cooper, 37, an enslaved Cooper. Samson, 25, an enslaved ranger, and Cain are in the gully. It is after midnight. Sally Amber is seated on Richard's lap. They're all drinking spirits. It is very still. There's the merest firelight. Lottie enters. I'll read Lottie, and I'll also read John Cooper's lines. You'll see there are quite few. Yeah. Lottie. Put out the light. Just as I did going through the entrevale, I see Overseer Tom going down to the yard.
He must have gone down there to see if Betsy tapped back to see but we little girl. You know Tom put she out to work in town just to jug at me? We can't be careless.
These buckras very jumpy these days, no ranger?
Without good cause.
Well, you get here now. We could start. Out here, pitch black and cool. And if I see all pegged up here when I get back up tonight, I come in for all the winter. No Sunday night, they gone. It the one palaver girl.
Sally Amber, be quiet.
Why? Well, everybody that out in the yard when Big Betsy tell Tom he don't met washing his dirty drawers sufficiently worth her while. And like a cubber, he asked she if she want more cassava when the crop pull.
Amber, cool out.
And she tell he she want more
Amber
money. And straight the next morning, ain't he saying she down to the garrison to wash for the militia, don't they?
Oi, why you don't keep out the people thing?
Me? Well, all the way to out there, I can't stand Tom. You like money. You like money, no? Try and don't bring back every shilling you met down there and see what happen. And don't come back it paid till.
Is enough now,
you
Amber.
You breed and the belly big too. Big eye Tom with his big teeth. Big like he bite the Virgin Mary. Woosa! Don't let me trouble you, no? Queen Lots. Everybody knows since you nurse old Massa last two princes, you have the freedom of the whole East and the North.
Well, girl, some of we have to work hard for the keep, such as our lot.
All of we have to work hard for the keep, girl.
I'm sorry they bring you out here tonight. Like we come here for woman talk and not for strategy.
Same difference if you ask me. And just because you father did old Master Turnkey before he turned old rogue, don't mean that you is a natural leader.
Amber, cool out, no?
But nobody to ask you.
John Cooper says is right.
Well, Tom is not sniffing after your woman. He gone looking for Molly Sue, and she over Foster Hall doing seamstress work with Miss Mabel for the next fortnight, which mean he ain't gonna be back out here below the cliff before 4 that morning. He only went through the yard so that anybody people would think he gone down there for the night. And he walking.
'Cause to ride the horse would give him way. Yes, yes, we get it.
Strategy.
Amber, cool it, no? You very...
Well, old master and all his princes are tucked away nicely for the night. And it's only for us to now talk about the harbor, right?
John Cooper says is right.
Correct. So the word is from Cooper here, from Belize. Come up through the river with the final plan about the harbor. Benjamin saying to see that once the sun is given, young Fenty will make his way through the harbor gate, playing drinks for the guardsmen, and from there.
I don't like it already. Involving in white Irish. It's not to our benefit in this endeavor. Them only loyal to the bellies and to the kill devil in the bottle.
Surprised that you would object. Or when a free man looking to seal into power off of black bloodshed.
I'm just saying that anything go wrong and they will turn, red legs skittish like lambs. I have my children, my son, to worry about in this thing.
Your son is fast asleep in the best hut in the yard with the mother and the little half-sister with she pretty green eyes and ringlets of blonde hair. The less you worry about your son tonight, Kane, the better.
My late father's mother also had ringlets of blonde hair.
Well, be that as it may, young Mistress Haynes already worrying about the little girl enough for the both of you. And it would not serve our cause at all for you to be inserting yourself in the family business in that way. John Cooper says is right.
Yeah, it's right. Samson, I beg you, let me hear the plan.
Fenty will board the gate with liquor. And once the yard is sufficiently diverted, he will signal and alert the battalions hiding all around the docks. Then we will set the place alight, command the armory, the cannon, burn the ship so that no alarm can be raised beyond the rock. From there, the seat of power is ours to command. And so we will meet divine justice face to face and stand in our rightful glory, take our rightful place.
I hear them saying town. In fact, the world is across the island, and the English Queen of the Blacks has already granted freedom papers to all in the British colonies. That, Mr. Wilberforce.
Mr. Wilberforce, Mr. Wilberforce.
I mean, I'm talking about what I know, what I read in the papers.
You just say you hear it in the highway, man.
Wait.
Come on.
You see why I said no, woman?
Well, we are here all the same, Big Samson. And if Richard can repeat that same old tired story, but waiting for the Queen and Mr. Wilberforce to force the white men here to do what they say Her Majesty has already willed, then we barely wasting time.
My concern, like yours, is only for the bloodshed of men.
The daily injustices we suffer enslaved are not to be judged against the bloodshed of free men and women such as yourself, who are only looking to line up with our cause.
I just meant
for your own enrichment.
Look, Richard, if Toussaint his Mingo was able to rout the French forces and defeat the Emperor's army and claim the land for the blacks.
Toussaint and Mingo again.
If old Coffee before us then was able to set a strategy to strike fear more than 100 years in the hearts of white men on this island and all over these new world colonies,
then we must set the place alight.
Surely it remains for us, their inheritors, to complete the work.
Yes. On Monday, when the canes are burning, they will cry, water. Then on Tuesday, when they are burning, they will cry, blood. End of scene. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Young people. I think I'm going to try at the podium now. Are we on? Yes, okay. So I want to thank Yannick for the lovely introduction, and also want to say by way of introducing that I was the lead actor in Tom Cross's award-winning play, The Final Truth, and also Winston Farrell's award-winning House of Landship, which went to Paramaribo, Suriname, as the Barbados National Theatre production for Carifesta 11, and the writer and director of Gap Theatre's Alleluia Pork Chops, the Barbados National Theatre production to Carifesta 13 here in Bridgetown. Now, I mention these things because Tom Cross is a Scotsman, now retired and living in Scotland, married to a Bajan lass who has lived here, worked, raised a family of boys, and participated in Caribbean theatre for many decades. He was, in fact, the first director of studies of the Jamaica School of Drama and instrumental in the development of popular theatre in the Caribbean. Also one of the founders of the ever-popular annual satirical political review Laugh It Off, which closed this year after 41 consecutive years of production. The founders of the Gap Theatre are David and Rosemary Nealons. David is Irish, married a Bajan lass, and has lived here, worked, raised family, and participated in Bajan theatre for decades. The Gap Theatre is dedicated to presenting works that focus on Barbadian reality, and the Nealons have created an important space for such original work to flourish. So somehow, even today, we are all accustomed in the theatre to the accents. Farrell, an old Irish name, is a black Bajan Rastaman. Yeah. I want to thank Professor Nigel Leask for the invitation to speak on researching, writing, and staging my play, Cry Water Then Blood, which was the subject of a Global South Fellowship in Theatre awarded by University of Glasgow in March last year, when I was hosted by the Theatre Studies Department by Professors Deirdre Hedden and Anselm Heinrich. The title of my talk is A Revolt of the Mind and Not the Belly, Reflections on Researching, Writing, and Staging, Cry Water Then Blood. The prefacing quote is Professor Hilary Beckles' from his 1998 pamphlet, Bussa, the 1860 Barbados Revolution, published by the Barbados Museum and Historical Society. Bussa and his fellow rebel organizers, Beckles reflects, rejected the slave owners' world in its entirety, its values, institutions, and social relations. He notes that, quote, their rebellion must be explained at the intellectual and political level and not the material, a revolt of the mind and not the belly, end quote. In deposition after deposition, in the aftermath of the uprising, witnesses and participants pointed out that hunger was never the reason for the revolt, that in fact food was plentiful and the enslaved were as well provided for as could be expected of the times. What they were in fact responding to was the word around that the passing of the registry bill, which required the documenting of each and every enslaved person throughout the British colonies, meant that freedom was, if not near, already granted, but was being withheld by planters who wished to extract the last of the forced and free labor that they could from the enslaved. What they were responding to was the circulation of the news of the success of Toussaint and the revolutionaries in Haiti. This history provides us with Nanny Grigg, described as a literate woman who Beckles also tells us had been telling her fellow blacks for some time, according to one confession, that the only way to get freedom was to fight for it. Otherwise, they would not get it. And the way to do it was to set fire, as that was the way they did it in St. Domingo, end quote. This thus takes us beyond the racist patriarchal idea, to quote Sylvia Wynter, considering Luce Irigaray and Freud, that, quote, the psychic is prescribed by the anatomical, end quote, and is the, quote, variable of race or racial difference, end quote. So no hungry bellies, just totally fed up. So I'll say a bit about women, and then I'll say something about the Irish. So this idea formed the starting point for my dramatic exploration of the rejection of enslavement across the centuries in colonial Barbados. As my blurb states, the 1675 Freedom Plan to install Coffee, an ancient Gold Coast Negro, as a Santahene of Barbados, and the 1816 Easter Rebellion, also called the Bussa Rebellion, are given fresh treatment in this play. The blurb goes on to state that the arc of the play reimagines difficult and complex narratives of resistance to enslavement for a contemporary audience. It develops the plotting of a fictional revolt in the 1810s, excavating the parts played by enslaved, free, and even Irish in the freedom plans of a wider colonial period in Barbados. The play centers on an African woman in liberation struggles in Plantation, Barbados, employs Bajan dialect throughout the narrative, I hope you understood it well, and revives the anti-colonial dream of a new African homeland for the enslaved. So another backstory to this, since my first encounter with the events of the 1675 Freedom Plan some years ago, I've been fascinated and utterly dismayed by the rendering of the story of Anna, quote, a house servant of Justice Hall, end quote, who Schomburg tells us, quote, overheard the conversation from the garden between a young Coromantee and his comrade, the former refusing to have anything to do with the plot, end quote. Virtuous and loyal Anna, we are told, quote, prevailed afterwards upon the young Negro to reveal the conspiracy, end quote, and straightway conveyed the information to her master, who then carried it to Governor Sir Jonathan Atkins. For this, she is imprisoned under suspicion, but released after a year after the interventions of her master. This awesome tale of Coromantee courage for me was always marred by this woman's betrayal. The reason given that she did not wish her master and mistress harmed, even more troubling. Subsequently, after I eagerly located and purchased Beckles' Barbados Coffee's Kingdom, published in 2021 by Ian Randall Publishers, I learned further that the rebel leadership, quote, generally male, end quote, kept the planning, quote, secret, even from the knowledge of their wives, end quote. Sylvia Wynter in Beyond Miranda's Meanings on Silencing the Demonic Ground of Caliban's Woman outlines a womanist way of theorizing the present absence of Black women in the white patriarchal literary imagination. It clears space for, quote, the relation of sameness and difference, end quote, in feminist discourse through an other term, quote, projected both from the perspective of Black American women, US women, and from that of the native women intelligentsia of the newly independent Caribbean ex-slave polities, end quote. When I decided to center Lottie as the protagonist of this play, it was therefore with a womanist vision. For me, a rejection of the intellectual and political scheme of representations that I read everywhere in the historical record, that women's biology makes them poor plotters, plus they're Black too. Black's not brainy, they may just be hungry. Dr. Henderson Carter, historian and now Dean of the Faculty of Humanities and Education, who read through and advised me on early drafts of the script, had met with my cast at the start of the rehearsal process and spoke to them of the heightened level of fear and tension that would have obtained during the planning, certainly, and throughout the period leading up to the start of the revolt. He spoke of the need for utmost decorum and secrecy on the part of the rebel leadership if the thing was to succeed. Representations of women throughout the historical record beg the question if they could make this grade. In my play, I present two different women, a mature and jumpy Sally Amber, a domestic, well-fed, doing ostensibly lighter work in the Great House, who finds it hard to sit still and ruminate on the freedom plan. Yet she questions everything, from the potential for the ghost of old Peg to be out on the prowl, to young Sampson's right to a position of leadership, to Lottie's privilege, to the pimping out of Betsy by Tom the overseer, to the supposed strategic luck of Tom being drawn off the plantation for sex with Molly Sue. Squirming and squealing into the night, her presence threatens to instantly upend the men's goals which have been long in the planning. Her woman talk, deemed by Sampson as inappropriate in every way to the discussion at hand. And Lottie, now 40 years old, who carefully weighs every man's opinion, skillfully drawing out the tactics that would obtain the best results. Well, she has tactics of her own too, hard learned and won, and that allow her to maintain her position of relative privilege in the plantation ecosystem. In the play, we learn that when she was a girl of 15 years old Massa Haynes gifted away her newborn, the implication in the plot being that it was his offspring too, and that this was done as a means to keeping the peace between himself and his wife, the white mistress of the plantation. Lottie was then forced to be wet nurse to Massa and Mistress's two sons, a sacrifice for which she was given freedoms beyond those of the ordinary domestic enslaved woman. Unlike Sally Amber, who was eventually whipped to death for her inability to keep the secrets of men, Lottie plays the game she's always played to survive. And in this tragedy of failed revolution, she ultimately chooses self-sacrifice after realizing that, like Elsa in Perry Hensel and Trevor Rowan's The Harder They Come, every game I play, I lose. Kamla Kempadu tells us in Theorizing Sexual Relations in the Caribbean, Prostitution and the Problem of the Exotic that, quote, while Black African women, like Lottie, were defined by Europeans as slaves by nature and as passive, downtrodden, subservient, resigned workers, they were also perceived as sexually promiscuous, cruel and negligent, and as a mother, cruel and negligent as a mother, fickle as a wife, and immoral, end quote. This perspective, of course, speaks to representations of an exotic other which serve the imperialist and patriarchal position of the colonizer. Whereas Lottie was valued and rewarded for her wet nursing service, it came at a great personal sacrifice which would not have been taken into account by those who assumed, quote, total sexual access to slaves, as Beckles would tell us, and saw it as their right to extract whatever was needed from her. Sally Amber, colored, presents presented another variable, the prized and coveted mixed-race woman. Kempadu again tells us, if white womanhood represented the pinnacle of femininity, couched in assumptions of fairness, purity, frailty, and domesticity, and black feminism, the total opposite because of its presumed closeness to nature, dark skin, masculine physique, and unbridled sexuality, the combination of Western Europe and Africa produced notions of the light-skinned woman who could almost pass for white, yet retained a tinge of color, as well as a hint of the wantonness and uninhibited sexuality of exotic cultures, end quote. A view she noted that has, quote, barely diminished in post-colonial societies, end quote. Her expressing her hatred for Tom the Overseer is an intellectual and political statement of her rejection of the power exerted by, quote, not only the colonial elite and planter class, but because of the existing racial hegemony of white over black, extended to include white men of lower classes, end quote. And now to the Irish. Ironically, again, Winter provides. She ruminates that the absence of Caliban's woman in Shakespeare's Tempest, and thus the normalizing of the white and female as the racial and gender ideals in literature. Her thesis rests on this in Beyond Miranda's Meanings, which I've quoted from earlier. Quote, is an absence which is functional to the new secularizing schema by which peoples of Western Europe legitimized their global expansion, as well as their expropriation and their marginalization of all other population groups of the globe, including, partially, some of their own national groupings, such as, for example, the Irish. We know that, as Beckles tells us, by the late 1640s, the English legalized the, quote, transportation of individuals generally categorized as vagrants, beggars, and rogues, the defenseless, unemployed, poor, end quote. O'Callaghan, in Revisiting Slave Narratives, tells us of the large numbers, some 12,000 by 1655, Barbados, of the gruesome nature of spiriting away or kidnapping, of the racial element of conditions of sale, which saw Scottish fetching more than Irish, how they were immediately put to work with no seasoning period, such as was afforded to African enslaved, and notes that Beckles observes that, quote, whether voluntary or not, indentured servitude was, quote, maintained by the systematic application of legally sanctioned force and violence, end quote. She refers to Sean O'Callaghan, who quotes Colonel John Scott, quote, a visitor to Barbados, describing labors in the fields as just permitted to live, and a very great part Irish, derided by the Negroes and branded with the epithet of white slaves, at work in the parching sun without shirt, shoe, or stocking. It's not surprising then that, as Beckles tells us, that the Irish were keen to join any and everybody plotting to oust the colonial regime. In Barbados Coffee's Kingdom, he writes about the increased threat and frequency of the discovery of plots in the aftermath of the failed 1675 Coffee Freedom Plan. In 1686, he tells us, quote, acting Governor Edwin Steed was informed that the Creole blacks were drawing disgruntled anti-English members of the Irish nation into a rebellion to overthrow the government. Information I include in my play. Steed later informed his council that some Irish servants were jailed while others out on their own recognizance. Beckles notes too that while Irish conspirators would have been jailed, Africans were executed, making an important distinction in the contested discussion about the nature of indentured servitude versus slavery. Certainly, O'Callaghan comments on the ways in which Irish were perceived, noting that within indentured servants as a group, there was a clear hierarchy with the Irish on the lowest rung. She also cites Innes's observations of 16th century cartoons tracing dehumanizing representations of the Irish in English sources when we are told, quote, the pig became the cartoon symbol for this brutish people, and physiognomy, the Irishman's bulging jaw, retreating forehead, upturned nose, and thick lips, used to signal membership of an inferior species, end quote. Adjacents aside in racialized representations, when Kane, in my play in the early 1800s, expresses his unease at involving young Fenty in the conspiracy, noting his own biases, the Irish being skittish as lambs, etc. He does so, perhaps, with a clear sense of, to quote Handler, the major socio-legal differences and the implications of these differences between indentured servitude and the chattel slavery that uniquely applied to Africans and their descendants, end quote. Aware that by this time, the 1800s, the Irish redlegs were largely isolated in the hills of the eastern parish of St. John, and in fact, suspicious, we are told, of all outsiders, derisive of blacks and derided by blacks, and also what we at secondary school called the high whites too, the subject of a folk song from the parish which highlights the vagaries of consuming breadfruit, a poor man's staple in the countryside. So in this paper, I apply a womanist lens to contextualize the nature of my research, writing, and staging of Cry Water Then Blood. My aim, by condensing accounts of rebellions across 3 centuries in the play, is to draw attention to a wider schema of anti-colonial opposition to and rejection of enslavement in colonial Barbados, and the ways in which this opposition functions among not just men or black men, as the historical record still too often centers, but also among diverse representations of women and other racial and national groupings. Thank you for listening.
Please join me again in giving Amanda and the group of students a round of applause. Thank you so much. We're going to do the questions at the end, so you could just come back to and then we will. All right? So our second panelist this afternoon is Aaron Soot. Yeah, so you can make your way to the front for me, please. Dr. Arun Sood is a lecturer in global pre-1800 literatures at the University of Exeter, a scholar, writer, and audiovisual artist. He is principal investigator on the AHRC project Plants, Plantations, and the Anglophone Caribbean, exploring botanical knowledge through text, archive, and orality. I had an opportunity to visit a few bios on the website, and what it really reveals is a scholar whose creative practice intersects with his academic work and his scholastic work and really infuses the two. So I'm hoping that we'll get a bit of that reflection today in his intervention. Make your way, please.
Thank you, Yannick, for that kind introduction. And yeah, thank you to Amanda and the student players there. You've made that a very hard act to follow. Thanks for the performance. Yeah, and just as a final note of thanks, I wanted to say thank you to Nigel and to Peder for this invitation, as well as Harriet and all at the museum for helping to organise this conference and gathering. And thanks also to Travis and Brian at the back for helping with the IT. So I feel particularly fortunate, as this is actually my second visit to Barbados this year, having been on a research trip of my own for an HRC project, which I'll say a bit more about in due course. But as a way into my paper today, I wanted to begin by sharing an anecdote from my previous trip. If I can just, sorry, there we go. So yeah, I wanted to just begin with a bit of an introductory anecdote, because last time I was here, I found myself walking in Turner Hall's Wood, which is situated in the parish of St Andrew within the Scotland district. And as many of you know, Turner Hall's Woods is considered one of the last vestiges of pre-colonial forest, flora and fauna in Barbados. And it's therefore partly indicative of the lush, species-rich environments which existed across the island before colonial British settlement, and the ensuing transformation of island landscapes through the plantation economy and its monocrop agricultural practices. So the environmental impacts of the colonial plantation economy have come into much wider consciousness in recent decades, whether through Kai Miller's poetic reimagining of unsettled island landscapes, which were quote-unquote unflattened and unsugared, or theories of the Plantationocene, which underline how current ecological crises are rooted in the simultaneous exploitation of land, plants, and people, or indeed Malcolm Ferdinand's conceptions of enslavement as ecocide, leading to a historically intertwined double fracture in which the exploitation of land and the exploitation of people develop together. But while historical writing, theory, poetry, and flattened historical maps might draw our attention to the trajectories of these intertwined fractures, during the period I visited Turner Hall's Woods, I'd been thinking increasingly about sound and personal sensory experience as a method and manner of knowing, or as some theorists might call it, sonic epistemologies. So while visually transfixed by the dark, long spines of macaw palms, I attempted to tune into a sense of presence with the percussive chattering between raindrops and streams, what I guess was the faint, fast flutters of an Antillean-crested hummingbird, and the continual cracks of roots, branch, and foliage underfoot as I walked onwards. Relating personal, momentary act of listening to broader human and environmental histories, primarily documented in printed texts, archives, and cartographical renderings, can require imaginative leaps, a form of sensorial fabulation and speculative wondering. With a snap of branches underfoot that day, I began to speculate, for example, on the violent sounds of widespread land clearance, the ripping of root, branch, and flower, and the double fractured echoes of human and environmental destruction, loss, and resistance, not only within Turner Hall's Woods, but across our Atlantic archipelagos. At times it was difficult and almost impossible to imagine, and a work I've been quite enthralled by since I first saw it came to mind by artist Annalee Davis. Davis's An Impossible Map transposes a map of the Scotland district of Barbados onto Balmacrat Estate on the Isle of Skye, which was owned by Francis Humberston Mackenzie, or Lord Seaforth, who was of course also Governor of Barbados and one of many Scots that financed shifting agricultural practices in the Highlands and Islands through Caribbean-derived wealth. Davis's work evokes the simultaneous and interrelated reshaping of landscapes, flora and fauna on both sides of the Atlantic, as well as the deeply entangled histories of forced migrations and exploitations in the name of empire, economic gain, and mercantile capitalism. To paraphrase Davis from her corresponding artist blog, the Impossible Map comprises a simultaneous ripping apart and stitching together of the Scottish Highlands and the Scotland district of Barbados. For Davis, this infers a complex, layered duchess. And I appreciate that there's Gaelic scholars and speakers far better than I in the audience, but I know that we all come at topics from different reference points today. So for those less familiar with this term, duchess broadly encompasses, it's a notion and a term that broadly encompasses notions of kinship between humans and landscape, heritage, and connection to place. Okay, before I find myself digressing too much in this slightly extended introduction, I just want to finally point to the fact that An Impossible Map formed part of a 2022 solo exhibition, A Hymn to the Banished, as part of the National Trust for Scotland's Facing Our Past project, exploring connections between Scotland and Barbados through newly commissioned artworks. Given my own interest and attention to sound, I also want to underline the significance of the exhibition title here, and in particular, the evocation of a hymn, a form of solemn yet communal song, and in this case, a secular prayer, meditation, and retrieval of voices across archipelagos. I'll keep these notions of a complex, layered duachas and a communal call to song and sound in mind as I now pivot to the main focus of my paper today. I'm going to present the early stages of what I hope will become a broader book-length study on the relationships between sound, memory, and island ecologies, which will not only encompass critical engagement with historical writings, but also contemporary art, poetry, and music from both Scotland and the Caribbean. For today, I present a much narrower focus, and this is comprising a bit of a draft chapter, a work in progress, that focuses on representations of sound in 3 Scottish colonial texts that engage with the Caribbean in the form of James Granger's The Sugarcane, Mungo Park's Travels, and Mrs. A.C. Carmichael's Domestic Manners. I'll begin with a broad overview of sound studies and why I think it's specifically relevant to thinking through archipelagic relations, before turning to a cross-textual analysis, which I suggest begins to reveal patterns between different forms of colonial Scottish writing during the long 18th century. As a broad and relatively brief introduction, according to Jonathan Stern, sound studies is a name for the interdisciplinary ferment in the human sciences that takes sound as its analytical point of departure or arrival. In a recent comprehensive overview of literature and sound studies, Helen Groth and Juliet Murphy have underlined the accelerating expansion of serious work dedicated to unearthing literature's fundamental engagements with acoustics and listening, theoretically and historically. However, I would suggest that even prior to the relatively recent emergence of sound studies as a recognizable cluster area of study, scholars and writers of Caribbean literature have regularly grappled with the complex relationships between sound and text. For example, Kamau Brathwaite's pioneering work on the relationship between musical forms and writing, nation languages, and oral traditions might be considered a precursor to some of the work taken up by scholars now working under the broad banner of sound studies. More recently, Townley Goff's multimodal investigations call attention to sounding as a Caribbean method and epistemology of knowing. The case for considering Caribbean literature and culture in relation to sound studies has in many ways then already been made. However, there are also reasons why the study of Scottish literature might benefit from honing in on the auditory capacities of text. From the ballad collecting in Scots vernacular verse of Robert Burns to textual experimentations with sound, language, and dialect in the contemporary writing of Tom Leonard, Irvin Welsh, and Ali Smith, Scottish writers have long explored the boundaries and intersections between sound, text, speech, and form. This is not to mention the significance of sound in addressing Scotland's linguistic plurality. The coexistence of Gaelic, Scots, and English in Scotland makes for a rich sonic landscape where questions of class, region, and social identity can be audibly marked in ways that are not too dissimilar from what Tessa Murphy calls the Creole archipelago. In writing about using English in a quote-unquote different way to the norm, Brathwaite went as far to suggest that, quote, we in the Caribbean have a similar kind of plurality, and notes that it was not until, quote, Burns in the 18th century that we have returned at least to the notion of oral literature. So in short, sound studies, through its broad and malleable approach towards integrating orality, song culture, music, and the auditory capacities of text across time, can provide a useful framework for exploring archipelagic entanglements, and in particular what I venture to call sonic imageries in the Scottish Caribbean Atlantic world, as I aim to identify a persistent preoccupation with sound, song, and oral cultures across 3 formally different colonial-era Scottish texts that engage with the Caribbean.
I'm going to begin with the Scottish doctor and poet James Granger in his self-professed West India Georgic, The Sugarcane, written on the island of St. Kitts in 1762. Towards the end of Book 4, Granger turns to the subject of dances performed on feastal days. On such days, the wild banshaw's melancholy sound led to bodily movements responsive to the sound, whereby hand in hand the enslaved are described as forming circles amidst frisks and capers and intemperate joy. This cacophony of supposedly joyful noise would be shrewdly critiqued some 200 years later by Brathwaite, who, with his acute attention to sound, language, and musical form, notes that, quote, "The dancers are moving to the wrong rhythm. This really is a Scottish reel or maypole dance. No wonder the performers seem awkward. It's the wild banshaw's melancholy sound that moves them, not the drum." Brathwaite's observations are interesting on various levels. First, he underscores not only the objectifying imperial eyes, but also ears of the European observer, who misunderstands what they see and hear. Yet he also points to alternative interpretive possibilities, foreshadowing current debates about the challenges and possibilities of using colonial texts to understand histories of indigenous and Afro-Caribbean knowledges and resistance, which I'll come to discuss in a moment. However, I first want to touch upon the neoclassical illusions of the West India Georgic form itself. In the opening stanzas, the muse who attempts to sing functions as an instrument of colonial power, with neoclassical illusion being weaponized to hold authority over who is both heard and silenced in the context of the plantation. While the muse long hath wandered in the groves, it's Smart and Somerville's varying strains they continue to hear, rather than Afric's sable progeny, who remain silent and subordinated by the dominant echoes of 18th century Georgic poets. Tracing this bardic lineage even further back, the speaker strives to join the choral band of the Ascrian poet and Marrow, here referring to Hesiod and Virgil, as they imagine themselves as part of a choir spanning pastoral, Georgic, and didactic verse. Notably, I think it's worth pausing to reflect here on how the barbarity of plantation agriculture is aestheticized through musical and sonic imagery. Choir, sing, strains, choral, while the Caribbean landscape itself and the majority of people within it are rendered silent. It is with some great irony that the Caribbean landscape is described as having no sound nor raptured poet lost in holy trance. I feel that was an irony that's enhanced by the beeping horns in the background there. So, despite all that surrounds him, Granger's imperial ear remains fixated on Greek and Roman sonic illusions that effectively muffle his immediate sensory experience. However, if Granger attempts to asceticize plantation life through order, discipline, and pastoral improvement, the text also reveals noisy moments of resistance. From the threatening ecological interruptions of the trembling ground and roaring hurricane, to the tuneful intricacies of the enslaved, moments of both human and non-human resistance to the supposed sonic order of the plantation are also evident in the text. In one of the most telling lines, the speaker appears fearful of rhythmic rebellion. Let not thou the drum their mirth inspire. As has been documented by Richard Rath and Laurent Dubois, among many others, drumming from its military uses in West Africa to its use as a communicative strategy across plantations was often an act of resistance, which of course led to several colonies in the Caribbean and North America outlawing the use of drums and horns. However, Granger reveals a persistent threat of autonomy rather than order imposed by law. While Granger also alludes to the well-known practice of singing to establish a rhythm and pace for work, there is also evidence to suggest that songs contain coded acts of resistance and even criticism of planters. And I'm putting up an example here, which is a verse retrieved from a Barbadian plantation record, which is now held at Gloucestershire Archives. So while Granger extols the supposed frivolity and joy of work song, it's important to acknowledge a more subversive reading here in recognition of the cultural practices and modes that resisted, subverted, or existed alongside the plantation system. What remains clear is that sound and sonic imagery, ranging from wild bandshaws to a Virgilian choral band, feature extensively in Granger's West India Georgic, which he'll now go on to suggest continues to be a feature of Scottish colonial writing as the century progresses. To conclude on the sugarcane, a telling moment occurs in Book 3 when Granger momentarily turns away from the Caribbean plantation to evoke a pastoral Scottish landscape in Dumfriesshire. As Michael Morris notes, here Granger transports the cultural myth of Europe across the Atlantic. Indeed, this passage reflects the ideological work of the poem as a whole. Just as the Scottish borders are imagined as a pacified and pastoralized, the Caribbean plantation is framed as a space that can be similarly ordered through cultivation and discipline. However, I'd like to highlight that the musical imagery also hints at a possible internal conflict. Unlike his unequivocal praise for the choral band, the speaker is less enthused by the artless song of the shepherd's pipe and sonorous bellows of the Scottish bagpipes. This apparent tension between high-minded neoclassicism and folk culture hints towards debates that would soon emerge in Romantic period Scotland regarding balladry, orality, and notions of quote-unquote primitivism as the nation began to reimagine its identity in the later 18th and 19th centuries. And I'll now explore this further by turning to my second text, Mungo Park's Travels. Mungo Park's Travels has garnered more attention in recent years, particularly in relation to Britain's imperial expansion in West Africa. However, there is also good reason to situate Park in relation to the Caribbean world. On return from his first voyage in 1794, Park spent time in Antigua, and it's also generally been overlooked that he included, as separate appendices to his text, not only a vocabulary, but a specific section titled "The following questions and answers may be useful in the West Indies." These quote-unquote useful questions and phrases pertain mainly to medical issues, demonstrating the harrowing and utilitarian use of language to, in James Granger's term, quote-unquote treat the enslaved on Caribbean plantations. The phrases also indicate the extent to which Mande languages thrived on Caribbean plantations, which Matt Schaefer, among others, have observed through fieldwork and anthropological studies. Therefore, Park's text, while focused in its subject matter on the interior districts of Africa, can also yield insights into a broader study of Scottish-Caribbean relation within this broader Atlantic context. My particular focus revolves around two main points. First is to suggest that Park's persistent sound-centered engagement with orality, vernacular speech, and musical forms demonstrates a broader trope of 18th century Scottish writing. Second is to offer some possibilities for the critical recovery of African descendant knowledges within the text. According to his 1815 biographer, John Wishaw, Mungo Park was very familiar with the songs of his own country and could repeat the principle of them by heart. If Walter Scott's antiquarian ballad collecting exemplified a romantic nostalgia for primitive Scottish orality, Park, it seems, turned to the colonial horizon in search of what he viewed as supposed oral quote-unquote authenticity and quote-unquote primitive culture. This is what partly helps to explain his atypically detailed depictions of oral culture in songs. Interesting as this may be, questions remain over whether it's possible to reclaim or recognize Indigenous and African descendant agency and knowledge from within these subaltern representations of sound and song remain. To give an example of the disparities between different knowledge systems, Park finds lodging with a Bambaran man who asks him to write a prayer on his walla, or writing board. After Park writes the Lord's Prayer on the board in chalk, the man dissolves the letters in water and proceeds to drink it. Park delegitimizes this act through the suggestion of the man's superstitious nature, as well as the comment that, quote unquote, natives consider the art of writing as bordering on magic. However, it's possible, akin to Brathwaite's delinking from Granger's descriptions of the enslaved singing and dancing, to disrupt Park's Eurocentric ways of seeing and hearing in order to consider alternative epistemologies. In specific relation to this incident with the Bambaran man, I'd like to touch upon the Mande concept of Nyama. The term Nyama derives from the Nyama Kala, a professional class of artists and other occupationally defined specialists among the Mande-speaking peoples of West Africa, including griots, blacksmiths, and leather workers. The idea that bards, singers, or griots can have a sonic tool, orality, which is infused with Nyama, or life force, is important to consider, particularly since the concept has often been overlooked in major Western studies of print and orality. When considering the Bambaran man's bodily absorption of text, for example, we can work to include considerations of this. As Boker and Yai writes, Nyama is the world's energy and material returned to the body to be regurgitated, and thus the Bambaran man returns the text inside himself in order to recite it orally with more force through his sonic tool, orality, which yields for him more power than text. This context also provides insurgent ways of reading other parts of Park's text. For example, having set off for a distant village outside of Sego, a weary and dejected Park is welcomed by a group of women spinning cotton and singing a song well into the night. A printed version of the song was attached as an appendix to Park's travels, which has been described as one of the first translations of the West African practice of turning event into oral history on the spot as it happens. However, we can also challenge the idea of the song being an unpremeditated effusion, as Park describes it, and in doing so, problematize that its transcription into print was an act of preservation or improvement. Scholarship on West African oral epics generally concurs that oral forms avoid stasis by continually evolving depending on the speaker, time, or situation. In this view, Park's printing of the song does not preserve anything, but rather circumscribes, stifles, and stunts the song's expanding universe. Where Park demonstrates a romantic enthusiasm for a song that is apparently composed on the spot, he fails to consider the oral form as an established process which adapts and evolves around him. On the other hand, encountering Park, the women live out the stories of their ancestors in ways that sustain, resist, and create anew. Here, we bear witness to how subjugated people and sonic culture resist colonial erasure in the very face of it, and even within the pages of a printed colonial text. To move towards the final textual analysis, I'll now turn to consider Mrs. A.C. Carmichael's domestic manners. Appearing in the early decades of the 19th century, the text differs from Granger's Georgic framing of the 18th century Plantation and is less concerned with the curiosity aesthetics of Park's colonial travelogue. For all their differences in form and focus, however, what remains consistent appears to be extensive allusions to sound orality and song cultures. Describing the first 12 hours on shore in St. Vincent, Carmichael retires to the plantation drawing room where music began, which is the first of several musical allusions throughout the text. Later, Carmichael attempts to demean the artistry of the enslaved by contrasting them with a visiting naval band. Notwithstanding the fact Carmichael later contradicts herself, we might also venture to extrapolate further details about the tambourine triangles and supposedly atonal and rhythmic approach to music she describes. While laws warned against the use of drums and horns, the innovative use of more socially acceptable and indeed military instruments in domestic settings such as Carmichael's drawing room should not go unnoticed. Kerwin Best has argued that colonial accounts of music that was heard as something unlike that which the European was familiar often demonstrates the beginnings of new creolized forms in the Caribbean, whereby European instruments were adapted into a quote-unquote African-derived sense of rhythm and orchestration. There we go. Consequently, Carmichael's preconceived and false notions of misplaced sharps, flats, and discord are in fact evidence of the resistance and creativity of the enslaved, who, as Mary Catton Lingold has argued, routinely stretched instruments to their limits and inaugurated new styles by bringing traditional African sounds, techniques, and rhythms to European instruments like the violin. Carmichael's specific mention of the rhythmic playing of naval instruments might even evoke an early iteration of a form of tuck, a fast-paced form of fife and drum music that developed in Barbados and which inscribes an African-derived sense of rhythm and orchestration onto European instruments, and specifically naval marching band music, with the ensemble often accompanied by masked figures and stilt walkers such as Shaggy Bear and Mother Sally. And just like my comment about trying to explain Duachas to Gaelic scholars, I feel I need to say that I'm attempting not to oversimplify or explain tuck to a Bayesian audience, but as we're coming from this from different kind of viewpoints and points of knowledge, I'm kind of offering a basic overview here. So Sharon Meredith posits that the etymology of the tuck band, or Bomatuck band as they're sometimes known, derives from a fusion of the Old Scots word tuk, which the Dictionary of Scots Language defines as to beat or bang a drum, and the African-derived word bumma. Notably, the kittle drum also appears to derive from a Scots word meaning to strike up a tune on an instrument, further revealing how Scots language, in addition to that of English and Gaelic, were part of a wider infusion of creolized terms, languages, and musical forms. Of course, the specificity of tuck bands to Barbados is worth underlining here, given Carmichael is writing about St. Vincent. However, two possible explanations might be offered, but I'm also open to correction here. First, it's worth remembering that by the 19th century, early 19th century, Barbados functioned as a quote-unquote nursery and exporter of enslaved labor to newer colonies such as St. Vincent, which the British Empire claimed in 1763. Thus, Carmichael's description of how the enslaved on St. Vincent adapted the rhythms, cadence, and melodies of military bands possibly provides evidence of archipelagic modes of innovation and resistance which persisted through enforced inter-Caribbean migrations. Secondly, there are various iterations of fife and drum music across the Caribbean. With regards to St. Vincent, fife and drum tradition is known as boom drum, and according to Meredith, sounds very much like tuck. Notwithstanding the nuances and intricacies of variant forms of fife and drum, we might infer that Carmichael's reference to the musicians who make a quote-unquote noise so deeply unfamiliar to her thus provides evidence of these early forms of pan-European sonic resistance, whereby the master's tools, or in this case instruments, were infused with an African-derived sense of rhythmic polyphony, vibrance, and knowledge. With regards to recognizing such knowledges, Derek Murray has offered the notion of tuckontology as a musical heuristic which can counter the habit of viewing Western science as the only authority that knows through the specific metaphorical analogy of a Barbadian musical form. And I'd just like to thank Annalee Davis for pointing me in the direction of Derek Murray's conception of tuckontology. As I move towards a conclusion today, I'd like to playfully adapt Derek Murray's heuristic by offering an admittedly underdeveloped concept of Caleontology, formed from a combination of the older sense of the word Cale, so rather than an organized formal party, rather a social gathering among neighbors involving storytelling and music, visit, chat, gossip, as well as hauntology, the philosophical and cultural concept describing the persistence of the past and the present, a ghost that haunts modern culture. I offer this heuristic as naturally it takes ongoing gatherings, dialogue, gossip, sound, song, poetry, and sitting in circles together to recognize and embrace the haunting and haunted spectres, whether benign or benevolent, of our shared archipelagic cultures and histories. Today I've suggested that attending to sound might offer a productive framework for understanding entanglements between Scotland, the Caribbean, and the Atlantic world across the long 18th century by demonstrating persistent sonic preoccupations across 3 historical texts. However, it goes without saying that we can't be disconnected from these social and cultural histories. And with that, I want to offer a final few words to the St. Lucian poet Kendall Hippolyte, which were filmed during a workshop on Ballinbush Estate, a former sugar plantation on St. Lucia. And this was filmed as part of the broader AHRC project on plants, plantations, and the Anglophone Caribbean, which my paper today is partly involved from. So in addition to kind of critical research, it also involves creative practice, poetry, and as well as archival research. So I'm going to play this clip now, and I should make you aware that it does contain some distressing and graphic allusions to violence. This is a poem that Kendall wrote in response to the former plantation site after a day we spent site walking with heightened attention to sound and processes of deep listening on the former plantation site. The poem's called The Taste of Sugar.
The taste of sugar. The hand feeding the stalks of sugar cane into the iron rollers, stalk after stalk after stalk. The cane skin splintering, the squish and sigh of juice, dripping between the cylinders, chomping and crushing flat whatever slips between. The hand feeding the pale gold stalks of cane, the crack, the split, the crunch, the sweetness oozing, slicking the cylinders, the steady, not so slow revolving of the metal drums, like lips always open, always almost closing shut, but for the yellowing cane slipped in between. Clasp and crush, the sudden yet slow slipping of the hand, feeding its fingernails, its knuckles, its metacarpal bones, veins, tendons, the yellowed cane juice reddening, the sugar bittering, and the quick shock of the thwack of the cutlass cutting through the half-devoured wrist. This is the taste of sugar, and why an iron rod is jammed now in the roller, in the maw, the rusting, stuck iron jaw of a rusted metal monster, of a rusted, crumbled empire.
Listening to Kendall Hippolyte's voice, his evocations of the squish and sigh of juice, the crack, the split, the crunch, the clasp and crush, the thwack of the cutlass, it's hard for me not to think of this in dialogue, and in some ways in response and resistance to Granger's Georgic framing of the aestheticized plantation landscape and sugarcane. Only here, Hippolyte, speaking about sugarcane on a former sugar plantation, resists, like many before him, silence and silencing, further underlining the importance of sound and continuing to explore archipelagic entanglements today. Thank you.
Thank you. Kindly, again, could we have a round of applause to Aaron? And I want to invite our first panelists back to the stage. And we have about 15 minutes that we could be involved in a conversation. I think there are some interesting moments of intersections to begin to explore between these two papers. Whether we're looking at the realm of the historical and the engagement of this archipelagic entanglement through historical texts, as we see within the work that Alan shared with us this afternoon, or when we think about the work of the imaginary, as we see in the play written by Amanda Cumberbatch, and how the work of the imaginary, the work of the creative, can begin to fill in the gaps and the silences of our past that are not quite yet enveloped within what we have come to inherit as our histories, but also the space that we could begin to engage with questions about the power of the imaginary in these works and the power of the creative in not just reimagining, but perhaps fulfilling, furthering what we do know and what we can know and what we can dream in terms of how we then begin to articulate a future. So I want to open the floor to anyone here for any questions you might have for either Aaron or Amanda. And we could have Harriet will have a mic floating around.
Thank you both so much. That was just actually really sensorially wonderful in both instances. And thank you as well to the students. There was just amazing all around. So this is not well formed. But in thinking about what you were saying about silence, obviously sound is arguably the counter to that, although I imagine silence is still just as important, like what is not said or heard as what is. And I suppose I'd just like to ask you both to reflect a little bit more on the silencing that you talk about so much in those rebellions, the people who, partly because of who was asking the questions and how politics was understood and who gets to be political with a big P and who doesn't. But then also are in your work sort of so much of what you were saying was about reinterpreting and sort of hearing and listening. But I wonder, and so I was really struck by the way sound operates, but I wonder, could you say more, even so, about the silence that still remains? I'm not sure that's very well thought out, but I'd just love to hear you both more reflect on sound and silence.
So more about the silences that remain. Yeah, thanks for the question. Yeah, I think whether it's textual analysis or thinking about musical forms or performance, you can't really think about sound unless you acknowledge silences. And I think coming originally from kind of Scottish studies background, at a time, in 2007, there was a bit of an upsurge in work due to the anniversary of the Abolition Act, where silences became a prominent framework or way to understand Scotland's relationship to empire, and whether that be through work like Carly Sassie's that talks about silences around enslavement in the work of Walter Scott, or that Michael has done in his book with regards to the silences around Scotland's entanglements or Scotland's relationship with transatlantic enslavement and empire, then a way to reconsider that, I think, is to turn to sound. And I think I actually had a conversation with Kendall recently, and we were talking about, we're actually talking about spoken word. Like, what is spoken word? What differentiates it from like poetry being spoken? Is it a genre itself? And then his answer was, well, poetry is just sound, and in some cases, it's just sound transcribed. So yeah, like the markings on a page I mean, you can do all sorts of formal and experimental things, but ultimately what you're doing there with the etchings of the page is trying to mediate or evoke sound. So I think that whether it's from these kind of historical viewpoints of thinking about sound and voice and the recovery of voices in relation to historical silences, or thinking about how we articulate modes of expression, it's part of the reason I like the very broad and malleable area of sound studies, because you can kind of have this umbrella to bring these ideas around silences and sound and orality and text together. I'm not sure if that fully answers, but yeah.
Thanks for the question. It occurs to me every time I reflect on certain women characters in our historical record that as an artist, you're almost always now trying to give them a voice or find words to put into their mouths or thoughts, imagine what their thoughts are. It's really sort of very challenging, actually. And when we talk about just this idea of silence and voice, for myself as a theater person, I mean, I'm thinking of a moment where last year I sat listening to some people just talking about that coffee freedom plan, and mention of the same Anna Fortuna who betrayed the revolt was made, and how all the women in the room sort of, as we say in Barbados, stoops, you know, this idea that all we know about her was that she was the one who sold it out. It bothers people immensely, and that's all we know of her. And then similarly, Nanny Gregg, there are calls now being made to install her as a national hero, but then we are very aware that we don't even know the sound of her voice besides this one quote that she's alleged to have made. So it's almost this act of trying to fill spaces with something, whereas otherwise there's lots of noise around all sorts of men in the historical record. Yes. I don't know if that answers your question.
Yes, please go ahead.
I just thought I'd take the opportunity I clearly like to speak after Jenny, so I thought I would just keep going with that rhythm. But thank you to you both, and again, thanks to the students as well. But as I was listening to you talking about silence and silencing, I'm really I don't know much of anything about sound studies as revealed over lunch when we were speaking, Aaron. But I'm really intrigued by this question of silence, and I could be wrong, but it seems to me the way in which we're talking about silence in this particular conversation is there's a kind of negative valence to it, right? But there's a continuum of there's a semantic range to the word in its various forms. So there's there's silencing, there's not being allowed to speak. There are silences, say in the archive that you both talked about, and things we don't understand. But it seems to me also that silence can also be something which is a sign of agency as well. And whether it's, I'm an American, so right to remain silent, of course, is a very important right for us. But I'm also reminded of, if you know the Scottish singer Lexi Murdoch, I heard an interview with him many years ago in which an interviewer asked him about the kind of real sparseness of the compositions. And he had this gentle little laugh in response to it, and he said, "I'm Scottish, I'm from the Highlands, I'm not afraid of silence." So, which I thought was a really beautiful way to sort of think about soundscape too, is something which is, plays out across, there's a kind of ecosystem of, what's said or enunciated, but what also is just allowed to sort of come in organically. So anyway, all of this is to say, in my very unsilency way, because I'm just thinking aloud, is I'd be interested to hear from you both a bit more about silences, whether or not it has a kind of agentive element to it, and specifically for Aaron, when thinking about hauntology, right? I don't know the extent to which you're playing that out, and I am interested about the relationship between that and memory, but the way in which the silence is just a beautiful opportunity for that to sort of play out too, where the past intrudes upon the presence in these ways that are reflective, but also think about Gaeliantology, which would assume a kind of cacophony and people coming in and coming out and da-da-da, but whether or not there is a place in that too for silence as a positive force. And I'm really sorry that was long.
Yeah, feel free.
In my play, when Sally Amber says the wrong thing and causes knowledge of the plot to be somehow revealed or put in danger, the one thing that I have the other characters repeatedly telling her is that she should learn to keep her mouth shut. You know, don't give away. Shut your mouth, girl. Shut your trap. You know, you're going to mess up everything. The idea being that instead of being this questioner and full of words and wanting to air her views, that she should practice a bit more discretion, the discretion of silence, so to speak. Yeah, which is ironic because in terms of the way I viewed her character, she is the questioner. She is the one who is unafraid to be vocal in this world where women were expected to be quiet, or at least acceding to other voices and not using their own. That's the thoughts I have at the moment, yes.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks for the question. I think, you know, it's really interesting to kind of recognize and highlight that silence in a lot of the context that I'm speaking about does seem to have a negative valence. And I think that's something that I can explore. And I think that can partly be explained by the fact that we're dealing with kind of the subjugation of people and voices and colonial texts. So in this specific context, when we're speaking about trying to articulate voice or trying to reclaim sound or agency, then that feels somewhat oppositional to the silencing of people or cultures that has historically happened and been ingrained, you know, whether through coloniality or text and so on. So I think that's why in this form of work or with these texts, silence feels negative. But I agree that I think that it's going to be interesting to explore that notion of where it's not. And it was interesting. It made me think of, if we take Gaeliantology, I mean, it's playful, it's underdeveloped. It might be in a book introduction or it might not. But if we think of, you know, I have sat in those kind of older style Gaelies with family or you know, visiting relatives where maybe there's been a bit too much whiskey, or you know, there's a moment of real silence and your heads are down or your heads are up, but you're not talking, and then the tune strikes up, and then someone you know, tells the story, and those silences and those moments of deep reflection and meditation are required in order for the expression to come. So I think I just want to say thank you, because if I do choose to pursue this heuristic or analogy, I think that silence in relation to something not negative necessarily could be interesting to explore more.
Yeah. Thank you. So we're going to wrap up. I had just in hearing the dialogue between the two of you and then your responses, it made me consider the place or the absence in your presentation of the body, and where does the body exist within the work, and questions around embodiment and how we come to sound and silence through the body, whether it's a vibrational, if we think about this idea of the matrika of the vibration that exists even beyond the sound and in the silence, and how the body is animating your work, if at all, in terms of the critical listening you're doing in Turner's Hall or other spaces that you visit, because oftentimes energy, space, the place, the ambiance lands in the body before it even becomes conscious to then make sound. So, and it's responding to the sound that surrounds it. And I'm thinking about your work and what you speak about. I mean, as a dancer, right, we learned about Scotland. I mean, I grew up in a village 30 kilometers from Inverness in the middle of Jamaica, the Jamaican Highlands, right? And we came to learn about Scotland through dance practices. So even before learning quote unquote African dances, we learned the maypole and we learned the Scottish jig. Same thing for those who would have been raised in Tobago, Grenada, here in Barbados. There's a way in which Scots have become indigenous to this region through their practice of whether sound, the musical, whether it's the incorporation of musical instrumentations into what becomes our creolized forms, but certainly within our salon dances. It's not just the French or the British, but the Scottish who have informed, quote unquote, the folk. So as a country girl, you learned the Scottish jig and performed that at weddings, at funerals. I've never been to Scotland, but these became imbricated within the vibration and the fabric of rural life in Jamaica. And when you look at the colonial records, some of the early records in Barbados, when it comes to quote unquote slave songs, they are replicated on a Scottish kind of metronome, the rhythmic pattern of Scottish music. So I'm curious about, how we consider writing the body in and the way that we come to see that entanglement as an embodied field as well. But, yeah. Thank you for your presentations. We now turn over to our second panel for the afternoon. And so we'll call, is there any other? Oh, we have a break, sorry. So you get to stretch your legs and drink some water. Thanks again for your attention, and thanks again for our panelists, Aaron and Amanda. And of course, our players, give thanks.
with none other than our co-organizers. So we'll go till 5:30, and so after that we will have the reception. Our two speakers, while they need no introduction, I will give them a brief introduction all the same way we've done it before. I will introduce the first speaker. He will go, then introduce the second speaker. We'll save Q&A for afterwards. So our first speaker on this panel is none other than Peadar Amerktig, who is Senior Lecturer in Celtic and Scottish Studies at the University of Edinburgh. His interests are quite broad, including linguistic variation and change in the Gaelic-speaking world, and also in manuscript studies and the literature and literary history of Irish, Scottish, Gaelic, and Manx from circa 1550 to 1900, which is where the Caribbean comes in. He is the principal investigator on the AHRC project From Lismore to Barbados, the Gaelic Caribbean Travel Journal, and verse of Dugald MacNicol. He will be speaking today on soldiers and sailors, Irish and Scottish Gaelic poets in the British Caribbean. Let us welcome Peadar.
Thanks very much, Brendan. I've just had a slight moment of panic that there seems to be a chunk missing from my slide, but I think it'll be okay. It'll sort itself out. Thanks very much for the introduction, Brendan. As Brendan has said, this talk and indeed the symposium arises from an AHRC-funded project, the focus of which is to edit and translate the work, the Scottish Gaelic Travel Journal and verse of a Highland Scot active in the Caribbean at the very start of the 19th century with myself and Nigel. But the purpose of this talk more specifically, as that project comes to an end, is to provide some broader Gaelic context for Dugald MacNicol's writings. Where does he fit in the chronology of Gaelic, both Irish and Scottish Gaelic poetic activity in the Caribbean? Where does he fit into that, and how does he fit into it? And so, over the course of this talk, then, I want to talk very briefly about the history and historiography of Irish Caribbean, Scottish Caribbean, or Scottish Gaelic Caribbean versus Irish Gaelic Caribbean historiography, and then talk about, as I've alluded to in the title of the talk, poets, soldiers and sailors in the British Caribbean, and look specifically at two Irish Gaelic poets and two Scottish Gaelic poets, and look at some of the patterns and exceptions that arise from looking at these two different sets of poets from Ireland and Scotland. In terms of the Scottish Gaelic or Highland involvement in the Caribbean, it is by now reasonably well served within the historiography, and just highlighted two examples of recent work, Slaves and Highlanders by David Alston, but also The Glasgow Sugar Aristocracy by Stephen Mullen, both of which acknowledge the fact that the Highlands have a particular entanglement with the Caribbean and with enslavement and plantation economies of the Caribbean. And much of that, and this isn't a criticism, but much of that engagement derives from the work of Sheila Kidd, a Scottish Gaelic scholar, who has surveyed the Gaelic evidence for this involvement and has made that available to Scottish historians in particularly new ways. And I think myself and Nigel have done that as well in our own way, as well as others here. I think of Daisha Osborne's forthcoming work as well. So that Scottish Gaels in the Caribbean are there's a lot more that could be said about them, that should be said about them, but they have some sort of presence that has registered. That, I think, is perhaps less so the case in an Irish context. And if just thinking of some recent work, think specifically of Jenny Shaw's everyday life in the early English Caribbean. We were talking about this earlier as actually a good example of how, despite the fact that Irish language scholars haven't spent a huge amount of time working on this material, how it absolutely makes sense that it has to be incorporated in any discussion of 17th century Ireland, and that Jenny's book does that. More recent discussions of Irish Caribbean connections, think specifically of Caribbean Irish connections, edited by our colleague and friend Evelyn O'Callaghan, as well as others. Interdisciplinary perspectives, but particularly perspectives on Anglophone literature, which of course sidesteps the issue in a way. But Ireland, Slavery and the Caribbean, a recent collection of essays in which the Irish language evidence doesn't feature at all, I think is indicative of the fact that it hasn't registered really among Irish historians. But as we heard this morning, it is there, and there is evidence for this connection. I think specifically of the early Caribbean in the Gaelic literary imagination. And I go back to the example that we heard of this morning, Aiste Cheannaigh Chonaill, a synthetic 500-line history of Ireland from the time of the flood up until the upheavals of the mid-17th century, which, as Brendan said this morning, is extremely popular in the manuscript tradition and hugely influential throughout the 17th, 18th and 19th century in Irish-speaking Ireland in creating a politically aware popular mind. And of course, we've already had this line, we've seen this line earlier, but you now see it blown up in manuscript if you look at the screen, and in translation. And this is the translation, I think, is the one that I've taken from Michelle O'Riordan's Poetics and Polemics, published recently by Cork University Press, where we have the Caribbean in collocation with the destruction of the native aristocracy, represented by O'Connor, whose head is on a spike, transplant and transport to Jamaica, but also the great houses, if you like, the aristocratic houses, which are left, and this is particularly pertinent thinking about the session that we've just had, are left without wine, without feasting, and without music, without poetry being heard, so that they are rendered silent. And as we'll see, that issue around silence and sound is one that we'll come back to later. But as we've already heard, that's the 17th century situation. Obviously, by the 18th and 19th century, we see a more prominent degree of involvement with Caribbean enslavement by both Irish and Highland Scots. It's already there in the century previously. We've already heard that, but it becomes more prominent in the 18th and 19th century. But also, in tandem with that, we have new types of involvement of Gaelic speakers, both Irish and Scots, in the British military. And this is what I'm going to talk a little bit about today, about the idea of the poet-soldier, rather than the polger, the poet-soldier and sailor. And I'm going to look at two examples of each, two from Ireland and two from Scotland. The Irish examples are Owen Rua O'Sullivan, whose dates you see there. He didn't get a very long life. The second Irish example is Thomas O'Muddy, who's active in the British Army during the 1790s. And the Scottish Gaelic poets are Alistair Grant of Glenmoriston, who was born in 1772, and Dugald MacNicol, who I've already spoken about here before, but I will mention again this evening. Oops, there we go. Okay, so to take the Irish poets in turn then. Owen Rua O'Sullivan, born in 1748, dies in 1784. He is a folk hero of 18th century Munster, which is the southern province of Ireland, from the Slieve Lochara area between counties Kerry and Cork. Recent discussion of him, recent succinct description of him by the scholar Vincent Morley says that he was in reality a literate and bilingual itinerant schoolmaster who travelled throughout Munster and turned his hand to more menial occupations when employment in his chosen profession was unavailable. That sentence, of course, leaves out the fact that he's best remembered as a poet, despite the fact that none of his poetry was printed in his own lifetime. It was transmitted only orally and in manuscript. You see on the right-hand side of the screen, you can see a early 20th century memorial to him in a mixture of Gaelic script and Roman script, Roman font. So as I say, he was an Irish language poet, an ardent Irish Jacobite, virulently anti-British in outlook, as demonstrated in the poem Tá Cruathan ar Sheorsha. So George III is in difficulty, on the American Revolution, where he expresses a wish for Britain's defeat, and that gach alúrach cuithiach tá na hí a mrogah banaban by scapa ar hatimical esteemed again. Every foreign alien sitting pretty in the big houses of Ireland, they will be scattered and expelled abroad. So that this is the descendants of Plantation, Cromwellian Plantation in the 18th century, and an increasingly Anglophone Protestant Anglo-Irish upper class. This is of a piece with most of his Jacobite poetry. But he ends up in the British Navy, possibly unwillingly. And I say possibly unwillingly because, I mean, he is, as I say, he's very much a folk hero, and there is an entire folklore that has amassed itself around him, and distinguishing the truth from that folklore, if it's worth doing at all, is very difficult. But in a political poem that he composed in Irish, which he composed in England, during his time in the British Navy, he says, "O sracha again ar orla ag coward an tain ar avonlium a mark of nabiler curved," that he was pulled violently far away by the forelock to assist my enemy in bullet-laden ships on the foaming seas. And this is an Ashling poetry, an Ashling poet. It's a Jacobite. It's a Jacobite poem. So it is all of his Irish language poetry is of fairly similar political outlook. But in an instance which perhaps demonstrates we were talking earlier about the almost chameleon-like status of the Irish in the Caribbean. Not only does he find himself in the British Navy, but he finds himself present at the Battle of the Saint, the Battle of Dominica, in April 1782, when Admiral George Rodney, who we've already heard about this morning, I think, for his victory over the French fleet in the Caribbean, is sort of an extension of the American War of Independence, which he has an extensive body of poetry relating to, which is pro-Republican Jacobite verse. But he finds himself, that's too passive a construction. He composes, let's put it like that. He composes an English language panegyric poem on Rodney and his victory, which he titles Rodney's Glory. You can see this is Admiral Rodney, by the way. We don't have any images of Owen Rua, which begins, "Give ear, ye British hearts of gold, that e'er disdain to be controlled. Good news to you I will unfold, 'tis of brave Rodney's glory. So loud are cannons that the roar re-echoed round the Indian shore. Both ships and rigging suffered sore. We kept such constant firing." And they use the pronouns here. The placement of pronouns is very interesting, particularly in the first person plural. As well as his own placement, where he places himself. "Both Rodney's guns and Paddy's sons make echoes shake where'er they come. They fear no French or Spaniards." precisely the French and Spaniards who, in his extensive body of Jacobite poetry, he is literally waiting to come over the horizon and launch an attack, launch an occupation of Ireland to free it from Hanoverian rule. On the right-hand side there, you see one of the manuscripts in which this poem is preserved alongside more typical contents of Irish language manuscripts of this period. And it stands out not only because it's of its political outlook, but also by virtue of the fact that it is in English, unlike the rest of the contents of the manuscript, and it is in contemporary English script, whereas the rest you'll see on the left-hand side of the manuscript is in Gaelic script. Now may prosperity attend brave Rodney and his Irish men, and may he never want a friend while he shall reign commander. Success to our Irish officers at this period, which could only be elite Anglo-Irish Protestants serving as officers in the British Navy. So the occupants of the houses that he was wishing scattered in the previous poem. Success to our Irish officers, seamen bold and jolly tars, who like darling sons of Mars take delight in the fight and vindicate bold Ireland's right and die for Erin's glory, which I for one would rather not. Now, the contrast between the views expressed by O'Sullivan in his Irish language poetry and the views expressed in this and another one or two small other compositions that he writes in English, as Morley and Yeaky have said, reflects the very different audiences for which they were intended. The English poem is undoubtedly composed in anticipation of a payment of patronage that he hopes can be garnered from Rodney, and indeed folklore in his own native Kerry sort of rationalizes this with a folk tale of him presenting the poem to Rodney in the hope that the poet might be rewarded with his release from the Navy, but he is not released, or at least that's the folk tale, that he's not released. There are some similarities in this regard with Thomas O'Mweddy, the second Irish poet that I want to mention. O'Mweddy is from Tipperary, again a Munster poet, folk poet of the late 18th and early 19th century, who's, I think we have two poems from him, both pertaining to the 1790s. And local memory of him, similar really to our memory of Owen Rua, is as a wild, rakish son of the rustic muse, fond of the drop, full of wit and humour, and a welcome guest at the peasant's fireside after the toils of the day. And his dates of service are slightly later. He serves in the 1790s, but he also wasn't very keen on it. And I've given the image of the collection, the edited collection from which I've taken the version of the text, which is Thahio Hogan's Dúnra Hibberdoran, an anthology of Tipperary folk verse of the 18th and 19th century. Unlike the perhaps more learned O'Sullivan, O'Mweddy's poems were not preserved in manuscript. They were preserved orally only and weren't collected until the 1860s. So quite a period of time, and then from oral recitation. But we have two versions of the song Oran and Vrummy, one collected from his granddaughter and another collected from a neighbour, which deal with his experience in the British Army. He was apparently among the British forces sent to Haiti in the wake of the Haitian Revolution of the 1790s. And you can see the text, some of the text of the poem is given there on the right-hand side of the slide. And as with Owen Rua, there is some sort of suggestion that Omwadi was perhaps pressed into service as he himself, or pressed / duped, as he himself says in the opening verse of the poem, is líana na cárta se bhí me listáilte, or and upon the filling of the quart jug I was enlisted, the suggestion being that he wasn't in full control of his faculties when he signed the papers. But he gives an interesting perspective on his service, I guess, in the British Navy. And particularly in this poem, its effect on his health. So he, unlike O'Sullivan, Omwadi was sent home because of ill health. His health failed. He himself refers to himself in the poem as going home. This is a translation which works okay in terms of the register. He describes himself as going home as a lunatic, so that he perhaps had some sort of breakdown in the West Indies. But he says, "In the West Indies, so in the West Indies I was tormented and lost my health, walking deserted cliffs, tall forests and hills, with multitudes being fallen before my eyes, with no person exclaiming, shouting or crying. I spent 9 nights without comfort lying on my right side, shooting powder as bullets as the skies shook. We had neither prayer nor creed, but blood and nouns and rage, no thought for piety, but blades and guns." Now this goes back to a point that was raised earlier about the sort of linguistic use of English in some of these poems, certainly of the 18th and 19th century, but also, as we saw earlier, in the 17th century as well. Because if I read this verse to you in Irish, you'll recognize, if you can see it, you'll recognize quite a lot of terms relating to military and or material culture: shoulder belt, pouch, hammer, primment, sling, canister, steel, flint, and hip, where he's describing the accoutrements of a British seaman in the West Indies and how he was essentially kitted out. We also have the loanword gunna, very well and long established loanword meaning gun. But it highlights, as Tarif Nahéireann, or the earlier poem from the 17th century, highlights also that engagement with the British Army or either British colonial forces in Ireland, active in Ireland, or as part of British colonial forces active in the Caribbean, how this engagement is also an agent for language shift from Irish to English in the 18th and 19th century, but also in 17th century Ireland, that it is part of a process that the culturation of Irish-speaking servicemen in the, I don't like the term servicemen, soldiers, seamen, is part also of an Anglicization process in which they are, I don't want to call them lab rats, but they are also being, they're participating in. And yet there are contradictions, as there were with Onru O'Sullivan, because despite his great distaste for the British Army, although it needn't be just despite of that, O'Mwadi nonetheless imbibed the sort of racist hierarchies of the late 18th century British West Indies, and obviously participated in the racialized violence of the British Army. In one version of the verse, where he recounts the causes of the breakdown of his health, although it's not clear that he's intending this as one of the causes, but it's in the same verse. He describes himself with Moronna im Olav agam agus me lavach navar dov, my gun in my hand while I shoot at the black men. Although this in itself is, and this thought only occurred to me recently, this is quite interesting because it uses an unusual, an atraditional, non-traditional formulation for melanated skin, which is not typically dove, but gorum. And so we can also think of this as actually a calque on English black, in a way that doesn't necessarily work for Irish. And again, if we read it as such, again, it can be likened to that process of language shift that's evident in other verses. So turning then briefly to the other two poets, the Scottish poets, Alistair Grant of Glenmorrison and Dugald MacNicol. Alistair Grant is born in 1772, born in Glenmorrison. You see outlined there in the middle of the, almost bang smack in the middle of the Scottish Highlands, and is the author of a corpus of 8 song poems. I've not mentioned that about the other ones, but it is relevant that pretty much all Gaelic poetry of this period is to be sung. So these are song poems rather than sort of poems, which doesn't apply in all Anglophone contexts in the period. And they're all written while in the British Navy. But he saw service, or we know that he saw service from the wider corpus of poems. We know that he was active in Spain, Denmark, Portugal, and also in the West Indies. 2 of his Gaelic songs detail a rough Atlantic crossing, the crossing of Admiral Christian's fleet to the West Indies in 1779. The first one begins, "And Jews me fagel na riach, today as I leave the country," and the second one is "Cianal an Rad, lamentable is this road." And as with some of the other examples, these are preserved orally and only printed in the late 19th century, collected and brought together by Sinclair in his reminiscences, historical and traditional, of the grants of Glenmorrison. And printed there together under the title of Voyage to the West Indies. The second one, I've given you the opening of it there, is Cianal an Rad snigal chuan sinna trial ridrachide dan a hinshach an huas, na creen ar na luabag sna sul gan torstuin, an long e latuv e glach na stug. Lamentable is this road as I travel by the sea, making in the terrible weather for the West Indies. The masts bending above us and the sails taken from us, the ship on its side wrestling with the waves. But from the general assessment of these 2 poems particularly, but of his corpus more broadly, is that he emerges from these poems as a wholly reluctant soldier. And this, I should parenthetically insert here, that this is not necessarily typical of Gaelic poetry. It doesn't necessarily shirk away from British Empire, it's well able to handle that when it wants. But Grant certainly presents himself as a reluctant soldier. And as Rory McKeever in his excellent PhD on the Gaelic poet and British military experience says, rather than embracing and promoting the heroic ideals of military service, which are really quite ingrained in Gaelic society and put to good use in the late 18th century by the Hanoverian state, which wants to capitalize on that manpower, these are songs which would have been likely to dissuade any potential recruits. The hardship of service is a predominant theme in his poetry, and this is regularly contrasted with the situation that he left at home. Concepts of loyalty or belonging to regiment, the wider imperial army or the British state don't feature. His only allegiance is towards his homeland and his community. So he's number 3. Number 4, and the final one then, is Dugald MacNicol, the son of the Reverend Donald MacNicol. You see his dates there. he's commissioned into the Royal West India Rangers in 1809, and he's highly mobile as a staff officer across the British Caribbean until the 1830s. He's born, the map on the right is the southwest coast of Scotland. He's born, not only does he have a highly mobile adult life, that is merely a continuation of a very highly mobile younger period of his life as well. He's born in Lismore in 1791, small inner Hebridean island off the coast of Oban. His father dies when he's 9 or 10, and his teenage years are spent peripatetically being shuttled between family members in Achlean, rural Gaelic-speaking Achlean, rural bilingual Irish, Gaelic, English speaking Inverary, the seat of the Duke of Argyll, and the urban bilingual environment of Greenock, which we've already heard about as a port very active in the reception of Caribbean rum. His poetic, so as I say, he's a staff officer, which is essentially the civil service of the British Army in the Caribbean, so highly mobile within the Caribbean in the early decades of the 19th century. His corpus is the most extensive by far. He, as well as being a poet, he composes a Gaelic prose travel journal covering the period 1809 to 1813. It's not very long, it's only about 6,000 words, but it is the earliest autobiographical writing that we have in Scottish Gaelic. It is the earliest example of travel writing that we have in Scottish Gaelic. This type of literacy comes late in Scottish Gaelic for a variety of reasons. As well as that prose travel journal, he is the author of at least 8. He himself claims 8. There are more among his papers that may also be attributed to him, but his name doesn't appear alongside them, composed in the period 1809 to 1816. So while he's still quite a young man, and they're both composed in Argyll at home in Scotland as well as in the Caribbean. And in the Caribbean he mentions particularly Barbados and St. Lucia as the points of composition. But it is typical of contemporary Gaelic emigrant poetry, overwhelmingly concerned with displacement, which is overwhelmingly only his own displacement. Despite the fact that there's plenty of other sorts of displacement going along around him. And it's found now as part, although composed and written here in the Caribbean, and indeed copied, not only his own compositions, but he copies into copybooks and commonplace books other Gaelic poetry while he's here. That is now found, it's been found and is now part of the MacNicol collection in the National Library of Scotland, so that it is, if you like, an archive of Caribbean relevance in Scotland, let's call it. As I say, and this goes back to questions of silence that Michael Morris has talked about more generally in Scottish writing, the Caribbean does not. There are ways of reading the Caribbean into his poetry, but it doesn't feature in the way that we might expect. And in fact, much of his poetry could be Gaelic emigrant poetry of the period that could have been written anywhere. But I've been thinking about matters of paratext quite recently, and the more I think about it, the more I think we need to think more about the fact that he is paratextually diligent in noting when his poems have been composed, well, wherever they've been composed. But you can see an example here. Óran Erfún Moch Savat and Jadonich. So a song to the tune early on Sunday morning is the title, the tune title that he's given it, even though it starts Curum the Takasha Nuddy this time last year. But up in the top left-hand corner, you'll see P Island, St. Lucia, 15 November 1816. indicating that the poem is composed in Pigeon Island off the north coast of St. Lucia in 1816, looking out to Martinique, excuse me. And it's interesting, we won't go into it now, but in the poem there is a reflex, if you like, whereby he is imagining a geographic feature at home in Argyll, which mirrors the geographic feature on which he finds himself, Pigeon Island. Also thinking about this, knowing that Aaron and Amanda were going to be talking a bit about soundscapes, just pulled one or two instances where we can read something into his perception of the Caribbean, even if it is, I think and suspect, it would also be found in, for instance, some Nova Scotian Gaelic writing of the time, where he says, in relation to Barbados, Ismín Shaw and the Nilan Guncheller Guncheol for Nachlinmig Hulag Achdromichin Vod, here on an island without chirping of birds or music, where I don't hear birds warbling, but only the beat of the great drum. That acoustic image is contrasted with his description of the Highlands at home, which he describes as places for Ngulden Hon Ruig Sichio, where one hears the grouse calling in the mist. Or where he says, Leum Bevin Sachuli Karel Nankon Klian. So sweet to me in the woods was the clamour of the old hunting dogs. So in this sense, in terms of the scope of his corpus and in terms of the engagement, such as it is, he's the exception. But there's another important regard in which he's exceptional, and that is by the fact that when his Gaelic poetry, such as we have it, dries up, such as we have it, he's entered a committed relationship with Joanna Franklin, a free woman of colour of some social and financial standing here in Bridgetown in Barbados, whose mother was involved in the hotel business in Bridgetown, and we've heard some of including all of what that means. And they go on to have at least 8 children. And so the MacNicols as a family are ensconced in urban, free-coloured Bridgetown at the opening decades of the 19th century. He dies in Scotland in 1844 after a decade of military service in Ireland and Canada. So Barbados wasn't his last colonial posting, but it was his longest. And the relationship with Joanna Franklin and their children seems to have been maintained throughout those postings, and indeed he left some of money towards them. So thinking then in terms of conclusions, going back to that broader question of where does all of this, how can we piece together this sort of Gaelic poetic image and involvement in the Caribbean, moving on from the 17th century position that we heard of earlier, how does this play out in the late 18th and 19th century? There is what I think of as a surprising lack of enthusiasm for the British Imperial project found in the particularly Scottish Gaelic Caribbean poetry when we compare it, as I say, to the Scottish Gaelic verse, particularly of the later 19th century. The Irish poets' alleged coercion into military service contrasts with that of Grant and MacNicol, who aren't thrilled to be here, but are of an officer class, and that's another distinction that I think finds some articulation in the poetry, in the Irish poetry, particularly that we have in this period Scottish Gaelic-speaking Protestant regiments serving under Scottish Gaelic-speaking officers. That this is a pattern that does not exist in an Irish context, and that's what Nigel is going to speak about in some detail later. We can also think of as MacNicol's personal connection among this group of poets, his personal connection with the Caribbean as being exceptional and in contrast with that of the others, both Irish and Scots, who are more, perhaps because they're in the Navy, they are more fleeting, pardon the pun, more fleeting Caribbean encounters. Although, even though it's exceptional within that corpus of poets, we know that it's not necessarily exceptional within the broader body of Scots of Highland Scots in the Caribbean, as we know from the work of Tesh Osborne and others here. The scale of involvement is huge. But it's also worth reflecting that, or for myself in a selfish way, that most of the direct evidence for any Gaelic, in inverted commas, Caribbean isn't found in colonial archives, which excludes those languages themselves. They are also excluded from that, from those archives. So then where are the points for comparison or contrast for the likes of MacNicol? And I think, this is just by way of conclusion, I think that actually thinking about cultural production more broadly can sort of facilitate doing that. And this is a sort of a point on which to end and to start another paper, is taking that idea in an Irish and in a Gaelic context of thinking beyond the colonial archive a bit further and what those points of comparisons might look like. And I want to turn, in conclusion, to this manuscript. I've talked a lot about manuscripts. Maynooth Dior 5, very unexciting name, but it's a Catholic prayer book. That little green card is a travel card that you use in Dublin to get around. It's the size of a credit card, so it gives you some indication of the size of this book. This is a handmade book covered in felt. It's a Catholic prayer book, and it's of interest because it's not a poem or a piece of poetry, an original composition, but it is an item of cultural production. And it's of relevance here in particular because it's put together and written in December 1831 on the island of St. Christopher. It's a Catholic prayer book produced in Irish in the island of St. Christopher in the years between that spot between Catholic emancipation in Ireland and the emancipation of the enslaved in the Caribbean. And thinking about that sort of cultural production beyond poetry might actually be as useful a point as thinking about the poets and bringing them together. And I'll leave it there.
Thank you so much, Pater. Our second speaker on this panel is Dr. Nigel Leask, who is Regis Professor of English at the University of Glasgow. His research interests are also broad, including Romantic literature and culture, Robert Burns and Scottish literature, 1750-1850, Romantic Orientalism, travel writing and empire, Anglo-Indian literature of the Romantic period, and clearly an interest in the Caribbean, as he is the co-investigator on the AHRC project with Pater, From Lismore to Barbados, the Gaelic Caribbean Travel Journal and Verse of Dugald MacNicol. He will speak to us today on Dugald MacNicol and Gaelic military patronage in the British Caribbean, 1810 to 25. Please, let's welcome Professor Leask.
Brendan Feskerma, Huladunya. Right, this is the survivors slot. It's been a long day. You're still hanging on in there. I'll try to make it interesting. And actually, what I'm going to say is it picks up nicely. I think it links nicely to what Pater has been talking about, a number of overlaps, which is actually going to enable me to truncate my paper a little bit, which is great. Okay, let's just get the measure of this. Yeah. In 1786, a pioneering anthology of Scottish Gaelic verse was published by John Gillis in Perth, a collection of ancient and modern Gaelic poems and songs. And one of the songs was called, in Gaelic it was called an Éidi Cheann Gael, in English, the garb of old Gaul. Composed in honor of the Black Watch, the 42nd Highland Regiment. And it opened with the stirring words, An an Éidi Cheann Gael mar Tientach nan Roibh, with the garb of old Gaul, which is the kilt, and the fire of old Rome, from the heath-covered mountains of Scotia we come. And as the poem continues, the song poem continues, it becomes very clear that this is rather like Owen Roe Sullivan's Rodney's Glory, the poem that Pat has been talking about. It's a kind of patriotic song celebrating Highland military prowess and British nationalism. I'll read it in the translation. No French faith, no French foppery, our country disgrace. Still our hoarse-sounding pipes breathe the true martial strains, and our hearts still the true British valour retains. Very different from Alistair Grant's poems that Padder was just talking about. It's interesting, this is the only poem in the Gillies collection which is translated into English. It's a collection of Gaelic poems, song poems, and this is the only one that actually features in English. And any sort of Gaelic songs, Jacobite songs, are just cut out of that collection, unlike precursor anthologies, the few precursor anthologies of Gaelic verse. So I think this Garbafold Goal kind of defines, it's a sort of anthem for what we today, historians now call the ideology of Highlandism, defined by the historian Alan McInnes as the association of tartan with military prowess and imperial service, a peculiar weave that came in the course of the 19th century to represent Scotland's distinctive presence within the British Empire. So Tom Devines notes that by the French Revolutionary Wars and the Napoleon Wars, the number of Highland recruits was unprecedented. The most recent careful estimate suggests totals ranging from 37,000 to 48,000 men in regular, fencible and volunteer units, making the Highlands the most intensely recruited region of the United Kingdom, proportional to population at least. Because Irish recruits greatly outnumbered Scottish Gaels overall in the service of the Empire, but Ireland was a much bigger population than the Scottish Highlands. The population of the Highlands is estimated at the end of the 18th century as about 250,000 to 300,000. So the upper figure, 48,000, is an eye-wateringly high proportion of military recruits. Whilst casting a sceptical eye on conventional views of militaristic Highlander or the warlike Highlander, Andrew MacKillop nonetheless acknowledges the region as Britain's imperial military reserve par excellence. The region's population had come to be seen as the nearest domestic British mainland equivalent of Irish infantry or German and Russian and Prussian mercenaries. Despite the disproportionate contribution of Scotland to the armies fighting Napoleon, the number of recruits began to dwindle as clearance and emigration in the north of Scotland made recruitment to the regiments increasingly more challenging. And Dugald MacNicol's mentor, the Reverend Charles Stewart, minister at Strathur, wrote in the 1790s, "The district is now thinned of its inhabitants. The people have been forced to leave their native hills. Such as have gone have changed their manners, and the old spirit of the Highlander is extinguished. In those that remain, the sheep have banished the people. The sheep have banished the people." The tartan brand is slightly revived in the Victorian imperial era, evidenced in the famous 1881 painting, The Thin Red Line, which shows the Sutherland Highlanders at the Battle of Balaclava. So Dugald MacNicol, and that's his journal, and you've seen, and one of the Oran, which we've already heard about from Pater. I'm not saying much about the poetry today, and I'll just skip over this quickly because Pater has already covered some of the main features of his military career. He was commissioned as an ensign to the Royal West India Rangers, and I'll come back to that in a minute to say a bit more about that. But subsequently became a staff officer, ADC, to Major General Fitzroy Grafton Maclean in 1815, and subsequently in 1822 appearing as Deputy Assistant Quartermaster General for the West Indies. In 1827, he was able to purchase a captaincy in the Royal Scots of the First Royals, a socially prestigious Lowland Scottish regiment. He only briefly served in a Highland unit when he was commissioned into the Sutherland Highlanders in 1825. The regiment had been stationed in Barbados since 1823, but obtaining this commission in this prestigious Royal Scots regiment 2 years later may have been a means of staying in Barbados, staying in the West Indies. And I've got the feeling that Dugald doesn't want to go back to Scotland, and that may well be because of his own domestic connections here that Pater has already talked about. And it's also true, as Pater has mentioned, there is very little of the ideology of Highlandism in Dugald's poetry, or indeed in his travel journal. It's hard to know. We're intrigued by his motives for writing in Gaelic. It's extremely unusual, particularly the travel journal. Relatively few names, Highland names, appear on the army list of commissioned officers in his regiment, the Royal West India Rangers. However, the two of the colonels of this regiment were Gaelic-speaking Highlanders. One of them was General David Stewart of Garth, the other General Charles Turner of Mam near Inverary. So his lifelong military career in the Caribbean was dependent on the patronage of these two men, and I'm going to briefly talk about each of them in the remains of my paper. The third man who's important is Major General Fitzroy Jeffreys Grafton Maclean, to give his full clunky title, who comes into the picture later on, and I'll say more when I come to talk about him. All three of his patrons had stellar military careers in the global war against Napoleon, which led to financially lucrative colonial governorships. Well, the fact that both David Stewart and Charles Turner died during their governorships suggests the high health risks involved. Stewart of Garth was appointed governor of St. Lucia in 1829, but he died later the same year of flying fever. Turner of Mam was appointed governor of Sierra Leone in 1825, but like Stewart, he died the following year of yellow fever. General Fitzroy Maclean was appointed governor of the Danish islands of St. Thomas and St. John, now part of the US Virgin Islands, between 1808 and 1815. He was the lucky one. He lived to tell the tale. Both Maclean and Stewart were enslavers as proprietors of slave plantations in Barbados and Trinidad, respectively, which I'll come back to. Colonial governorship, and I'm really going to be talking here about Highland military networks, patronage, and the ways in which a successful military career amongst the Highland elite, albeit still a Gaelic-speaking Highland elite, a Protestant elite, as Pater mentioned too, could lead to lucrative posts as governors of colonies. We've already heard about the aristocrat Francis Humberston Mackenzie, Lord Seaforth, who was appointed governor of Barbados in 1800, and he was paid the sum of £2,300 for that posting. That was equivalent to the whole rental value of his huge Highland estates in Glenshiel and Kintail. Extremely lucrative. Okay, Lord Seaforth was an aristocrat, Stewart of Garth and Turner of Mam were not. Stewart was at Dun-Uisel, a gentleman, but their roles as colonial governors underlines and supports Chris Bailey's account of the importance of colonial proconsuls in the early 19th century British Empire. According to Bailey, the decades of the imperial meridian, that's 1780 to 1830, saw the development of, quote, new tools of control and the reinvention of an aristocratic landed tradition in which the Scottish and Irish gentry classes played a prominent role. And of course, in the Irish case, the most successful of all were the Wellesley brothers, the Duke of Wellington and his brother, who became sort of the leading military figures of the age. Okay, I'll now talk about each of the three, starting with this guy. I love this portrait of General David Stewart of Garth. His dates were 1772 to 1829. He was a Perthshire landowner, a key figure in Dugald's career because he was the colonel and a founding colonel of the Royal West India Rangers Regiment, although he's not mentioned at all. He's the only one of these three patrons who doesn't actually get a mention in Dugald's journal. He's mainly assisted today for his role in assisting Sir Walter Scott organise the tartan pageantry of the King's Jaunt in Edinburgh in 1822, the King's state, King George IV's state visit to Edinburgh. But he also published a book called Sketches of the Characters, Manners and Present States of the Highlanders of Scotland in 1822, a book which started off as a regimental history of the Black Watch, his own regiment, but ended up being a real critique, a deeply critical account of the conditions of Scottish Gaels in the post-war era, including a spirited attack on the Duke of Sutherland for the clearances, the Sutherland clearances. Garth, or Fiagarst, as he was known in Gaelic, was a scion of an old Jacobite family. He'd served as a distinction as an officer in the Black Watch, notably in Sir Ralph Abercrombie's West India campaign of 1794-7. He'd fought in St. Lucia, St. Vincent, Puerto Rico, and he achieved celebrity at the Battle of Alexandria in Egypt in 1801, where he was severely wounded. Most of these guys were severely maimed by their military service. After obtaining the rank of Major in the 78th Highlanders, he was appointed Lieutenant Colonel of the West India Rangers on 21st April 1808 and took part in the capture of Guadeloupe in 1810. There's a monument just outside this building to soldiers from the Royal York Rangers, which is a sort of sister unit to the West India Rangers, these men died in the same campaign in 1810. It's often overlooked that the West Indies were the major overseas commitment of the British Army in the Revolutionary Napoleonic Wars, and that in the 1790s campaign, 75,000 soldiers, over 50% of the forces sent to the islands as a whole, died there, mostly due to, thanks brother, about to be mugged by the banner. Roger Buckley writes that the price for victory and supremacy was exorbitant by any standards, attesting starkly to the importance of the West India Prize for the British Empire. This explains the necessity for establishing penal regiments like the RWIR, the Rangers, if you like. It's not exactly clear why. So Stuart Garth was a hero, a war hero of the Battle of Alexandria of the Napoleonic Wars. Why he was rewarded with the colonelcy of this regiment is hard to fathom, because it was a penal regiment, recently raised partly by him in 1806 as one of 3 punishment units composed of deserters, defaulters, and criminals from the hulks, aptly described by Stuart as my culprit soldiers. And he wrote, the unprincipled depravity exhibited by 2/3 of the men was horrible. Unlike the Royal West India Regiment, the Rangers soldiers were predominantly white, although a few black soldiers were transferred from its parent regiment, the Royal Africa Corps, raised in 1800 to guard the Goree slave fort in West Africa, a unit that was unusual in having both white and black men amongst its private soldiers for most of its existence. Buckley notes that the Rangers were condemned to perpetual service in the West Indies, unlike the other regular regiments, which served only 5 years in the region before being withdrawn to other stations. They were mainly limited to garrison duty and guarding artillery batteries, although one company of the Rangers did see, as we've said, so active service in Guadeloupe in 1815 in the final battle against the French before Napoleon's surrender. Desertion rates were the highest in the British Army, as were deaths from diseases like typhoid and yellow fever. And the regiment was disbanded at New Brunswick in 1819 because no other authority, jurisdiction wanted to have these convicts, disbanded or demobbed on their own territory. MacNicol was placed in half pay in 1819 and appeared again in half pay in 1825. James Irving Robertson describes the 36-year-old Stuart of Garth arriving in Barbados in 1808 to take command of his regiment and the island's garrison of 3,000 men, providing a backstory to MacNicol's subsequent experience in Barbados. And as Padder has told us, little of that is really expressed in the poems or the journal. The day before Stuart assumed command, 35 men had been flogged. In the previous 8 months, 307 men had deserted, 295 had died of disease, and, quote, the unprincipled depravity existed by, I've quoted that already, unprincipled depravity of the men, that's Stuart. He said about imposing a strict disciplinary regime to transform military dross into gold. And this is a quotation from his biography. 4 men were due to be flogged for shooting their officers. He had them face a firing squad instead. A man of liberal principles in that respect, I don't think. In the early days of his command, another 2 offenders were shot and 3 more hanged. In 1810, the year MacNicol arrived in Barbados, Stuart transferred to Trinidad. But given the frequency of his visit to Barbados in the years that followed, it's quite likely that the 2 Highlanders would have met. Certainly, Stuart was active in mobilizing Highland networks to fund a Gaelic chapel in London, the prospectus of which was published in the Barbados Mercury and other West Indian journals in early 1810. The list of donors provides, you can see a list here, but I've highlighted the 2 characters who appear in my talk, with their donations. Stewart of Garth subscribed £10, as did Brigadier General Fitzroy MacLean, Governor of St Thomas's, etc. Placed on half pay at the end of the war, having failed to secure the post of Governor of Trinidad, Stewart pulled all available strings to return to his colonelcy in the Rangers. "I cannot but think," he said, "that I would be lowered in the opinion of the world were I again to join this corps." In other words, he wanted out. But it wasn't until, for all his, he himself was desperately scrabbling for patronage, just like Dugald had been doing, but he was doing it at a higher level, trying to use the Duke of Athol to get him a governorship, a lucrative governorship. But it wasn't until 1829 that he managed to secure the governorship of St. Lucia. But it was a short-lived triumph. And arriving on the island in January of 1829, by November, Stewart had fallen victim to a flying fever, dying at Government House in Castries, situated just below the French fortress of Montfortune, which he'd stormed 30 years earlier during Abercrombie's bloody assault on the island. He's buried in the military cemetery there, alongside 200 soldiers of the Black Watch who had been killed in the earlier battle. And here's a nice aquatint of his tomb in Montfortune, St. Lucia, from Caddy's Scenery of the Windward and Leeward Islands of 1837. So Stewart claimed to be dedicated to ameliorating the treatment of the enslaved population on the island on the eve of emancipation. But he drew heavily on his military experience as a colonel of a penal regiment. So, for example, although the use of the cat and whip must be discontinued, he wrote, in doing so great caution is requested, as with the fiery, stubborn disposition of many Negroes, the fear of immediate punishment is as necessary as I found it with my culprit soldiery. His experience of the West Indies wasn't confined to jungle fighting in St. Lucia in 1795 or the later governorship of the same island. Throughout his life, he was a sleeping partner to his enslaver brother, John Stewart, proprietor of Park Hill Plantation in St. Vincent, and later of the Garth Estate in Trinidad. The Stewart brothers hoped that sugar wealth extracted from the labor of 31 enslaved Trinidadians would help to sort out the family's heavily indebted estates in Perthshire. This proved to be a fruitless ambition, due in part to John Stewart's incompetence. John's illegitimate daughter Anne, who was the daughter of Charlotte Tobin, a free-coloured woman from Grenada, was sent back to live with her relatives in Perthshire. David Stewart regretted the impropriety of, quote, introducing the spurious product of so indiscreet and ill-timed a connection as one of the family. So he's not coming across very positively here. But it's a sentiment that might have been shared by Dugald MacNicol's sisters if any of his and Joanna Franklin's mixed heritage children had returned to live with the MacNicol family in Argyll. So just before leaving Stewart, I think I'll just quote his biographer's judgment that David was surely too intelligent to miss that irony of the contrast between his position on slavery and his indignation at the treatment of Highlanders. Although he describes the slave trade as, quote, that atrocious and inhuman traffic, and in his brief stint as governor at St. Lucia, he sought to ameliorate the condition of the enslaved, throughout his career he invested in and hoped to profit from his brother's plantation in Trinidad. So this is, I'll come back to this in a sec. Unlike Stewart of Garth, Charles Turner of Mam, also lieutenant colonel in the Royal West India Rangers, his name does appear, albeit in passing, in MacNicol's journal. Dugald records in July 1809, he and his brother Dol dropped in at Mam House in Glenshire near Inverary to deliver a dog called Juno to Colonel Turner. Shortly afterwards, Dugald mentions that Gur Colonel Turner mo commission go. The Colonel Turner got me my commission. That's dated 16th November 1809. It's nice to think that the dog Juno might have played some role in the negotiation for that commission, sweetener for Colonel Turner. Now, we found this was very interesting when we were doing early research on Dugald MacNicol. This was the Victorian period, early Victorian army list for Dugald's career in the military, and it shows him being enlisted as a commission, as an ensign, into the 1st Regiment of Foot, the Royal Scots, in 1809. In fact, it's fake. This is fake. He's airbrushed this, because the This is the authentic army list from 1809, which shows him being commissioned as an ensign into the Royal West India Rangers. And you can see I've underlined in red, his handwritten, his name there, Dugald MacNicol. MacNicol, it's even misspelled. Looks like it's a bit of an afterthought. And I suspect that quite a few of the other officers of the regiment had been killed or had died. And there was a desperate attempt to get more recruits from Scotland. They were pulling all strings and Dugald, that's partly the story of Dugald's sudden, getting his sudden commission. He travelled to Greenock to board a ship bound for Barbados on 28th March 1810, and he joined his regiment here in Barbados on the 9th of May. He spent 2 years in Barbados, then was posted to Dominica in March 1812, and thence to Guadeloupe in 1813, having been promoted to lieutenant. Later that month, he returned to Barbados on the orders of General Maclean, and I'll come to Maclean in my closing section. So who was this military patron, General Charles Turner of Mam, 1774 to 1826? As I've said, like Stuart of Garth, he was a Gaelic-speaking Highlander, a career soldier whose reputation was forged during the Revolutionary and Napoleonic Wars. Unlike Stuart and Fitzroy Maclean, Charles Turner was modestly born. His forebears, the Turners, or Mac and Turner, of Drimlee, Argyll, had traditionally served as deer foresters to the MacNaughtons of Glenshire. Turner's gravestone, which you can see here in Kilmallew Cemetery in Inverary, this is the cemetery where Dugald's buried as well, names his father as Donald Turner, portioner of Drimlee. In Scots, a portioner signifies the joint proprietor of a small property. Neil Munro, the novelist, later described Turner's father as the plain portioner, small laird of Glenshire, who was to be seen any day coming down the glen in his cart with a mangy sporran flapping rather emptily in front of his kilt. Rapid military success within the orbit of the Duke of Argyll's patronage had enabled the portioner's son, Charles Turner, to build a handsome Georgian farmhouse at Mam, which is still standing today. Here's a photograph of it. The same house which Dugald visited in 1809 to get his commission. Turner had been commissioned as an ensign to the 2nd Queen's Royal Regiment of Foot in 1795. He was promoted to lieutenant, saw service in Ireland. Allegedly, he took the surrender of the United Irishman leader Napper Tandy, but I haven't been able to track down any more information on that, so it may be a bit of folklore. On 8th June 1803, the British government presented Turner with a company in the Royal African Corps. He thereafter became a major in the Royal West India Rangers, was promoted to lieutenant colonel on 28th May 1807. During the Peninsular War, he lost his arm at the Siege of Barbados in 1812 and retired on half pay on 25th December 1818. So another maimed Napoleonic Highland soldier. Turner's name is now mainly associated with his brief later career in Africa. Following the death of the incumbent Governor Charles McCarthy in 1824, in the First Anglo-Ashanti War of 1823 to 31, he was appointed as Governor-in-Chief of Sierra Leone and its dependencies, including the Gold Coast, based at Freetown. He arrived in the Cape Coast around the end of March 1825, along with 200 men of the Royal Africa Corps and 200 from the 2nd West India Regiment from Sierra Leone. In September 1825, he negotiated a treaty on behalf of the British government with a Sherbro king, Banka. Under this treaty, the British acquired additional territory from the local tribespeople. The following year, in 1826, Governor Turner, quote, led troops to the Bumkitam area, captured 2 stockaded towns, burnt others, and declared a blockade on the coast as far as Cape Mount. This was partly an anti-slaving exercise and partly to punish the chief for refusing territory to the British. And I think this reveals just how abolitionist ideology was often went hand in hand with British colonial expansionism. Given heavy British losses in the First Ashanti War, McCarthy was killed and his force practically wiped out. Turner was cautioned by the Secretary of State for the colonies that he would not consent to any arrangement which might be construed into desire for its territorial aggrandizement. The white man's graveyard soon took its toll on Charles Turner, who died at Sierra Leone in 1826, though his body was brought home to be interred in Kilmallew, as we've just seen. Turner's name's quite a faint presence, apart from the Sierra Leone episode, in the historical record, but he does have a lively presence in Scottish literature, because he appears as a character in Neil Munro's 1898-99 novel Gillian the Dreamer, and that the novel also features a Major Dugald MacNicol of the First Royals, but it's a bit distorted because it claims that he fought at Waterloo and been slashed with a sabre and was a bit daft. Well, he was probably a bit daft, but he certainly hadn't fought at Waterloo. Neil Munro introduces General Turner as wearing a queue tied with a broad black ribbon that reached well down in his waist, and the rest of his attire was conformed to its antiquity. But the man himself was little more than in his prime, straight set up like the soldier he was till he died of the yellow in Sierra Leone, where the name of Turner, governor, is still upon his peninsula. There's apparently a Cape Turner in Sierra Leone. Gillian, the dreamy protagonist of Munro's novel, falls in love with Turner's daughter Nan, but unrequited love ends in heartbreak as she marries a dashing young army officer called Eiley. In chapter 24, Munro draws on local knowledge and tradition in sketching Turner's life and habitat in Glen Shira. And at one point, Gillian eavesdrops from a neighbouring wood and hears the general's voice in Gaelic, rising above the river's murmur as he called across the gate to a herd boy bearing in peat for the fires. The widow, General Turner, is besotted by his beautiful daughter Nan, who in turn treated him in all less like a father than a lover, exceedingly proud of him, untiring of his countless tales of campaign and court, uplifted marvellously with his ambitious dreams of state preferment. For General Turner was but passing the time in Mam, till, by favour, promised a foreign office was found for him elsewhere. At the heart of this elegiac, whimsical novel lies Munro's perception that the old Gaelic society, whose values are championed by Gillian the Dreamer, is broken, transformed into a military operation. And in the words of Beth Dixon, quote, "The energy of Highland soldiering is dispersed all over the world, with the Highlands acting merely as a recruiting depot." Okay, my concluding section now, you'll be pleased to hear. We'll turn to Maclean. Near the end of his rather foreshortened travel journal, he records how, after 10 months in Dominica, on 7th January 1813, Gagmi e Anshin Agol do Barbados, a Yonsi and Chenalar Vicalien. I left to go to Barbados to join General Maclean. The summons was a turning point for his career. When he returned to Scotland in late summer 1815, he did so as the aide-de-camp of General Maclean. The departure of the two Highland soldiers on the warship Levant from Carlisle Bay in Barbados was noted in the Barbados Mercury. Dugald would not return to the Caribbean until the autumn of 1816, and we know that upon his return he composed a Gaelic song on 11th November while based at Fort Rodney, Pigeon Island, that Padder has already mentioned. MacNicol's trip home meant that he was absent during the uprising of enslaved Barbadians at Easter 1816 that we've heard quite a lot about. There's little doubt that the Highland patronage assisted MacNicol in transferring from service with the toxic West India Rangers to a staff commission, first as Maclean's ADC and subsequently as Deputy Assistant Quartermaster General. Although he was based in Barbados, he made frequent sojourns, often accompanied by Joanna Franklin and their children in Dominica, St. Lucia, Martinique, Antigua, Guadeloupe, St. Kitts, Grenada, Tobago, St. Vincent, Trinidad, and Demerara. So he travels a lot in the Caribbean. Fitzroy Geoffrey Grafton Maclean, 1770 to 1847, to give him his full and pompous title, inherited the title of 8th Baronet of Brolas and 24th Chief of Clan Maclean in 1818. But like Stuart of Garth and Charles Turner, he was a career soldier. With only remote connections to his clan homeland on the Isle of Mull or to the Gaelic language, I don't think he probably spoke Gaelic. He was the son of a Glasgow merchant called Daniel Maclean, who died in the West Indies, having served as a customs collector at Montego Bay, Jamaica. A remote cousin of the previous Maclean chief, Fitzroy Maclean, inherited a title unsupported by any trappings, by castles, lands, or possessions, when his half-brother, Sir Hector, died in 1818. His brother-in-law, General Alan Maclean of Torlosk, referred to him as Poor Grafton. He had, however, an impressive military trajectory. He obtained commission, well, I won't read all the details, but a rapid ascent through as a soldier serving, an officer serving in wartime, rising up to Lieutenant General in 1814 and General in 1837 eventually. In 1793, he was at the capture of the island of Tobago and the attack on Martinique. 1803, he was appointed commandant of the Batavians, Dutch service. He was also involved in the capture of Suriname, commanded the advanced corps of the army. In 1805, he was the captain at the capture of the Danish islands of St. Thomas and St. John, and as we've heard, he became governor of those islands in 1808. A Victorian clan history of the Macleans enthused his admiration of the affairs of these islands, his impartial conduct, mild sway, and kind disposition were such as to endear him to all classes of the inhabitants. And when he took his departure, it was amidst the universal regret of the people. For his gallant behaviour at the capture of Guadeloupe, he received and was permitted to wear a medal. That's a sort of very gushy Victorian military hagiography that we have to apply a kind of insurgent post-colonial reading to get anywhere near the true story. Supporting Fitzroy Maclean's career was wealth derived from enslavement, inherited from his Glasgow merchant father in Jamaica, but more so accruing from his marriage in 1794 to Elizabeth Bishop, née Kidd, whereby he became the owner of 6 men's estate in Barbados. At emancipation in 1836, he was paid the huge sum of £3,676 for 185 enslaved people at 6 men's estate. During his visit back to Britain in 1815, Fitzroy Maclean was encouraged by his Maclean kinsmen to purchase back the clan lands, including Duart Castle on Mull, to help pay off the debts of the spendthrift George, 6th Duke of Argyll. I think that's probably why, it's another story, but he was with Dugald, I think, in Inverary when Dugald writes the poem in 1816, criticising that same 6th Duke of Argyll. In June 1815, Fitzroy Maclean, resigning from his Virgin Islands governorship, returned to Europe after passing with very little interval a period of 28 years on active service in the hot climate of the West Indies. On his return, he resided chiefly in London. Maclean was still interested in purchasing Duart, the ancestral Maclean base, castle. And Lachlan Macquarie wrote, another celebrated Highland governor, wrote to his brother, "Your friend Sir Fitzroy Maclean appears now very keen to purchase the Duart lot of your estate." But 3 weeks later, he pronounced that Sir Fitzroy to be a great jaw, who was always talking about the Duart lot, but who did nothing about it. Everyone seemed to think that it was a capital idea that the chief of the Macleans should buy Duart. But it was his grandson, also Sir Fitzroy Maclean, who finally took the step of buying and restoring the castle in 1910, and you can see in the PowerPoint slide a photograph of the castle today as after fully being restored, largely with money derived from the post-emancipation compensation money that was paid to enslavers. Joe Curry brilliantly sums up the rest of the story. Really, this is my final paragraph. The Macleans of Duart moved back into their castle after an absence of more than 200 years, during which time nobody had known them very well. The family had lived on and off, like so many of the Macleans, in the West Indies. Having no lands in Mull, they must have known very little of the social conditions prevailing there. The history of Mull had stopped at about 1745, and no one had a very clear idea of what had happened thereafter. 2 centuries of discord in Mull families, of legal disputes over money and land, sordid and underhand attempts to strip both kith and kin of their assets did not constitute real history. The Macleans of Duart very wisely set up a museum in the castle which referred to bygone days and battles long ago. They just airbrushed out the recent colonial Caribbean history of their own family. So just finally, we've heard from Pater about Dugald's relationship with Joanna, and just to sum up, his lifelong military career in the West Indies undoubtedly depended on the patronage of these 3 military luminaries. His own ambitions, though, I think, were different from theirs. They sought to benefit materially from military and especially proconsular service in the colonies, or from the profits of enslavement, in order to pay off the debts of their Highland estates, or possibly in the case of Maclean, with a view to repurchasing them. and restoring the clan prestige that had been lost 200 years earlier. Dugald's more modest ambition is reflected in the glacial pace of his military promotion, and it seems really to have been to extend his residence in Barbados. We can only speculate that it was the result of a desire to remain with his esteemed friend Joanna Franklin and their children, their 7 or 8 children, given that Dugald couldn't have returned with them to Scotland. It's hard to know how this might inflect the way in which we now read his slim surviving corpus of Gaelic poems and prose. But the study of MacNicol's patronage network casts significant light on the complex, multi-ethnic colonial world in which he moved in the early 19th century Caribbean and its relations to his native Highlands. That's it. Thank you very much for your patience. It's been a long day. You toughed it out.
Now we have some time for questions, so we'll invite our speakers to take their seats up front. There's a microphone here. So we have about 10 minutes, so please, your questions for, yeah, go ahead, Jeff.
All right, gents, thank you very much again. Peter, when you were talking about Omori and part of my horrible pronunciation, I was very interested in the notion of being tricked. Oftentimes, taking the king's shilling, that's why you have a glass pane in the bottom of tankards, because they would finish drinking and in the bottom of the tankard there'd be the king's shilling and then you were foisted off. But a lot of recent research is showing that press gangs or trickery was not often the case, and it was more about starvation. And in the military, particularly Navy, you got around 3,000 calories a day and quite a lot of food. Do you have any information on that, and if it was actually starvation and that type of thing that led a lot of Irish people to the military, and then they didn't want to admit it and went down the line of trickery?
That's a very good question. That has kind of come at me sideways, as it were. I don't think at this period that starvation would be an issue. I don't think so. In the case of O'Sullivan, he seems to have been in England when he was recruited. He was also someone who was sort of hypermobile. But with regard to O'Mwitty, I'm not, I can't really answer that question. I don't know. It's an interesting one to think about, though, and to maybe go back and look at conditions. Go back and look at conditions in the 1790s in Tipperary and what agrarian conditions were. I suppose with all of this, there's also the fact that there's almost 70 years between the composition of the poem, if we're correct about when it's composed, and when it's written down. And there are 2 versions of it. They're both relatively coherent, but there's a huge variety in terms of length. So you can never... There's an issue, I suppose, about taking for granted the historicity of any of the claims made in the poem, I would say. But I think the agrarian question is probably a good one to go back and see at that point in Tipperary. Is this an issue? My understanding from just conversations with Brendan is that normally the Navy try and get people with sea experience.
With skills.
Yeah, Tipperary is landlocked, so so he would have been without skills in that sense.
Thank you so much, Jeff. Other questions? Yeah, go ahead. There's another one coming.
Okay. Thank you both. It was a very interesting talk we had this evening. I want to go back a bit to the silence. And it's more comment than anything else. What featured most to me was the fact that these Gaelic people, Scots, Irish, we know the oppression they had from the British, and then you're coming to the Caribbean, and in their works, there's hardly any mention of what they're coming here to participate in. So I see the silence in that. And of course, they are participating in it, and of course they're looking to get their commissions and whatever else. And you know, I felt that here it was this classic case of you would expect something different, but no, you're not getting that. So that is what I took from the presentation. That absence of any reflection on the society that they are coming into, that they're helping to, they're part of the oppressors now, in many cases. Yes, we understand that they had some, you know, some plans back home, hopefully, but that is what I took from it. And of course, it is an area of our history, especially when you reminded us of Greenock and the fact of that, the commercial aspect of it. It's much more to explore. So I'm impressed. Thank you.
I suppose in terms of the silence, I mean, Michael and others have written about this in Scotland. Nigel will be better able to speak to it maybe than me. That's also something which crosses the Highland line in the sense that that's one of the areas that silence is something that is common to Scots, whether they are Gaelic-speaking Highlanders or Lowlanders. That's an element of shared silence, I guess. Yeah, do you want to...
I think it's also it's about maybe from a more literary perspective. It's a question of genre as well, and how have these writings survived? What kind of writings survive? In the case of MacNicol, we've got these 8 or 9 song poems, which are written, you know, and Padra's the expert on this, but they're written in quite a traditional style of Gaelic poetry, Gaelic poetry of emigration and exile. They're saturated with this notion of cianalas, of nostalgia for homesickness. Not all of them, except for the final one, which is a bit different. And they are silent about enslavement and about the political conditions here, but that's probably not something that wasn't part of the tradition, the poetic focus of the genre. They're also very silent about there's no promotion of the British Empire, there's no promotion of any providential colonial, you know, right of the British to be stealing other people's land and enslaving people. There's no attempt to pick those up, you know, in the way that the poem I started with, the garb of old Gaul, which is pure propaganda, really, but it's not written it's not written in Gaelic. It's translated into Gaelic. So I think if we say a body of letters survived that Dugald MacNicol had written from Barbados back to Argyll, we'd know a lot more about. He'd probably have written the letters in English, and we'd know a lot more about his attitudes to life in the colony. But because it's these poems, the travel journal gives us a little glimpse, and it's more up. He calls himself a Gili-Utram, a light-hearted laddie in the journal, and it's not so depressed, and he's a bit more cheerful and upbeat. But it doesn't last for very long, and he sort of stops. He just stops writing in Gaelic, as far as we know. You know, it could have been lost. There are just so many big gaps. So some of the big gaps, absences, and silences are intentional in a way, but others are serendipitous, I think. Obviously, the failure to reflect on the political, on the 1816 uprising or whatever, that doesn't mention coming at all. He does write the poem he writes a year later. It's really, as Padder said, it's about the politics of Scotland, of the Highlands. It's a criticism of the Duke of Argyll and his land policies and his clearing of tenants off the land. But it doesn't, and it's written in St. Lucia and Pigeon Island, but it doesn't refer at all to the politics, the location where it's written.
So maybe we have time for one. Yes, Aaron. This will be our last question.
Thank you both very much. Peter, I just wanted to ask again about the verse fragment that you shared where do or black is used. So is this a case of do being racialized? It's connoting a racialized term here. And if it is that coming from like an English signification of black being referred to these men, or is it actually coming from a Gaelic perspective of do being used to describe an individual and racialize them?
Yeah, so this is a tentative answer, I guess. But in most traditional varieties of Irish, the term used to describe someone with melanated skin is Gurram. Dove is usually, as I'm sure you know, is usually used, which is translated as black, but usually refers to hair color, as most color terminology in close proximity to a personal name in the Gaelic languages does. And so I think it's possible in this instance that the use of Fear Dove is a calque on English, or Fear Dove is a calque on English black men, if that makes sense. He does, yeah. But I'm quite tentative about it, because really what needs to happen is a corpus linguistic study of references in the post-medieval period, and there are some there, enough to constitute a good study, but it hasn't been done yet in Irish bardic poetry, post-classical poetry, and in prose texts. But my very tentative assessment, given the use of English terms for other items of material culture associated with the military, that this may be a calque on and a calque translation of the term black man, rather than the more traditional term that one would use. And when I say traditional, I mean, you know, the references are there, but they are quite sparse, you know. But so it's quite tentative, I would say, if that makes sense.
Thank you.
It remains to us to thank our speakers, Nigel and Padder. Thank you so much. So we have a break, and then at 5:30, I believe we have the reading. So have a break, enjoy yourselves, and we'll see you at 5:30. Thanks so much.